and welcome everybody to the very first virtual Northwest Astrofest. Many of you have followed us for nearly 7 years now. This would have been our 7th year, but unfortunately due to COVID, we've not been able to carry on. And many of you remember back in 2013, the very first one, Andrew and Sue Davies, they started it off. They had the idea of getting amateur astronomers together on an annual basis and basically sharing what we do and what we love, and doing that outreach. That is what it's all about. And it's been a very sad year to have the loss of Andrew. He's greatly missed by many of us. We've all become friends over the many years, and we just felt if we could continue doing what we did in their name and Andrew's memory, then that's the best thing, the best tribute that we could pay. And this is what we're here for now. Very first virtual, and it won't be the same as being there live, but we're here. And I think from that point, I'll pass on to Peter. We'll start our introduction. Thank you, Pete.
Yep, okay, so is the screen shared okay? Can you see everything?
Yeah. Good.
Oh, God.
Okay, we're all go, so let's...
Can we all use our mics?
Working.
Okay, I got with me Jonathan Harty.
Is that coming out okay?
He's part of the Northwest Astrofest team. Jonathan, you've had a lot to do with Northwest Astrofest over the past few years. So can you tell me run through some memories you have of the festival? And obviously you have a lot of memories of Andrew.
How are you, Pete? Before we carry on, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Sitting here doing the usual.
Good. Yeah, I've been involved with the festival since the second year. Sadly, I missed the first year, but Andrew invited me over to the festival for the second year, and I ended up being the festival photographer and general dog's body for Andrew, and made an awful lot of friends, and I've been involved ever since. And it's a wonderful thing, and it's really good that it's going to carry on. It's a shame we couldn't do it properly this year because of the virus, but at least we are putting something together on the radio and on the internet, which is brilliant.
So that's where I first met you, when you were photographer at the Northwest Astro Fest. I can remember you had some kind words for me, something about a hat or something, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous hat you were wearing.
It was, but it was a sun hat, come on.
Yeah.
It had to be worn to protect my little bald bonds.
Yes, yeah, no, the festival's been fantastic from the point of view of I've got to meet so many amazing people, including you, Pete.
Of course.
I've met lots and lots of famous astronomers. Andrew was really, really good, and knew an awful lot of people. A huge shock when he passed away, and it almost stopped the whole festival going ahead. Yeah, it was an awful time, really, because we so many of us ambassadors, as we were called, had been there from early on, and we'd become very good friends, and everybody knew us, and we knew how to put the festival together, really. All of a sudden, the linchpin wasn't there anymore. So a huge shock for us. It was
a massive shock. I mean, we were down at the London Astro Fest with Andrew on a few occasions, and I think on the last Astro Fest we were down there, he was just before he had his first heart attack, and he wasn't very well, and we had to take over the Northwest stall for a little while so he could go back to the hotel. So it was really a shock when we heard that he'd passed away. So you've got some really good memories of Andrew, though, haven't you? You've got some funny stories as well.
Absolutely. I mean, some funny ones, and I think most people will have heard this, and especially if they came to Andrew's memorial service. But Andrew always used to wind me up because I'm a vegetarian.
Yeah.
And his answer to all my ills was the fact that I need to go out and eat some steak. Anyway, one night he phoned me up and said, "Look, we're expecting Aurora. I'll meet you on the Horseshoe Pass in North Wales." So I jumped in the car and drove an hour. met him there. Got introduced to a few other people who were there, and we settled in for the night, doing some imaging, looking at the sky, just generally chatting. As it got later and later and colder, people left until it was just Andrew and I. And at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I could hear him sort of munching away on something. So I thought, I wonder what that is. Anyway, he came over, handed me a snack and a cup of coffee. And I thoroughly enjoyed this little snack. And then he handed me another one in the dark. And I thoroughly enjoyed that one as well. And I thought, oh, these are really nice. I wonder what they are. At that point, he switched his red light torch on, and with a stupid grin on his face, he said, are you enjoying those pork pies? Which went into legend, really. He enjoyed telling everybody that little story. In fact, he constantly told people that little story. It used to annoy the hell out of me. But that was Andrew. It was good fun like that.
I mean, the North, like I say, as you were saying, the North West Astro Fest played a big part in your life, and I think it played two major parts in your life, because I remember when we were there with Astro Radio and you made the announcement that you and Tracy were an item on Astro Radio.
Yes.
And that was so fun.
That was the first one, and then the second one I actually proposed to my fiancée Tracy during Astronomer's Question Time, when she was on the panel of Astronomer's Question Time. So yeah, not only through Andrew, not only did I get to, first of all, meet everybody, but I met Tracy, and we are hopefully, when this damn virus has gone away, we're going to get married. So, but yeah, it was during Astronomer's Question Time that I popped the question. So yeah, two major events, all because of Mr. Davis. Yeah,
I mean, I met many of the people that I know through the Astro Fest as well. It's only, like I say, with the astronomical community, it was the hub, if you like.
Absolutely.
For a lot of people.
I mean, especially, Andrew's projects like the Knowledge Observatory, Astro Farm, we all used to meet at Wig Island with Mid-Cheshire Astro Raw astronomers, everybody involved there, and we're all still friends. We've all made some fantastic friends for life. Andrew used to say, use every opportunity to plant those little seeds in astronomy, and he very much did that, and we hope we can continue to do that. It's his legacy, really.
Yeah.
And the festival's his legacy, and he brought so many of us together. I was just thinking earlier that the list of names of people that I've met and are now our friends. And you've obviously been affected by that as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a big change as well. Big part of your life for the last few years.
Well, I mean, it was because, you as you know, and you help out with us as well at Solar Sphere. When we first came up with the idea of Solar Sphere, we'd only heard of Andrew. We hadn't actually met him at that point, but we actually went up to Wig Island to ask his advice. And so he was instrumental, really, to a certain extent, in the formation of Solar Sphere as well, because it was from his advice we knew how to move forward with it. So he was kind of, even though we hadn't met him at that point, he was the go-to person to ask questions.
Well, that was his superpower, really. We've all got something, but Andrew's superpower was bringing people together. Yeah, he was really, really good at that. He was excellent at bringing people together, and the festival is a testament to that. It really is, and let's hope we can keep things going.
Well, hopefully, like I say, this year it's got to be online, and that's unfortunate that we have to do this, but we have to do it. And I don't think any of us can be sure about next year yet, but I'm sure the year after, for certain, we'll be back.
Absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to. Both of us, Tracy and I, are absolutely looking forward to seeing everyone again. We've missed all our friends. We've missed, so many people. From the traders to people like Martin Goff, who I haven't seen for such a long time, who I know is going to be on later on. It's been a hugely difficult time for all of us. Astronomers are, people think we spend all our time alone in a garden looking up at the sky, but we don't. We spend an awful lot of our time socializing with other astronomers, talking to each other about everything that's going on, showing off our equipment. We all miss that. We really miss that. And evenings like we've got tonight are helping. Mm-hmm. It's not quite the same, but they are helping. And, a huge thanks to the committee who've put this together, and yourself, Pete, for hosting this evening. It's we're very lucky that we've got it. We're very lucky we've got it. But hopefully next time, or maybe next year, we can get together and do this properly, like Andrew used to do it.
Yeah, and that's it. And I think, the thing is, we're always going to have Andrew in our minds when we do this, these sort of things.
Absolutely.
And whatever we do,
Absolutely.
it's funny, like we were just saying, you look back on a lot of things that we do, and it all kind of roots back to Andrew. Even funny stories of Astrofest in London. I mean, we were down in Astrofest in London, and Andrew decided he wanted us all to go to this big meal, and in a Thai restaurant, and we'd never been to this restaurant before, and the only way in or out, because he decided to invite so many people, was to actually crawl under the table. And I remember him going along under the table and coming up between ladies' legs. It was just a comical sight, and he was just so comical at times and so funny in some of the things that he did, but always with a straight face. And he never knew.
Absolutely.
So,
many of us do miss him, and everything he did for other people.
Yeah.
The festival and setting up the societies, all of those things he did for others, and that's a really good testament to his life. Gone too soon.
Yeah. And that was his. I think that's the words that will always resound in my ear when he was talking to me about how to do things and how to go about things. He says, the one thing you've always got to remember, Pete, he said, never make it about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
He said it's about everybody else, and that's what he says. Then you'll know you've done a good job, and you'll feel satisfied. Anyway, Jonathan, thank you for coming and chatting to us over the phone. Sadly, you've got to work, so but thanks for taking the time.
It's not much fun being a key worker, I'm afraid.
No, not at all, not at all. But thank you, and we hope to see you very, very soon.
Thanks.
On the left wing. Roland Gogachashvili steamrolled the Scarlet so easy for Racing a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. Was that okay for everybody?
That was a beautiful tribute to Andrew. We all got great fond memories.
Can I just say, when these things are happening, can you all mute your mics, because somebody's got the football on in their house and they've got their mic unmuted, and I could hear the football all the way through that.
I'm going around and muting people as we do. No, I don't know. I have to apologise. It's just obviously radio's come on and off.
Please mute your mics, because as I say, coming over, especially over the radio, I was listening to it on the radio, and I could hear the football louder than I could hear the talk about Andrew.
Yeah, it's not even Liverpool Football Club either.
No, that's it. It would have been better if it was West Brom. I'd have turned it up.
Who? That's okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, Peter, beautiful tribute to Andrew, some great memories from all of us, and it's great to remember him. So many smiling pictures, just lovely smile on his face there. I want to say thank you to Sue as well over in France. She's made it possible for us to continue with our event, and we're going to continue it for the years to come as best we can with everyone's support, and hopefully we'll carry on. We've got to say thank you to Astro Radio. Obviously, Peter is hosting the show for us today, which is really appreciated. Tring Astronomy, Rother Valley Optics, MSG Meteorites, Martin Goff, and of course our speakers for the evening as well. Mary is our first guest speaker, and she'll be talking on astronomy, sketching, and artwork. Over to you, Pete.
Well, it's over to Mary, really. Mary, share your screen and away you go.
Mary, microphone.
Thank you. I couldn't unmute myself. So I was saying I'm feeling quite emotional after that intro about Andrew, because I was there at the first Astronomy Festival and I had my honeymoon at Astro Farm. So, Andrew was a big part of my, well, I was into astronomy before I met Andrew, but he was certainly instrumental in the way that the journey continued for me. So I feel incredibly proud that today I'm actually doing a talk at the Northwest Astronomy Festival. I never thought that would happen 7 years ago when I was sat there looking at the other talks. The talk I'm putting together today, in the absence of being able to be there in person and teaching people astronomy sketching, I put this talk together. Now, I know there are a few people in the audience that have already seen this talk once, possibly twice, but each time I do it, I try to add another picture or something else in there to just keep it interesting for people. And this talk is not just about me flashing pictures of stuff I've done, it's educational still. And where possible, I've done little videos and I will explain how to recreate the things that I've done myself, and just using some simple methods, you too will be able to hopefully do some nice astronomy sketching before I get to maybe teach you all in person next year or the year after. So first of all, why sketching? I got into astrophotography about 10 years ago, but I didn't really start sketching until a little bit after that. So what made me do that? And it was all about the fact that in my quest for getting the perfect photograph, I'd stopped observing, and not just stopping looking through an eyepiece. I'd gone about a year without looking through a telescope eyepiece, which made me incredibly sad, but I hadn't looked through a pair of binoculars. When I took the pictures, it was all about processing them to make them look pretty, but without really studying what I'd got a photograph of. And I think if having photographs and doing your observations that way is totally legitimate, as long as you are actually looking at the pictures and studying the crater shadows and looking at what you've actually taken a picture of. So sketching is what I started to do in order to make myself keep looking. And as a result of that, I became a much better astronomer. I cannot even tell you how my lunar landscape knowledge has improved since I started sketching. And before, I would always have to refer to the moon map to label my diagrams. I still do to a degree. Any of these craters that I've sketched, I don't need the moon map anymore. I feel that I'm very well acquainted with these craters and the mountain ranges, and you just get to know your way around the landscape. And that's true if you're kind of observing nebulae and star clusters and stuff like that. So it will definitely make you a better astronomer as well. So the stuff I'm going to go through tonight, well, this evening, first of all, I'm going to show you my first sketching attempts, which is a bit like me bearing my soul because they're not very good, but hopefully it will give you some inspiration to think if you start somewhere like that, you too can go off on your journey and produce something that's better. I'm going to talk about how to do astronomy sketching because that's the main part of this talk, but I'm going to show you how I do that from photographs as well as at the eyepiece and how you need to adapt the technique a little bit. I'm going to do a little bit about model making because actually making models of this stuff can really help you learn the things as well, and what I actually used in order to make those models, and you'd be surprised at how little information you need in order to do that. I'm then going to divert a little bit into the astronomy themed artwork, which is more the stuff that's kind of basically nebula inspired rather than being a kind of photorealistic version of something. And that is still really good fun. So I'm going to talk about that. And then there's some kind of textiles and miscellaneous type stuff like jewelry and things like that I'm just going to kind of whiz through some pictures of at the end as well. So in 2014, I decided I was going to get my trusty 102mm Helios refractor. That was a telescope given to me by a dear family member a few years ago when I injured my back and had to sell my big telescope. This is still my favorite visual telescope. I absolutely adore using it. And I just thought, while I'm doing imaging with the other telescope, I'm just going to get this one out on the lawn and I'm just going to look at Jupiter as many nights as I can and just vaguely sketch what you can see. Now, you can't see a lot of Jupiter's surface detail with a refractor that's that small. I was using a zoom eyepiece, but even so, you don't get the biggest amount of magnification. And with the optics on that telescope, a Barlow doesn't really focus very well. But what I was able to do is see a couple of the main cloud bands. And just when you're looking at anything through a telescope eyepiece, the seeing conditions will really determine what you can see. And at those moments when the seeing just settled down a bit, you could just see some of the little features popping through. So I tried to record that, but mostly I was about recording the position of the Galilean moons. And I have to confess that even now, no matter how many times I do this, I need stellarium to know which is which. How Galileo figured out which was which of these, amazing. I can't do that. I still need stellarium. One of the things you'll notice is Jupiter is not very round. I was just kind of freehanding this, but one thing that was more or less correct is the kind of relative scale of that. I kind of move things up a bit by making some basic sketching sheets where I had a circle drawn either off to one side or in the middle of the page, because the Galilean moons sometimes are all pushed over to one side, sometimes they're all at the other, sometimes they're evenly split. So it was good to have just different options really of where the circle was. So at least Jupiter was round now. The downside of that is that in order for the Galilean moons to be distance to scale with Jupiter that size, I would have needed a much bigger piece of paper than an A4 page, but it kind of got the idea across, and it was improving. And this is as much as you ever going to get to see with a 102mm refractor. It's not really that good for surface features on planets really, but it was good for the Galilean moons. I first started solar sketching on International Sun Day in June 2014, and the reason I picked up my pencils that particular day, that's this picture on the left here, was because we have a Coronado PST H alpha telescope, and imaging through that telescope with a digital SLR, which is all I had at the time, is incredibly difficult, especially when the seeing conditions are bad. And I was looking at this through thin cloud. There was other thicker clouds coming through. It was a really hot day. The conditions were just horrendous. And my photographs, I was struggling to even get focus, let alone get anything decent out of it. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to just do this with a pencil. I've had a go at Jupiter, let's see how I get on. So it's a crude sketch, but what you can see is where there are some filaments and there are some plages here, some kind of brighter spots that you get around the active regions and the prominences around the limb. And that made me think, actually, it's easier to capture more detail with H alpha telescopes with your pencils, because if any of you have used a H alpha telescope, you know that you can tune the etalon to slightly adjust the wavelength. And that lets you kind of zoom through the layers of the solar atmosphere. So at one end, you can see the prominences better, but at the other end, you see the surface detail better. So if you're doing it with pencil, you can just adjust that and work your way through the layers and capture all of it. And that's something I don't have the photography skill to know how to blend all that together yet. And I've been doing it for years. So doing it with a pencil is actually easier. So I was regularly then doing pencil sketches in H alpha, but also practicing some in white light as well. Sunspots are really interesting. They've got the dark bit in the middle and then the penumbra around the outside. We are finally seeing sunspots again. We've been in a very quiet period, but really good fun to actually sketch these. And if you happen to have several clear days in a row, not often in the UK, but if you do, you will see that the sunspots are moving and changing morphology as the week goes on. So you can do an awful lot just with pencil and paper. And this is me just practicing. Again, this is one of the biggest sunspots I've ever seen visually, and I've ever photographed. And it took me the entire trip across the limb of the sun there. It took most of 10 days for me to actually get a clear enough sky to get a picture of it. But some of it was done through the refractor. Some of it I've been doing through photographs. So take some pictures and then sketch from that. But it was all just practicing the technique. Now, while I love pencil sketching for sunspots in white light, I was not loving it for the H alpha telescope. If you've ever looked through one, you know that it's quite a pinky orangey color, and you just don't really get the color like that. So while I love doing these big sunspots in HB pencil or 2B pencil or whatever, you can do a really good job of that. I found that I much preferred using coloured pastels on black paper. And it was a chance comment in an email that switched me on to this. And it's just amazing. I have pastel pencil set at home, and it's just fantastic. I've got several different shades of yellow and orange and red, and this was my first attempt, which is a little bit crude, but over time I've just kind of practiced that technique using slightly different colors for the different active regions, and prominences just look amazing when they're sketched like that as well. So I was suddenly switched on to the fact that I could do this on black paper with colored pencils. So that was amazing. And when we went on our mini honeymoon to Astro Farm, the following summer we went to the USA to see the solar eclipse as our main honeymoon. This sketch was done from a photograph because there was so much going on with about 8 cameras with the 2 of us, trying to capture every bit of this while still looking at it visually. Wanted to experience it for ourselves, not just through a camera. So when I got home, I did all the processing on my images, and then I sketched the corona, and it was genuinely the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I was sobbing like a newborn baby during the totality part. Everyone told me I would. I said, no, I won't. And I cried a lot. But I really loved this picture. And somebody actually emailed this to me when I posted this picture online, asking had I seen the sketches of the eclipse chaser Mary Proctor. Now, one of the things I used to do with Sue and Andrew was help run the UK Women in Astronomy Network. So I thought I knew a bit about a lot of the women throughout astronomy history. And one of my talks is on that very subject. But I'd never heard of Mary Proctor. And she went to an eclipse in Norway in 1896 and produced this sketch of a corona with prominences visible around the sun. And there are some real similarities between these 2 pictures. And this kind of affirmed to me that I was doing the right thing by sketching. I kind of felt a connection to this other Mary that had done this solar sketching back in the 1800s, and it really made me think, yeah, I've got to keep doing this. I just love it so much. This was my first attempt at lunar sketching with pencil, my first and only sketch. I keep meaning to have another go at lunar craters with HB pencil, but I haven't done it yet. And I sort of cheated. I used a light box and traced the vague outline of some of the features. It's very clinical, doesn't really have any kind of, it's just clinical. It's a tracing. I didn't think it was particularly good. As I look back now, I like it more. But one of the things I really struggle with, I've got one of those brains that can't see things back to front. So I'm a terrible map reader and navigator unless it's the night sky. But when it comes to thinking about drawing something back to front so that the dark bits are coloured in, and or whether you're going to invert the picture afterwards, I just find it really difficult. And the background sky is dark, the shadow side of the moon is dark. So when you're sketching this, you'd have to colour in all of the background for this to look realistic. So a better way of doing it would be to sketch it back to front and then invert it using computer software. And I'm really bad at figuring out what I need to do to invert things. So I started sketching the moon with white pastel pencils. I use a mixture of white and black and do that on the black paper. And I just sat down. I had this photograph of like lunar mountain range here with Eratosthenes at the end. And I just thought, let's have a go. And I think this is Archimedes up here that you're going to see more of in a minute. And I first sat down and did this. I must have spent 6 hours on this sketch, and I was incredibly proud of it. Put it online, and instantly somebody accused me of taking a photograph and putting a Photoshop sketching filter on it. So I was really annoyed. But one of the things I did wrong here that proves this is a sketch is that I was doing it from a photograph on my laptop. And to try and get some of the details around the mountain range, I'd use my mouse to zoom in so I could see better. Then I forgot to zoom out again. So half the sketch is done at one zoom level and half is done at another. So if you was to actually overlay this on the photograph I used, you'll find that they're really not very accurate at all. But you can get the idea that having a grey base that you lay down first on black paper can really make these features pop, and it's really good fun to do. Pastels blend more easily, they photograph really well. I just love doing it so much. This was a photograph Pete Lawrence took of Endymion region of the moon, which I had another go at. Quite simplistic sketching, but you know, they kind of do look like an over-processed photograph, so I was quite pleased. Yet again, the scaling not accurate on there. So what I use for this, you can use absolutely any black paper or pastels that you have, but I like to use, the first black pad I ever got was Frisk, and I really like the texture of the paper. It's quite smooth, so everything blends really nicely, and textured paper tends to catch a little bit when you're doing fine work. So I like the smoothness of that paper. I really like using these pastel pencils, and the reason I like doing that is because you can sharpen them and get really fine details. But in order to sharpen them, you've got to buy one of these old school kind of school pencil sharpeners with the windy handle, because a standard pencil sharpener just makes all the pastels crumble. So I had the Stabilo Carbothello set of coloured ones, wore the black and the white one down almost to the tip, so I now just buy the black, white and lamp black separately, because they're the ones I use the most. But as I said, any pastels or black paper that you have, you can have a go at this. And in its simplest form, what I do is lay down a thin layer of white, which I blend either with cotton wool or my finger. It's good getting your fingers in sometimes. You should see the state of me after sketching. I'm covered in the stuff, but you can use cotton buds. Then just gently mark out the vague outline of the crater, the shape of it. This isn't a crater, this is just me showing you a vague crater shape. Then mark out the really bright bits. And then when you've done that, go in and mark out the really dark bits and just colour those in. And on a smaller scale, you can do this in 3 pencil strokes, one white, one black, and then one with grey blended over it. And you instantly get something that is 3-dimensional. You can then go on and kind of do shadows around the outside, because craters often cast shadows onto the lunar landscape. So you can see that that is 2 lines, essentially, a black and a white line with a sort of grey line and another darker grey line on it. And although it's not an actual crater, it looks 3-dimensional on the page. And that is exactly the steps that I follow when I'm doing a bigger area. So whether I'm doing the whole disc or whether I'm just doing a particular crater, just lay down that grey base first, mark out the shape, either do the white first, then the black, or the black first, then the white. Once you've done the really bright bits and the really dark bits, everything else is just shades of grey in between. If you see these bits around the outside here, some of them, that's like literally a white line with a triangle. This is a white blob with a triangle. All of these craters here are just like 2 pencil strokes with a little dot at the side of them. Every single thing you do around the outside of a particular crater like this, if you make sure the shadows are all pointing the right way, it just suddenly sells this landscape as being a 3-dimensional form. None of this is actually that detailed if you break it down. This is just like a kind of M shape with a triangle. That's another kind of funny M shape with another triangle. All these things are shapes. If you just try and look at it with an abstract eye, what shape is this shadow making? What shape is the white bit making? And what shape is the shadow that the crater itself is casting against the lunar surface? And all of the bits around the outside are also casting shadows. What shape are those? And as I say, yeah, I tend to do an area first, go in with the really dark bits, the really light bits, and then just blend all the other stuff afterwards. And even if you keep it super simple, it will end up looking like the crater that you are actually trying to draw. This is actually Plato region. This was a photograph that Dave Eagle took, and he kindly allows me to sketch from it and use this in my talks. So you can go like far out, or you can just do some little bits around the outside there, doesn't matter. But for every little bit that you do extra, it will just sell the picture to people. And these are just some pictures of some of the other ones that I've done. This when you've got the moon terminator quite close to the middle of a crater, you have a lot of shadow, and just the higher bits get kind of caught in sunlight, and it just looks so beautiful. I think that's Aristarchus. This is crater Arzakel, and what's great about this crater for sketching is you've got some simple craters on the inside of it. You've got a central peak with little craters and a lovely long central shadow. Then you've got these slump regions around the outside as well. And at a glance, this looks really detailed, but if you break it down, it's just a few scribbles. I've not like agonized over every boulder being in the right place here. This alludes to the vague shape of the outside of it. You've got the slump terraces, you've got all the other bits. You know that the surface of a crater is never all the same color. So just what I tend to do is when I've blended with a cotton bud, whatever pastel is left on the top of that, I then draw with when I'm kind of coloring in surface like that. So the inside of a crater, you just make sure it's mottled in the same way that your photograph looks. And it works really well. And these craters just look fantastic. This is one of my favorite that I've ever done. This is the Ptolemaeus trio. And this was a photograph that was taken with a Liverpool telescope that I took pictures, processed them, and then did this sketch. And I now have this printed on a really big canvas, and it looks awesome. The downside of having that is I now want to do moon paintings on a big scale, and I just don't have the space to store them all. This crater here, we're going to see a lot of in this talk. I mentioned it before. This is crater Archimedes, and it's just such a beautiful crater. It's so interesting, and I've done a lot of work with it. One of the things that you can do with sketching is to have a look at the landscape a couple of hours apart and see how that landscape has actually changed. This is the lunar X. It's a clair obscure effect that's only visible for around 4 hours a month, and that exact time doesn't necessarily coincide with it being above the horizon in the UK. So you only get a small number of opportunities throughout a year for it to be on a moon that is in darkness, because it's very difficult to see on a daylight moon. But what's really awesome is that in the space of a couple of hours, this has completely changed. You can't see the X anymore. You've got stuff in the middle of this crater has come into view because these higher bits here are catching the sunlight. So as the sun rises over this crater, you can start seeing all this other stuff. And this is something that if you study the area where the lunar terminator, the bit between the light and the shade, you can really see changes over a pretty short amount of time. You can't see an entire sunrise and sunset, but you can definitely see changes. Now, Dave Galvin, who's one of the hosts tonight, he took some pictures of the Ptolemaeus crater on the 27th of October in 2017, and these pictures were taken 2 hours apart, and you can see how these shadows have evolved massively. I've actually calculated the length of these shadows, and using the length of the shadow calculated the relative height of the side of this crater and got it to within, I mean, these crater wall is around about 2 kilometers high, 2.5 kilometers high. My sketches were slightly out, as you'd expect, because they're a sketch, and also the published depth of a crater is an average rather than taking into account every kind of bump and lump. But my sketches turned out to be within about 20 meters accuracy of each other. It wasn't too bad, really. But you can really learn a lot by looking at these shadows, because when you look at a crater like this, you assume that they're all the same height all the way around, but these shadows are telling a different story. You know that this bit here must be higher than the surrounding wall in order to cast this shadow. Just for some scale here, this crater diameter is about the length of the entire M62. So it just puts into some kind of scale just how long these shadows actually are. You're talking about kind of shadows that are 100 kilometers long here. It's absolutely amazing. Now, if you want to do an entire lunar disk, you can follow exactly the same principles there. And it's just a case of blending roughly how much of the moon is illuminated, marking out the darker regions where the lunar seas are, then going in with your white pencils and just highlighting the sides of the craters that are showing all these impact rays that you get afterwards when there's been an impact. You tend to see that when there's more of the moon illuminated. Now, yet again, if you glance at this, it looks like a super detailed drawing, but in actual fact, most of those details are just alluded to by a couple of clever pencil strokes. So you can spend absolutely ages agonizing over this. I work from photographs which have a lot more detail on them than if you was to do this at an eyepiece. So don't worry if you do this at an eyepiece or through binoculars and you can't see every tiny little scrap of detail along here, because it doesn't matter. As long as you get in the basic shape of the seas where Copernicus and the other brighter impact features are, and just alluding to some of the bigger craters, it will look fantastic. This is, it took a long time to do this because every time I do a whole moon sketch, it didn't seem to be the right phase, but I finally now have a moon phase diagram that I've put together that is all sketches. One of the things that you can do that is fantastic is draw the moon on a has it looked on a date that was special to somebody. This week was my mum's birthday. I drew what the moon looked like on the day she was born and framed it and gave it to her for her birthday. It could be a wedding date, it could be a birthday, it could be an anniversary of some kind. These make extremely beautiful personal gifts, and one that's very useful at the moment because we can't go out shopping. You can put this on a piece of A4, put it in a do not bend envelope, price of a large letter stamp. Somebody's got an original piece of artwork that looks really beautiful and is very personal. So this is something you can definitely use and go on and do that for people. When the moon is a very slender crescent, there isn't really an awful lot to draw. So what I tend to do is the whole disk, but assume that I'm looking at lunar earth shine. And that is where you have the light from Earth reflecting back on the moon's surface, and it's illuminating the bit that at a glance is actually in shadow. If you ever look at a crescent moon through binoculars, you'll almost certainly see earth shine. Really shows up well in long exposure pictures. This is the one occasion where I use lamp black rather than actual black, and that's because it has a blue undertone to it, and every time you see photographs of earth shine it tends to have a bluish tone to it, and I really love blue, so any excuse to make something blue, I'm all over it. So even if it's a really slender crescent or a slightly fatter crescent, you can actually do some really nice art with the earth shine portion. Then don't worry about the features on the crescent because you've got features on the earth shine side. So that's how I deal with that. Now, these are the 2019 Solar Sphere Lunar Sketching results. The people that produced these sketches had never done this sort of sketching before. They'd never drawn the moon before, probably never used pastels before. And these are the drawings that they all did. Now, there are probably 2 or 3 different craters that we were drawing this day, but you can clearly see which ones are the same crater because it's Archimedes or it's Arzachel. But what is beautiful is that everybody's sketch is individual, even though they all look like the photograph that they're alluding to. That is what you want. I'm not here to try and project my drawing style onto somebody else. You need to find your own style and just go with it and just do the best you can to recreate it. So moving away from the moon, this is one of my early attempts at doing some deep sky sketching. And this is basically the Pleiades star cluster. A bit hard to tell like this, but there's the diamond shape of the Pleiades. And this was as seen through my trusty Helios telescope again. That fits beautifully into the field of view with that size refractor. And what I tend to do when I'm doing this, when you're looking at an eyepiece, your field of view is circular and you're trying to copy it onto a square piece of paper or rectangular paper. So you need to kind of think slightly differently about getting it onto the square paper. So what I should have done is drawn a circle, but I hadn't done at this stage. It was one of my first attempts. But what I do first is mark out the brightest stars, which would be those 4 and those 2 there. They're the 6 that most people can see. I don't know many people that can see 7 stars naked eye on this little cluster, but it's my favorite object to observe. And there is so many other stars around this cluster. And if you've got a bigger telescope, you may just see some of the gas and dust around it as well. So mark the big ones in first. Think about what is at the center of the field of view and work outwards in a sort of clock face format, and that will help you get the positioning correct. You can also use your pencil as a guide as well. So if you think the distance from this star to this star and you want that one to be 3/4 of that, you can measure that with your pencil and mark it down. So you can get really accurate with this, or you can just freehand it, because honestly, the more you do this, the better you'll get. I won an awesome pair of binoculars at the beginning of the year at Fordingbridge when I did a talk. I won them in the raffle, and they're really big binoculars. So I wanted to sketch the Orion Nebula as I saw it through those binoculars. And you can just see all of Orion's sword fits in nicely into that field of view. I really wish I'd done this on black paper with white pastels because they blend so much more easily. But if you do a sketch like this and take a photograph of it, I tend to use Fastone Image Viewer, which is a free piece of software. Just invert the image and then you suddenly have a black background. And that gets rid of you having to try and think, this bit's white, but I've got to color it black. It can be really hard to get your head around it, but I just had to go, and when you invert it, that pretty much looks like what I was seeing through the eyepiece. This was Comet Neowise, which was just amazing to see over the first lockdown that we had this year. It cheered up a lot of astronomers. It was such a beautiful comet. And on this occasion, I did in fact draw a circle first on the page. Makes it so much easier. So always draw a circle. If you're doing eyepiece or binocular eyepiece sketches, just make sure you've got a circle drawn on your piece of paper, because it will help with getting everything laid out correctly. Now, obviously this was a huge tail, but I tried to kind of get the blending correct for how it had spread out over the time that we'd been observing it. The tail got bigger and wider as time went on with it. I inverted that and it looks absolutely awesome. I wish this comet was still here. It was just so beautiful. So this was as it looked in 15 by 70 binoculars. And it was so nice to do this because obviously everyone with a camera was taking pictures of this comet. It must have been the most photographed comet in history. And I just wanted to leave the cameras and just actually record this with pencils and pens. Really good. One of the things that I did, because I find it very difficult laying stuff out in a circle, one thing that you can do is to use Stellarium, which is a free planetarium software. If you use the ocular view and select the size of binoculars or telescope that you have, it will show you an object as it would look at that scale. So this is the Leaping Minnow and Splash, which is an object I'm dying to sketch in person, but I made this sketch on black paper with white pastel pencils using Stellarium, and it was such good practice, and I now feel more ready to go back to the eyepiece and do this sort of sketch. And black paper doesn't dazzle you as much as white does when you've got your red torch on, so definitely looking forward to doing this. So this is my attempt using Stellarium, looking forward to going back and actually doing this properly. But it's really good fun to just practice that, because although I do love sketching at the eyepiece, sketching from a photograph, there's something very, very special about actually doing it at the eyepiece, and it's a slightly different skill set. This is a planetary nebula that is very, very faint, but I did this in coloured pastels as a greetings card for my husband back in February 2014, so quite a long time ago now. And this has been done with the Hubble palette. It was a Hubble image that I used of it. And again, not a lot of detail here, but just seeing the kind of remnant of whatever catastrophic event had happened to this star, with the little star left at the centre. And so you can use coloured pastels for this kind of thing. Now, this object through an eyepiece is not going to look like this. It's a really small and faint object, but there are things like the Orion Nebula. If you've got a bigger telescope, you may see some colour in there, so you can introduce colour. Now, this was a Horsehead Nebula photograph that was taken with the Fawkes telescope that Pete Williamson is the imaging director for, and I processed that data myself, and I wanted to sketch it. This was a photograph I used in another sketching workshop at Solar Sphere, but I hadn't sketched it myself. So if any of you saw me at the IAS last year, I was sat on my stall with my pencils drawing this picture. Now, I did this in white, and don't be afraid of digital manipulation of your sketches, because I think it's just another part of the creative process. I did this in white pastel. I didn't want to draw it all again in red. So using Fastone Image Viewer and just the hue slider, that's all I use in all of the things that I've changed in this talk. And it changed it to being red, which is more the color we're used to seeing it. So don't be afraid of doing that. Now, I wanted to show these. This was the result from the sketching workshop at Solar Sphere last year. Absolutely stunning. A lot of these sketches look like the photograph. They look exactly like the photograph, yet they all look different from each other again, which is exactly what we're looking for. So absolutely awesome work that everybody did there. This is another photograph that was taken with the Fawkes telescope, and this is one of the photographs that we used in the sketching workshop at Solar Sphere. I finally got round to drawing this in pastels myself earlier this year. One thing that you'll find if you start doing this is initially you will probably hate your sketch, and I nearly threw this in the bin. I'm so glad I didn't, because I love it now, but when I first did it, I hated it. Nothing about it was working for me. I put it away, came back to it the next morning and thought, oh, is that my sketch or is it the photograph? And realized I'd done a better job than I thought I had. But similar kind of principles here, just lay down a thin layer of kind of white to mark out the brighter regions, and then you can go in and mark out the light and the shade, and then just go in and add the little flourishes afterwards. And this was the results. We had the Fireworks Galaxy and the Whirlpool Galaxy photographs, and people just produced the most amazing work. No two sketches look even remotely alike, which is just awesome. So when you do this, if your sketches don't look like mine, that's perfect. Don't worry about getting them to look like mine. Now I'm going to talk about creating models. I've learned a lot doing this, and I remember earlier on I showed you a sketch of the lunar crater Archimedes, and I mentioned when we were looking at Ptolemaeus that if you look at the shapes of the shadows that the crater is casting, it will tell you something about the skyline of this crater. And also if you look at the way that it's cast on the floor, but also outside the crater, it will tell you something about both of those crater walls. And you can do this under a crater sunrise or a crater sunset, but you just need the lunar terminator to be fairly close by, otherwise the shadows are obliterated. Now I made this model using liquid latex paste, using nothing but this sketch. This was a sketch from a photograph, and I wanted to create something that when I shone a light on it, it recreated roughly the kind of skyline that crater formed. The way that I did this, I had the photograph in front of me. This was actually a picture taken by Craig Howman, who has given me permission to use it for this purpose. So using liquid latex, first of all, I just poured some into the bottom of an old Tupperware container and let that cure completely overnight. Then what I do is mix liquid latex with flour, and you just mix it until you've got something that is a workable paste. Then dip your fingers into the latex as you mold. And this is a time lapse of me doing that. I just marked out where I wanted the crater to be. Now, this is not going to be accurate in terms of the relative heights and versus diameter, but what it does allow me to do is to demonstrate crater sunrises and sunsets with a model that would normally take many, many hours for the sunrise and then many hours for the sunset a couple of weeks later when the moon's waning again. So all I did here was use my fingers and a teaspoon, pretty much, periodically shone my phone light onto it to make sure that the shapes that it was casting were actually correct. And it was actually quite simple to do. This is my third attempt at making this crater. One of the times I made it out of mod rock and it went moldy and it was very, very heavy. The second time I did the crater and the background separately and I couldn't really get them to glue together properly. So this is my third attempt at it. But I was really pleased with how it came out, and it's very, very durable and lightweight. And if you drop this, it's not going to break. It's really good for outreach because you've got it in the tub and just take the lid off and you can demonstrate things with it. If children get hold of it and drop it, nothing will break. So I sprayed it white because I'm a perfectionist and I wanted it to look white. And then this is me using the sun, but moving the model to mimic a crater sunrise and sunset. So here the sunrise would be coming up this side. The shadows get shorter and shorter as the sun rises. When the moon is full, all of the features are completely obliterated. Then when the sun starts to fall on the left-hand side, those crater shadows start to get really long again. So while this model itself is not accurate, as I said, in terms of the relative heights versus diameter, it's perfectly adequate for demonstrating crater sunrises and sunsets. And all I used there was some simple materials and one photograph, and I was inspired by the sketch of that photograph. The other thing that I've done is to make a model of the asteroid Eros, and this was one that I also did for Sky at Night magazine. And the Near Shoemaker spacecraft actually did a rendezvous with this asteroid and took lots of high-res pictures of it. And on YouTube, there is a video showing a kind of three-dimensional rotation of that asteroid. This was my model of it. I used salt dough. Most of us have probably made something with salt dough in our lives, but it's roughly equal parts salt and flour and some water. And that's pretty much it. I did paint it afterwards, but all I used for modeling it were a pen and a pencil. So basically mix all of the ingredients together and just knead them until you've got a smooth dough. You don't need to do anything fancy like develop the gluten. Basically all you need to do is just have a dough that you can shape. Now, because I wanted to make this quite big and salt dough is very heavy, I split it in half lengthways and did it in two halves that I then kind of glued back together. And the reason I did that is because salt dough is heavy and has a high moisture content when it's first made. So as you sit it down, the weight of it will start to squash it down. If you're okay with that, then your model only has kind of three sides. That's totally fine, but as I said, I'm a perfectionist. I wanted it to be right. So using just the pencil to mark things in, I also just rubbed little bits together to make gravel, because you'll notice in that picture of Eros that I showed you at the beginning, the surface is strewn with rubble, and that's because seismic activity has shaken the craters to pieces and it's actually covered in gravel. So gravel and rubble, which it's just really interesting. I learned a lot about this asteroid when I was making this model. So I baked this for 25 hours because salt dough takes forever, but you can do it in the microwave in small bursts. I glued it together, just carved everything again, making sure that the shadows were looking correct. And then once I painted it and photographed it with the right lighting, the left-hand pictures are the photographs from the YouTube video of this asteroid, and the ones on the right are my model. So I think I could probably get it even closer again if I made this again, but for a first go, you know, this is a fantastic thing you can do with children. You can also, if you like making videos, you could recreate that three-dimensional rotating video using your model. So really good fun. Household materials, we seem to not have a shortage of flour at the moment, so any flour will do. You don't need anything fancy, and you too can make an asteroid model. So moving away for a short time from the photorealistic stuff, I'm going to talk about some of my astronomy themed painting and artwork just quickly. This was the first acrylic painting of an object I ever did, and this was another gift for my now husband, Mark. This was Messier 1, the Crab Nebula. If I went back and did this again now, there are so many things I'd do differently, but it kind of looks like the object. So I was, you know, for my first foray into acrylic painting with astronomy themed, I was quite pleased with it. One of the things I've been doing this past year is experimenting with acrylic pouring. Many of you will probably watch it on YouTube. It's incredibly therapeutic. It's almost like a visual ASMR type stuff. It's just so therapeutic to watch. And basically, you can't predict the outcome exactly that you're going to get with these paintings, which is so different from that methodical recreation of an astronomy sketch. So it's incredibly good fun. But it's amazing that no matter what you make, if you've got some black background and then you stick a load of white spots on it, it becomes space art. And so that's a very crude way of talking about it. But this particular painting, all I did is, with all of the fluid art, you mix your paint with some kind of pouring medium. That can be PVA glue and water, or you can use Floetrol, which is a paint conditioner, and that's what I use. Mix it 2/3 Floetrol to 1/3 paint, and then add water till you've got a consistency that's easy to move around. So basically, dumped a load of colours into a cup, made the canvas black to begin with, tipped the cup upside down, lifted it up, stretched it all around, let it dry a bit, use a toothbrush and some white paint to spray stars on it, and you've got a picture of a nebula. And it's kind of these blues and purples have become synonymous with nebulae, even though they're nebulae can be many different colors, but anything with even vaguely that color scheme can look space arty. This particular one, I kind of ventured out into reds and pinks, which is not somewhere I normally go with my art, but I really liked the way this came out. It kind of looks like interstellar dust when you see those really long exposure pictures of something and you have all that dust in the background. So again, just putting stars on it, making sure there are clusters of them and that they're not all uniformly spread out. You can put some blue in and yellow stars on there as well, and it just looks like a nebula. This one was slightly different. This one I used a hairdryer, and there's going to be a video in a minute where I'll show you me. It's a Dutch pour technique that uses a hairdryer. You have the paint a little bit more fluid, pour it all in the middle, and then just use your hairdryer to blast it all out. And because that makes the paints all mix, if you've got any metallics in there, or if you add silicone to it, all the paint starts to split apart and you get this webbing and kind of lacing effect, which is so gorgeous. And then you'll have some of the color showing through underneath other colors, and it really does look like a long exposure picture of a nebula, especially once you start putting stars on it as well. I swear you could do anything like this and put stars on it and it'd look like a nebula. This was in the color of this was inspired by actually a Sky at Night calendar that we had on the wall, and it was another Hubble palette image that was very rich in greens and yellows and reds, and they are not colors I gravitate towards whenever I'm doing art, so I really enjoyed doing this. And this looks like some kind of supernova remnant. These pictures have so much movement in them, and as I say, you never know what you're going to get out of it, so they're incredibly free and it's just really good fun to do them. One of the things that I mentioned before is don't be afraid of digital manipulation. I photograph every painting that I make, and when I have time, I will just go through and play around with the color hue slider and just see what I get. So if you like the structure of your painting but decided you really hate the red and the green, you can make it purple and blue very, very easily. And say Faststone Image Viewer is a very easy to use piece of software. It's free of charge, and all I'm doing here is going into the color tab and moving the hue slider back and forth, and it totally changes the look of a picture. The other thing I've done here is run it through Star Spikes Pro, because I've discovered over the years I'm really bad at painting star spikes, so I tend to keep my stars quite small, run it through Star Spikes so it will stick those on, because it just makes it look more Hubble-esque to have star spikes on. So yeah, don't be afraid of playing around afterwards to make the things look different. This was yet another technique that I wanted to have a go at, and this is an open cup technique. So dump a load of paint on the canvas, cut the bottom off a cup, stick it upside down in the middle, then start pouring colours in the middle. And the fact that you've got the cup kind of holding the paint means it has to come down and out around the paint you've got around the cup, so that makes it all mixed together. And particularly again, if you have any metallics in there, they will all start to separate out. My intention with this was to make it look something like a galaxy. What I actually got, I love the colours, but it looks nothing like a galaxy. But if you change the colours, it looks like Jupiter. It looks honestly like Jupiter's big red spot, or any other random storm system on Jupiter that could have come from the Juno space probe. And actually, I like the monochrome version of this best, but just shows you how versatile these things are. You can do pretty much any color and then just play around with it afterwards, and it's just really good fun to do. I'm always looking for new ways of creating space-related art, and one of the mediums I've been playing with this year a little bit is brusho pigments, and they are really concentrated paint pigments in a very fine powder. And again, this is a type of art that is very alien to me, because you just sprinkle it on the page and spray water on it. You never know what you're going to get. And what I do is just randomly lay down the colours, spray it with water. Then if I see some patterns around things, I will draw stalks or make a vase shape or whatever. And they're really good fun to do. And as I say, it's a far cry from these photorealistic sketches that I do. And I had done this butterfly, and I thought, I wonder what that would look like inverted. And what it looked like was a nebula with a butterfly drawn on it. So I decided I was going to have a go at using brusho. Now, this is a game where I'm not very good at thinking in like the color wheel. Whatever color you put on this page is going to end up being the opposite of what it is now. So for example, the kind of orangey pinks would come out blue when you invert them. Your stars need to be black because you're going to invert them. But what I basically did is just dipped a very, very dry soft brush into the pigments, flick it around the page. Once I'd done that, just basically went in with a water sprayer and just spritzed it. And then there's one that I'd created earlier, because these take a little while to dry. Use watercolor paper, then it doesn't curl up too much. And the Trick with this is less is more. This is one of the ones that I've done before. You'll see a better picture of it in a minute. I don't have a good setup for filming me creating art, but using a cocktail stick with the end cut off in 2 different places gave me 2 different sizes of star to do individual dots. Then just mix a bit of black paint and water and use a toothbrush and flick it around the page, and then you end up with star clusters. So that was that finished. And that was what the painting looked like once it had dried. So I scanned it in and inverted it, and you end up with this. Now, I said before, less is more, definitely, because if you put too much paint on here, it turns into a big congealed grey mass when you invert it. But these really do look like they could be nebula pictures, probably too many stars. We'll just assume that's a massive globular cluster. But no, it's really interesting to just experiment. Anything that you have around the house that you can create something and then invert the picture, it may look quite space arty. Now, this was me putting star spikes on and changing the color balance, and you can see how it totally transforms this picture. So just use what you have and then digitally change it afterwards. It's fine to do that. Now, this is an example of putting too much paint on. So there's not really much sky showing through here. It's all just a bit gray and, you know, not very interesting. And also, I'm really, really bad at drawing star spikes, but that was one of my first attempts. So you can totally change how these pictures look. So pretty much anything that's a paint splat, when you put stars on it, will look good. And in that vein, you can do this with any colors, just black background, sponge a bit of paint on, spray white stars all over it, and you've got a nebula. You can use acrylic paints or fabric paints to kind of draw galaxies on things. I only had white bags when I made this, so I wanted to make this kind of wall shatter pattern around it, but you don't have to do that. So you can actually paint these onto black tote bags. You can get black ones and fabric paint shows up well. You can do it on shoes. I've done it on jeans. And honestly, every time I've done any of these, I've thought to myself, these look terrible. And then you put the stars on and suddenly it works. It's amazing. This is just using purple. There's nothing else other than purple paint there. And it just works. It looks like nebula. This was done with Sharpie and nail varnish remover, a technique that I very much do not recommend doing because it looks great initially, but you wash it once and all of that comes off. So it looked good for a little while, but after that it was terrible. So if you see the 5-minute craft doing Sharpie shoes, don't go there because your socks will be covered in Sharpie if it rains. I've also done a paint box, a tissue box like this, and just did some planets on it. And I also recently painted the spare panels for my mobility scooter, just painted them black, first of all, then with just blue spray paint, different amounts of paint, and put some stars on. And I now have a space themed mobility scooter. The temptation to spray the entire thing like this is very strong right now. I'm having to restrain myself. Some other stuff that I've done, I'm just going to whiz through quickly that's astronomy inspired before I'll show you a video of me doing one of those paintings. And this is pyrography. So I've just used wooden coasters, a pyrography tool to burn in these celestial designs. And these are so effective. I'm a big sucker for anything of that 90s celestial design, and it's now back in fashion, which is great because it's been on my walls since the 1990s. I've never took it down. I've done needle point cross stitch stuff in that style. I even had to go at mosaicing. In terms of jewelry, there's a few things that I've done. And first of all, I've made these, I use recycled guitar and bass guitar strings and make them into bracelets. And I realized that if you use the correct things on them and do a few layers, they kind of look like those old-fashioned orbit diagrams or like an orrery or something. So I've made a couple more this week. These are 2 that I've made this week. You can put all sorts of different things on them. It could be planets and moons, basically all on an orbit around something. And I just think they look so good. And it's really nice to be able to make something from something that would otherwise go to landfill. So I really enjoy making jewelry out of guitar strings, and you can do necklaces to match as well. But all of these with loads of layers, the thin strings with lots of layers, look so effective. Mixture of stars and balls on there, whatever beads you have will just look really cool like that. One of the other things that I do is I hand paint pendants, and I paint these dragon eye pendants using nail varnish onto the back of glass cabochons. And when I was making the Eye of Sauron one, I suddenly realized that this is very similar in structure to what a sunspot looks like. So I've made some necklaces using that same technique, but made it more sunspot orientated, and that worked really well. I've also just using nail varnish, again, using the idea that just anything with a few stars on it that are vaguely nebula colours will kind of look like an astronomy inspired thing. The thing is with these, because you're painting on the back, you've got to put your stars on first. So otherwise it won't show through, but they make really interesting pieces of jewellery. And also when I'm doing acrylic pouring, because the paint is very fluid and you're tilting it around the canvas, you get a lot of paint that runs off. So I always have either a mat, a silicone mat, or parchment paper down, and I leave those skins for like 5 days to fully cure, and then you can cut those up and stick them into bezels and put a resin topping on them, and they kind of have a bit of a spacey feel as well. So I don't waste anything. Whatever I have I can reuse in some way, I will do that. Now I'm going to finish up with a video. This book was so important to me when I was a child. I still have it. I found a copy on eBay last year, and I genuinely had tears in my eyes when I was looking through this book again, because towards the back there was this excellent section on space exploration, and that was where they were showing all these amazing photographs by space artists, and I was so captivated. Of course, we hadn't really had that many probes had visited when these were made, but this is what we thought maybe part of one of Pluto's moons might look like, or somewhere cold. So there was all these amazing paintings, and I've always been in love with this particular ice cave painting. And a chance encounter on YouTube watching a fluid artist, I found the technique that has allowed me to recreate that. So first of all, the paint when I did this wasn't quite fluid enough, but next time I'll make sure it's more runny. But basically put black down, cover all the sides of the canvas first, and this will settle once all the paint's on. Then you basically dump paint around the outer edges. So I did black, a bit of white. You can see the paint is very fluid here, but it needs to be blown around by a hairdryer, so that's what you want. I added a bit of silver, and I mixed a pale blue myself, so it wasn't an out of the bottle colour. So there was a bit of metallic in that as well, just a little bit of black on the top. So you just throw all that around the edges, and then you grab the hairdryer and just blow the paint around to where you want it to be. And because this was a bit too thick, I had to have the hairdryer on high speed, and then just blow it all around, and you end up with something that vaguely resembles an ice cave, but you then go in with your mouth and you can add little bits. The beauty of fluid art is if you don't like a bit, you can pour paint over it and do something else. So I kind of went around and fiddled a bit with the straw and with my mouth, and what I ended up with was this. And then I went in by hand and painted that in. So I was so proud of this picture, and I still have it here now. And I did the same thing using, I wanted to make a lava world. So this is the first time this video has been shown anywhere. This hasn't been on my YouTube channel or anything. This was intended to be maybe Mars in the early days when it was very hot. Actually, the gold made that not quite work, and I put way too much paint on this time, so I had to keep going back in with the black and just fiddling with it. But that's the absolute beauty of this technique. Anything you don't like, you can go in, scrape off, and blow some stuff around. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip off there and just show you the finished result there. So what I have here is a painting that was supposed to be a lava world, but is screaming Lord of the Rings Balrog to me. So I suspect this is going to get a Balrog painted into the middle of it, but you can use the same kind of technique here to make a kind of lava world painting. So this is a technique I'm definitely going to do more of. I have lots of ideas for the future. I really hope that this made you feel confident enough to actually have a go at doing some sketching. I'm here on the panel. Basically, I'm on both panels today. So if any of you do have sketching questions that we don't have time for now, I'll be around to answer those. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can still hear me.
I can.
Good, good. If everyone, you'd like to unmute your mics, we'll go to questions in a moment. Absolutely beautiful, that Mary. Absolutely I love the way you just bring a crater out of nothing. It's just absolutely amazing. And it does actually look like the photographs that we take and the views that we have through the telescope. What is your favourite medium that you use? You know, you use lots of different types of material. What would you prefer? Which is the least messy, I suppose?
Pastels are a bit messy, but they're definitely my favourite. If I could only choose one to keep going with, as much as I love the acrylic fluid art, there's a bit of the control freak in me that's slightly alarmed by it, because you just don't know what you're going to get. Whereas the pastels, you can do very free, kind of alluding to something, but you can also get in there and do the really fine detail if you do it on a bigger page. That's something I forgot to mention. Go big. If you do this for the first time, drawing something in a tiny corner of a page is so much harder than doing it on a full page of A4 or even A3. So the bigger you go, the better, and the more detail you can get in. So pastels all the way for me, because you've got so much versatility with it. So as much as I do love this fluid art journey that I've started on, it's very, very messy. Whereas the pastels, I can pick up my pad and pastels anywhere and just do a sketch and put it down and pick it up tomorrow. I can't do that with the fluid art. I need to clear my stepdaughter's bedroom when I'm not doing talks, put the cover the carpet, cover the desk, and that video made it look like I have an art studio. I don't. I have my stepdaughter's bedroom when she's away at uni, so I have to clear up after myself. So yeah, it's messy. You need a bit of space for that.
What about the cats? Because you have several cats, and
Yeah.
are they banned from the room?
That's the one time I lock them out of a room, is when I'm doing fluid art, because acrylic paint and carpets don't mix very well. And
yeah, I can imagine little paw prints all along the work. Yeah. Some lovely comments coming in. This was fantastic, Mary, from Brian. Very ingenious, Martin. Dave Bell, I used to love that Sir Patrick was an avid night sketcher, particularly the moon. I'm sure he was an exclusive eyepiece sketcher. But I know Patrick did not like any of the cameras attached to telescopes. He was purely visual observer and obviously sketcher as well. I had the honour of being at Chelsea on occasions using the big telescope there, the 16-inch, and I asked him, would you like to connect the camera to it, would do some live video? He went, oh, no, definitely not. He said, I need a pencil and a paper, that's all, and my eyeball. Sadly,
well, the thing with deep sky stuff, with a telescope, even with a big telescope, you don't really see a lot. So with deep sky, it's really nice to sketch from a photograph, because you've got colour and detail you wouldn't otherwise get. But there is something so pure about looking at the Orion Nebula and only seeing a small fraction of it than what we're used to seeing with these photographs, and that is what your eye is seeing. And so it's still special to me to sketch these objects, even though they're very dull and grey and don't look that exciting. So I like to do both.
Mary, if I can ask a quick question. I'm with Macclesfield Astronomical Society. We actually have several competitions, including a creative competition for paintings, poetry, even all that kind of thing, models. So absolutely fantastic talk. Really, we're going to get you over for sure. We'll get you online. But I was going to ask, in terms of sketching from the eyepiece, how do you deal with the light condition? How do you illuminate your piece of paper, or do you, in order to get the sketch accurate? And then that must affect your vision when you look back in the eyepiece, or is that not the case?
What I've done is I'm a chocolate fiend, so whenever we get Quality Street, I save all of the strawberry chocolate cream wrappers, and I've wrapped them around a white LED clip-on reading light, so that I end up with about 5 layers of Quality Street, because LED reading lights are stupidly bright. They're way brighter than they need to be. So the one I have has 2 settings. So I have it on minimum setting, clipped at the bottom of the thing, so it's pointing at the page but not at my face, and then I wrap it in Quality Street wrappers, because the red film's too stiff to kind of wrap around a small thing. So it's just held on with sellotape, so it's quite crude, but it really works. So nothing is shining actually in my face, because a red light head torch just reflects off everything. You turn it off and on and off and on. So that's the way I get around that.
That's really handy, and a midnight treat as well if you've got the quality.
Oh yes, excuse to eat all of the chocolate.
Thanks.
It wouldn't last very long if that shot was in my house. I know.
Nobody likes the strawberry ones in my house, so I get them all, which is awesome.
Well, coffee and orange, they're the ones I don't like. But you can always work it out, can't you? If there's nothing left, you go for them. Dave Bell, I've been thinking of resurrecting my sketching interest after many years. I think I've now discovered an area of real interest.
Excellent.
Peter over in Astro Radio has got a question.
We've got a question in from Tishy. She's just outside of Tehran in Iran. And she says, what particular pencils do you use?
For sketching with pencils, I use 2B pencils because they're that bit softer and more easily blendable. Anything that's kind of like within the H category is just too hard. You can't sketch that well with it. If I'm using pastels, I always use Stabilo Carbothello, but that's just because of the first ones I had. I've used others in sketching workshops that are a bit less expensive and they work just as well. So use whatever you have, whatever you can get hold of.
And I've got one from our regular listener, Tien, is in Japan, and he wants to know: do you prefer to sketch at the eyepiece or sketch from photographs?
I really like both. As I said before, at the eyepiece, there's something so raw about it, and I really feel connected to a channeling Galileo kind of thing. So even though the sketches may be a bit cruder, I mean, with the sun and the moon, you can get awesome sketches, but with deep sky stuff, it is just some grey smudgy things. It's not really that exciting. So sketching from photographs, because I have spine problems, if I'm doing a really detailed sketch, I can't hunch over an eyepiece for 5 hours, and the lunar landscape will have changed in that time anyway, so you've got to be a bit quicker. So I really like a mixture of both. There are many times I love to just get my warm coat on, just set my binoculars up and take my pencils and paper outside in the cold. I'm one of those astronomers that likes getting out in the cold, so yeah, I can't pick between them. I like both.
Oh, yeah. And Stephanie Moscow just said you're an inspiration as always.
Oh, thank you.
I think you've inspired a lot. Yeah.
Back to you, Dave.
Okay, yeah. Any questions from our viewers in the Zoom room?
Yeah, Dave, I've got one if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah. Keith.
Yeah, thanks, Mary. That was great talk. Can you briefly explain how you use the length of shadows to work out the height of lunar mountains and crater rims?
Yeah, so you remember right angle triangle maths, where you've got opposite is oh god, I'm on the spot now remembering the actual formula. Is it the
square on the blah,
tan of the angle, opposite equals tan of the angle times adjacent? I can't remember the order of it.
Right.
In another talk I actually worked through the maths, but basically you use that maths, and because you know the sun angle is really well known throughout the solar system, and they use this on space probes, not just on looking at the moon, but they can use it on space probes. So what I did with Ptolemaeus is, we know the diameter of Ptolemaeus is about 154 kilometers or something off the top of my head. It's really big, so we know the diameter. So what I do is get that onto the screen so that it's 10 centimeters across, because I like maths, it's easy. So if you've got something that's 10, it makes life easier. Then I measured the shadows, and then you've then got a fraction of that. So because you know that the entire crater is 154 kilometers, I do it in meters, 154,000 meters. If your shadow is, say for example, 75 kilometers long, you know that it's 0.5. So that's the number you would put into the maths. So you need to know the field of view of your camera, or if it's a crater, that you'd need to know the diameter of it. But most cameras you can calculate what field of view you're getting with what lenses and telescope. So you'll know your field of view is, for example, 100 kilometers across or whatever. So as long as you know that, you can calculate the actual length of the shadow as a fraction. And then you use that piece of triangle maths, because we know the solar angle. There is a little app you can get called the Lunar Terminator Visualization Tool, and you can go to the moon on any date, past, present, future, any time, and put your mouse over the crater that you're measuring, and it will tell you the exact sun angle. And so you've got that. So from that, you know the length of the shadow, you know the angle of the sun, and you've got a tan button on your calculator, so you can therefore calculate the height. So it makes some simplifications, because it's not guaranteed that feature is exactly 90 degrees up. and the floor of the crater won't be exactly level. You can see on the sketches that it slopes away, but it gives you a rough idea. And when I did the maths on my sketches, it was within it was within the right order of magnitude. So my sketches came out about 3.5 kilometers tall, where the actual one was 2.8, which, given that it was some sketches, wasn't actually that far out, because the published depth of the crater is an average as well. It's not taking into account the fact the bottom's different here to there and the walls are taller. And so the fact that I was able to get it even within an order of 10, I was quite pleased with, to be honest. So, and the two sketches were really close together as well in accuracy, so it made me feel that I've done something right there. But yeah, if you message me, I'll give you the full maths that I do for that. So I've got it in Excel, because I've made it sound more complicated than it actually is.
I was trying to write it down and I was losing it. I will do. I'll ping you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
please message me. I'll have it ready for you. I've got it all there.
Great stuff.
Thanks, Keith. You just reminded me the way you're saying about you sketch your animations, and the one that you did from it was my image, wasn't it, where you took the two different images and you could see the difference in the shadow had moved over 1 hour. Many years ago, a well-known observer, Harold Hill, a solar observer, he sketched prominences in H-alpha. He was one of the very early people that used H-alpha telescopes, and he'd done many drawings, but he'd done them so detailed, it allowed for me to scan each of his images for an hour or two and put it together as an animation, and it just had this prominence just growing and falling away, as you would tend to see a modern day camera, a video camera on, and you see these lovely videos of a willow tree develop, and then it rains down and it dissipates. And his sketches were that good, you could actually do the same thing with an animation. Absolutely amazing.
But you know what, I reckon it'd be easier to do that with sketching than it would be to do it with imaging, from my experience imaging in H-alpha.
Well,
I think if I was going to do an animation, I'd rather it be on paper than on my camera.
Well, maybe that's a thought then. Just do a sketch every 15 minutes, do a rough sketch, and then bring out these lovely drawings of the details and just animate it in a GIF animation. It's surprising what it looks like. It reminds me of the old flick books. When I was a little lad, we used to get flick books, and you'd flick the little tiny pages, and it'd be a little cartoon.
Yeah.
And it's the same principle, I suppose. Yeah. Do you have any further questions in the room? Someone's ringing up.
I could have one more, please.
Please, Keith. Yeah.
Just again, a quick one. You mentioned ocular view on Stellarium.
Yeah.
Can you just go through that again?
Yes. So Stellarium is a great planetarium software, and in the top right corner, if you click ocular view, it will show you whatever object it is you've chosen, what it looks like through 10 by 50 binoculars, what it'll look like through a 4-inch refractor, and you can actually input all of your telescopes and binoculars so that it will let you have an idea of how that will look. And it's amazing. I use it all the time for figuring out my imaging. So yeah, it gives you a circular field of view, so it's really good for practicing eyepiece sketching, because normally on a photograph it isn't round, so it helps.
No, I've been using Stellarium for years and I didn't know that was there. I will find it and use it.
It's amazing.
Excellent.
Plenty of YouTube videos out there how to use Stellarium and all these little hidden features. The eyepiece is great because it'll be what your view is, and you can invert it and laterally east-west. And also, if you've got a CCD camera, you can draw the size of the sensor. And as you know,
Dave, my IT skills, I'm pretty pleased if I can get Stellarium up. Let's not go into YouTube. It's just be too much for me.
One step at a time, Keith. One step at a time.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just quickly, Duncan, Wolverhampton AS, I believe. Thanks, Mary. That was amazing. Great to see how you build up from nothing to an awesome picture. And of course, our friend Kathy as well. Fantastic talk, Mary. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and beautiful image with us. And from our team here, thank you, Mary, as well. And
thank you.
Thanks for coming on board. It's been great to have you with us. It was fascinating.
Mary, brilliant as always, Mary. We're proud of you because as Mary's part of our team at Astro Radio, so we're always proud of her.
Of course she is. So over to you, Pete. We have a Rother Valley clip coming up, I believe.
Earlier on in the week, I managed to catch up and do a quick little interview with Rother Valley Optics, and I'll play you that to the Northwest Astro Fest. And of course, we got here today. We got Rother Valley Optics. How are you doing, chaps?
Good, thank you. Yeah, you?
Yeah, not too bad. It's nice to see Ian, even though he hasn't got his glasses on, so he can't see us.
Yeah, it's all blurred, but never mind.
Total blur. So Rother Valley Optics, how did the concept of Rother Valley Optics come about? What gave you the inspiration to start such a successful business?
Well, it all started back in 2002, I believe. So yes, I was made redundant from where I was working at, and I've been doing astronomy years and years and years. So and it was always a case of having to travel to go and see some telescopes. You know, our nearest place was probably down in London, Telescope House on Farrington Road. I remember going down there a few times, and I think that's where everybody went, to be honest.
Yeah.
Early days. And I mean, what a wonderful place to visit. And you know, so I thought, you know, I love the hobby, and yeah, I just thought, you know, let's have a go at setting somewhere up north for people, and it really started from that. And it took a big risk, and you know, sat in the shop all day, first day, and nobody coming in, and no telephone calls, and oh my God, what have I done here? But gradually, people started to come in, wondering who we were, and we gradually built up, you know, the customers that are still with us today.
Yes. So where, for those that don't know, whereabouts are you located?
We're on the border between Sheffield and Rotherham. We're classed as Rotherham, but yet we've got a workshop telephone number. So we're right on the borders of 3 borders here. But the best thing about it is we are literally about 2-3 miles away from the junction of the M1 motorway, junction 31. So we got a lot of people travelling up and down the country, popping in to see us. They haven't got to go into town, you know, parking, traffic, all that stuff. It's straight off the M1, and they're virtually, you know, within a couple of miles, 2-3 miles, they're at our shop. So I mean, we get people, we get people, Americans come in, you know, French, Italians. They're going on holiday, they're going up to Scotland. They'll pop in and see us, you know. So yeah, it's an ideal location for us.
I mean, one of our intentions is when this pandemic business is over, when we're all vaccinated, is to come and do a live broadcast from the shop for a day and interview customers and one thing and another. That's if you don't mind, of course.
Yeah, well, just as before the first lockdown, we just had a total refurbishment of the shop. I mean, you can see a bit of it in the background, hopefully. This is the section where sat in here. This is where the nature section is. So all the telescope, spotting scopes, binoculars, and then all the other sector for the astronomy is upstairs, just through this door here. So we just had it all refurbished just before the lockdown, and we were planning on naming the upstairs showroom Sir Patrick Moore showroom. Because we've got a lot of memorabilia upstairs on display, Patrick's. So, you know, we was going to have an open day, and so we've had to delay that. And so we'll plan an open day, and we'll do it all in one go, Pete.
Yeah. So before we move on to having a chat with Adam about the products, tell us the story behind the Patrick Moore car. I mean, everybody wants to know about that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a big fan of Patrick over the years, and like a lot of amateur astronomers, he was very well respected. Did a lot for astronomy, and you know, everyone started off reading his books, seeing him on Sky at night. And yeah, I mean, he passed away in 2012, and I observed what was happening with his house and with all this stuff. I didn't actually get to the auction of a lot of his items when they auctioned it. We were just too busy at the time, business-wise. So I didn't manage to pick anything up. at that point, and I just thought, you know, I'll just, you know, keep collecting. So at that point, I was collecting stuff of his. If I saw stuff coming, you know, side books and stuff like that, I've been collecting little bits of his over the years. And so time went on, and I always keep an eye out for whatever's coming up for sale at Patrick's anyway. I have done for many years, like I said. So, and then this particular time I looked and I saw his car for sale. So, and this was 2 years ago. About 2 years, wasn't it? Something like that. Mm. And I said to Adam, I says, I can't believe Patrick's car's for sale on this site, a well-known auction site.
Yeah.
And I said, it's not right. This it shouldn't be one for sale like this. I would have thought it would have gone into a museum or a private collector. You know, Father Patrick's would have bought it and, you know, looking after it, or an organisation would have got hold of it. But anyway, I did a bit of research, and Patrick left that car to one of his carers in his will. Now that estate of Patrick's took 2 years to sort out. The car was not handed over until 2014 to his carer, who actually loved the car, and so he left it to her. And unfortunately, she came ill herself, so she had to let go of the car. So this is all research what I've done since, and then it went to a car dealer. It was sold at an auction. It went to a car dealer. Then it went to another car dealer, who I got the car off. So I saw the sale, and I said to Adam, I said, we need to get down there ASAP and get that car, because we didn't want it to go into the wrong hands, you know, and get modified and destroyed. So we said we owe it to Patrick, who did a lot for astronomy, and obviously, you know, making astronomy popular, helped sell telescopes. So in a way, we owed it to him to go and get that car and look after it and make it right. So, and that's what we did.
And there it is, and I've sat in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing car. I mean,
it is.
I've spent 15 months doing most of the work myself on it. You know, so you know, we took it back to metal. It's in extraordinarily good condition. Patrick obviously looked after it, and you know, he had it all under seal, so all the chassis and everything else like that is just solid. You know, and it's all we had to do was obviously make it mechanically sound, which it needed quite a bit of work on doing that. And obviously over the years, all the rubbers had perished on it, so it wasn't very watertight. So we had to take all the glass out and redo all the rubbers. But we've kept all the wear and tear in the car as he left it. So we've not touched that. It's just been cleaned, gently cleaned, all the bodywork, all the little bumps on it, and all being left. I mean, when I took because the front bumper was just rust when we got the car, I took it to the platers, and there was a dent on the overriders, and he said to me, I can knock that out for you, no problem at all. It looked like new. I said, don't knock it out. I says, I want that left as it is because Patrick did it. So we've gone to that extent of keeping everything like that. And he turned around to me and said, well, don't tell him where you had it done. So I said, don't worry about that. So we've gone to the extent of keeping as much as we can.
Yeah.
Original to what Patrick, you know, the compass inside it, because Patrick navigated by compass, you know, restoring that, getting that in the right position where he exactly had it. The holes are still there on the dash, you know. So we've you know, I've done a lot of research on the car, you know, who we had in the car, and you know, trips he did with the car. So we've got a lot of history on the car already, but we're always open to finding out more. So if any of the listeners have got any history, what they know about the car, or they took a journey in the car.
There's a lady, she goes to the SPA conventions, and she lives in a place called Bala. She's got a shop in Bala, which isn't far from where I am. And I think she's got a photograph. I'm sure she's got a photograph of herself with Patrick sitting, leaning on the bonnet of the car. I'll have to find out for you.
Yeah. Definitely, I'm interested in that. If any photos and, you know, stories, then we really want to hear about that. Definitely. because it all goes as a package in the car.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. The phone's ringing.
just shows it's busy. We'll come on to Adam now. I mean, Adam's well known in the astronomical community because, I mean, anybody asks for advice, they always say, "Oh, go and ask Adam at Rother. He'll know." So he's well known in the astronomical community. So, Adam, products-wise, what products are you offering?
Well, I mean, our product inventory at the minute is absolutely huge because, like Ian says, we've built it up over time. You know, we started off just doing probably 3 or 4 key brands, and then we just sort of built it up and built it up. And you know, our reputation, you know, as a one-stop shop almost, you know, that's really what we are. You know, we offer everything from small tabletop Dobsonians, you know, for children just getting into the hobby, all the way up to William Optics, you know, Takahashi, Ioptron. So we really do cater for everyone. You know, no matter what you're wanting to do or achieve, you know, we're here for good advice, and we can give you, you know, we can show you sort of exactly what you're wanting to achieve. You know, I mean, sometimes we sort of give people advice that they maybe don't want to hear, and you know, just to make sure that they get the right thing. You know, sometimes they've got the heart set on one particular scope.
Oh yeah.
You know, that they sort of tell us what they want to do, and we're like, well, no, that's not quite the right thing. You know, you're better off with something like this.
I mean, that's the honesty. I mean, that's what I find when I talk to people about Rother Valley. You know, it's the honesty that you won't sell them something just because they want it.
Exactly.
Something because they need it rather than want it.
Yeah, exactly right.
You know, you point them in the right direction. What would you say is your? I mean, we can say this on Astro Radio because we're not the BBC. What would you say is your best-selling brand?
I mean, to be honest, it varies. I mean, obviously, you know, Skywatch, Celestron, they're sort of like your flagship brands. You know, 90% of people will be able to get along with something like that. But on the higher end scale, again, we've got William Optics, as I mentioned, incredibly popular. You know, they make some really, really good stuff. Then we've got Ioptron, you know, for your mounts mainly. And then we also do our own brand of products. You know, we've got our own scopes. You know, we've got one in the market at the minute called the Horizon 72. We've got another one coming as well shortly, which I think this is the first that the majority of people are going to hear about it, which is a small travel scope, a little 60 mil. And we do a wide range of accessories as well. So it's all really, really popular. But again, it depends on what people are wanting.
As well as astronomy products, do you do other products such as binoculars for, you know, there's going to be some people that are into bird watching and things like that. Do you do binoculars and
we do quite a large range of binoculars. Again, ranging from sort of like Helios, Bar and Stroud, all the way up to, you know, your higher end brands, you know, like Leica. We do Opticron, Hawk as well. So we have a wide range of binoculars, spotting scopes, tripods, phone attachments, things like that. So yeah, we do quite well in both sectors. I mean, at the minute with the lockdown, you know, that the nature side has been, you know, because people do like to come in and try binoculars. You know, as you can see from the showroom, you know, we do have quite a lot in, so people can come in, they can browse, you know, a few different pairs of binoculars, have a look at some scopes outside, and really give them a good test before they make the decision. You know, which is, you know, you can't really get that in many places.
No. And how have you coped through the pandemic? Have you noticed a dip in the sales online, or have you noticed?
No, quite the opposite actually.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Since it first announced the lockdown back in March, we just became absolutely pulled out with it. To be honest, you know, the inquiries mainly for the Astro side. And I think it's kind of like a lockdown hobby. It appears. So no, we just went extremely busy, but the issue that we found was the lack of the products. It wasn't so much an issue at first, but at the moment, because the people who were getting into it have pretty much dried out the stock. It was really struggling to actually obtain stock of scopes. It's not too bad on accessories. Certain scopes we can get, you know, again, William Optics, they haven't really been affected by it as much. But your entry level stuff, you know, Skywatch, Celestron, other brands like that, we're just really struggling to get the stock. But we have actually got a company. We found a company in Germany actually who actually supply a brand called Omegon. Yeah. And that's what we've just recently added to our product inventory. And they're actually coming in a few days' time. So You know, where we've, you know, found a little bit of a problem in terms of the stock.
Yeah.
We've contacted a company, set up a bit of an agreement, and got their scopes coming. So, you know, if there is any beginners out there who are wanting some, you know, some good advice, you know, we will have some scopes, you know, in the next few days to sell them.
Yeah. So if people want to get in touch with you, you have a website. What's your website address?
It's just www.rothervalleyoptics.co.uk.
And of course, you obviously take orders online for those that can't get up to the shop.
They can order online. They can email us.
Yeah.
The best email is sales, so it's just sales@rothervalleyoptics.co.uk. We've got a phone number. Well, we've got 2 phone numbers actually, and we also have the Facebook chat as well. So it's easier for a lot of people. They can just click on the chat button on our website, and that'll come straight through to us, and we can have a live chat.
Well, hopefully next year we'll be all together. I mean, hopefully you'll be at Solar Sphere next year, and you'll be at the Northwest Astro Fest. Well, you'll be everywhere, hopefully.
Yeah, anywhere we can. We'll be there. Yeah.
But before we finish the interview, I just want to say thank you very much for the support you've given to Astro Radio over the last year. I mean, it's been great having you on board with Astro Radio. Your advert has become a cult advert. People actually email me and can I download the advert? So I send it to them. It's unbelievable. But yeah, so thank you very much for the interview, and I hope everything goes well for you in the future. And I'll be up there as soon as we're allowed to do so. Yeah, thank you very much, Ian, and thank you very much, Adam. Okay, there we go.
Okay, thank you very much, Pete. It's good to hear from Rother Valley, good supporters of us, and it's nice to see them on board. Yeah, what we've got next, Dave Eagle coming in. Dave's in the room, I believe.
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Dave. Nice to see you, Dave, and lovely looking planetarium in the background there.
Yeah, can't get it out to schools at the moment, so it'll have to be a virtual picture of it instead.
Yeah, hey, we'll get there. I've got to add that we are actually into International Astronomy Week, aren't we, as well?
Yes.
And yourself and many others have been doing stuff out there, doing live, chats and whatever. And some of the great stuff has been live views through the telescopes. And I know you've done Mars in the recent week or so, and that was great to see views of that. Right through this COVID situation, you've been out there as well, keeping us all entertained, as Peter does with the radio, Astro Radio, and others are doing their bit. You've been doing yours with your virtual astronomy club. And that's become a bit of it's become a thing now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think come next year, when all this is over and done with, we're going to still have these clubs. You know?
I think so. Yeah, I think because, we can't get out and about at the moment, but there are lots of people who are like that all the time. So things like that, people can join in even if they can't get out. So I think it's quite crucial that, whereas before we would have said to people, do you do something virtually? Oh, no, we don't do that. Now, going forward, if you don't have something virtual that people can join in, people are going to think, well, why don't you do it? So I think people's attitudes have changed, and they see how well a platform like this works. I'm not going to say any names because other platforms are available, but when people see how well they work and how much fun you can have, it's not the same as meeting everybody, I must admit, and going to the astronomy conventions and shows, etc. But at least we're allowed to still have that interaction and have that.
That's
fun.
right. And I do, as I say, enjoy the live feeds that you do as well. The Mars one in particular was good, and if we can get more of those, I think it's going to grow and grow, this virtual club.
Yeah, well, I was hoping to get, well, I'll show you a little bit later. I was hoping to get Mars for you a little bit later, but not at the moment.
I've had the moon popping in and out of the clouds as I'm looking out my window there. But of course, the other thing you've got is the virtual pub as well, with virtual beer and drinks, which is great.
Well, they're not virtual, but yeah. We're not,
at this end, they might be, but
we can't buy a round or anything like that, or pass the crisp round. But we've had that a couple of weeks, now, and that's been really good.
It's a cheap night out.
A cheap night out, yeah.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to pass you over to Pete, and hopefully we'll get ready for your winter sky delights, I believe. Yeah.
Well, welcome, Dave. Nice to see you.
Hi, Pete.
I couldn't make your pub last night because I was getting sorted for this.
I'm sure you were. Busy man.
I sent the money to buy a round or two. As you know, I
Yeah,
would.
after this week, I'm going to be a complete zombie. I think that's my new word. Not a zombie, a zombie, because you spend so much time online.
It's been busy, hasn't it? And you know, like I say, between the varying organisations, yourself, myself, and others, it's been, I don't know, it's just been I find it's been fun as well, because we've met lots of new people through this as well.
Definitely. It's, you know, it's brought the astronomy community together again, and
Yeah.
that's what we do well. We're always a great community anyway. So,
what would you say? So, I mean, I'm going to ask you a question. You've done the virtual astronomy club. Any funny moments? Any real funny moments that you've had on there at all?
oh,
With a guest? You don't have to mention the guest's name, of course.
not yet. We had somebody scribbling on the screen at one point. We never got to the bottom of who that was, because you're meant to get the name pop up when they do it, but in this case it didn't, and I'm not sure what happened. We did lots of testing, so in the end I had to go into the security settings and change some things, and we've not had any problems since, so that's okay.
I think the funniest one we had, and I say this quite a lot on Reach Out and Touch Space, I say that the funniest one we had was touching a raw nerve with Alan Stern when I was chatting to him about Pluto, and I said, of course, Alan, I said, in my heart, I says, Pluto is still a planet. I says, but in my head, I know it's not. He says, it is a planet. And he got really irate. And he said, if you send the Starship Enterprise to Pluto, what would they see? A planet. And I thought, the man that sends New Horizons to Pluto defines Pluto being a planet by what would you see out of the Enterprise window. I thought that was classic. Yeah. And then Jim Al-Khalili, who wanted to spend the whole time talking about how he wanted to play for Leeds United. So there are some funny moments. But you're going to give us a talk now, aren't you, Dave? I've given you share access.
Okay.
So away you go. And
okay. Well, let's see how we get on. I don't think I need the screen, do I? No, but there you go. Hopefully that all works. Yeah.
Yeah, so welcome, Dave Eagle.
Thanks so much for asking me to the Northwest Astronomy Festival. I'm going to be talking about winter sky highlights. So, so what to look out for. But before I do that, I'm going to sort of give you a little overview of what we've been up to the last few months, really, because all the highlights really during the summer has been on the planets. So that's what I'm going to talk about here. Of course, we had the opposition of Mars on the 13th of October, but it was actually closest to the Earth on the 6th of October. And of course, it started out really pathetic with me, really, because here's an image I took on the 7th of April. And of course, it's nothing like the ones I've been taking recently, because the distance between Mars and the Earth does change. So as it approached opposition, it started to get bigger. So you can see just how big it was in April. When I took that picture, it was really low down as well. So it was just a quick capture. And you see there's atmospheric dispersion, which is causing the colour fringing as well. But of course, as the year progressed, it got bigger. So June and July, it was quite big. And I really should have been out taking lots of images of the planet then as it was getting bigger. But I was too busy being distracted by this absolutely fantastic comet, of course. And then August was the first time I really got a go at Mars, and I really hadn't developed my planetary imaging skills as good as I should have done by then, but I was getting there. And you can see that there's the southern polar cap, quite nice. You can see some of the shadings as well, and a hint of the clouds around the edges too, and a gibbous phase. So I was quite pleased with that. And then come September, it's getting much bigger, getting closer to opposition. I was developing the skills a bit better, so that's my best image taken so far. And of course the other images I've taken since, despite the fact that Mars was closer, I haven't had the conditions to be able to take as good a picture. And you can see how much that southern polar cap has started to shrink as it was summer in the southern hemisphere of Mars. And you can see the Valles Marinaris there, this huge canyon on the surface of Mars, and you can see Olympus Mons just here, this little white speck, and the 3 Tharsis volcanoes as well, and hints of these clouds around the edge as well. And then by October it's at its biggest. You see just how much it's changed, and that was an image I took on the 8th of October. And then of course over the next few months, or a couple of months as you go towards the end of the year, you see just how much it shrinks as the distance between the Earth and Mars increases. And this is one I took on the 3rd of November, which wasn't too bad seeing conditions. And you see the huge triangular feature on there, Syrtis Major, quite nicely. And there's the southern polar cap as well. And of course, we've had a little bit of excitement recently. I forgot to put the picture in, but we've had this dust storm start to develop on Mars. And then on Wednesday night, when we had a clear gap, I managed to get some live views for National Astronomy Week. I managed to get a picture showing the dust storm towards one side of the limb. And then, of course, if you really stretch the image, so this is Mars really overexposed, and that was one of the challenges I'd set for myself for this year. But if you overexpose the planet, you reveal the 2 moons. Is it going to? Oh, it's not going to work. It's all gone. It's all gone horribly wrong. It's Deimos and Phobos down here. So you can see the 2 moons, really, really faint. But I've had to overexpose Mars to actually get them in there. So I was quite pleased with that. And then I put my images together. They're not in taken order, but I've just sort of tried to put them in to show the different features of the planet in turn. So I've got a bit of a gap here I need to fill still, so I'll still be going out there trying to take pictures as and when I can. So Mars has been great fun this year, and the telescope I've been using is a C11, so it's 11 inches across, and I've been taking all my images with that. It's got a long focal length of 2.8 meters, so it's huge. That's ideal for planets because it produces quite big images. And I use a webcam on there, or an astronomical camera, and then I just take a video, and then you process that to get an image. So this is the sort of thing you see. So there's Mars waving around because the Earth's atmosphere is, just distorting the whole thing. You can see Syrtis Major quite nicely there. It's jumping up and down all over the place. You can just about see the southern polar cap flash into view now and again, but that's the sort of thing you see through the telescope. But every now and again you get a flash of all this detail that comes in. And when you're doing imaging like this, you're collecting hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of images that make up the movie. And when you process those together, what you actually get is that image I showed you earlier. So that video produces an image like that. So great tools. Wish we'd had these many, many years ago, and the cameras we've got now are just absolutely amazing to capture these images as well. Okay, so we've got 2 other bright planets as well as Mars, because Mars is still visible and going to be for a while yet. So tomorrow evening, if you look towards the south, you'll see 2 bright objects here, and the moon, of course, as well. It's a bit nearer tonight, but I don't know if anybody's got clear skies. I'm just looking at my wide sky camera, and I can just see some stars through there. Let's say Jupiter was at its best opposition opposite the Sun on the 14th of July, so it's getting lower and lower in the southwestern sky each evening. So there's the moon, and there's Jupiter, which is the brightest one, and then Saturn as well. And of course Jupiter's been really nice, but it is a bit low down. It is getting higher in the sky. So here's an image I took on the 20th of September, and you can see the cloud belts because it's a gas giant. We don't see a solid surface, and you see these dark bands and bright zones on there. And here's a bit of a better one taken a couple of years ago with the same telescope, and you can see the red spot really, really prominent in this particular image. And so look out for red spot transits when the red spot's on the center of the disk, because it looks a little bit more exciting then. And you can also see on here we've got a dark shadow just here, so you can see that dark shadow. So that's a shadow of Io going across Jupiter's face, and of course Io is the closest moon of Jupiter. And then of course sometimes you also get the satellite, the moons themselves, going across the face of Jupiter, but they're more difficult to observe, so you really have to have a good keen eye to be able to distinguish them, because the brightness of those is not much different to Jupiter, so they're a bit more of a challenge. But of course it is getting low in the sky, so it is more of a challenge now. And of course, the same as Mars, this is the sort of thing we see Jupiter's much lower down. As you can see, it's disturbed even more by the atmosphere, and as you can see, it's fading out because the clouds started to come in while I was taking this image as well. There you go, it's gone, and then that's the start of the video again. But you can still process that and you still get something out, because you have to go out and capture when you can. So if it's half-hour clear, I'll get out and try and capture something. So I got something like that out of that video, so that's not too bad. You can see some undulations in the cloud belts. So yeah, it's always worth getting out and trying to capture something, even if it's not ideal conditions. And of course the other one is Saturn, which is just to the left of Jupiter, and that was at its best on the 20th of July when it was at opposition. So this is an image I took a couple of years ago, and you can see Saturn with the rings really well displayed. But the rings are now starting to close, because as Saturn goes around the sun, it's got a 29-year orbit, those rings are starting to close up again. So if we look at a picture I took in September, you can see that whereas in 2018 the rings were sticking above the globe of the pole of Saturn, here the disk is actually sticking up just about through the rings, and they're going to get narrower and narrower over the next few years. So next year they'll be even narrower once it comes really prominent in the southern sky again. And here's an image I took in 2007, and you can see how much they were much narrower then. And then I've got another really bad image taken in 2009 when I didn't have a very good telescope for planets at that point, and you can see just how edge on those rings were back in 2009. So you can see just in 2 years how much that ring aspect does change as Saturn goes around its orbit. So watch those over the next few years. And again, this is the sort of image we get through the telescope. You get those momentary periods when you can just about see the gap in the rings, and that's the sort of view you get through a telescope, especially it being low down. But if you process that, that's the sort of image you get out of that video, which is quite amazing, really. You know, it's amazing that we can achieve that just from our back garden. It's fantastic. And of course, during lockdown, part 1, Venus was passing the sun, so it was actually coming almost between us and the sun up until June. And so throughout April, May and June, I was following it with my telescope. So here you can see it. The distance, like Mars, does decrease as it gets closer to the sun. It's getting closer to Earth, so it's looking bigger, and that crescent is getting thinner all the time. So as we went into May, you can see just how thin and how big, and you think it can't get any bigger, it can't get any bigger and thinner, but it does. It's amazing. And there it is on the 31st of May, and then the 1st of June, it was so thin it was ridiculous, but it was really difficult to find, and there's no way I'm putting my eye anywhere near that eyepiece to try and find it. And inferior conjunction, the time when Venus was actually just within half a degree of the edge of the sun, just passing north of it, was on the 3rd of June. So I didn't capture it on the 2nd of June. All I got was it looked like a snow shower, all the pollen and dust and everything that was in the air. That's all I could see. I couldn't see Venus itself. And then the next time I caught up and got a reasonable picture was the 13th of June. It's come out the other side, so you can see, and then it starts to get smaller again. And that's when I sort of started looking at the other planets, and of course we had the comet as well. All these images were taken during the day, so you don't always have to get up in the middle of the night to take images, but of course, warning, only do this if you know what you're doing, or using proper filters if you're looking at the sun. So all good fun, so you can do astronomy whatever time of day, really. But if you want to get up early, tomorrow morning you can spot 2 more planets. So we've got Mercury and Venus visible in the southeastern sky tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. So there's Venus. You can't really miss Venus, but Mercury is that one there, that one right down near the tree there. And that is going to be really difficult to see. And these are currently going around the other side of the sun. So Mercury, because it's close to the sun, will disappear much more quickly. They're both moving to the bottom left, and moving into the twilight. So, but Mercury moving much quicker will move much quicker into the twilight and will disappear very quickly. So if it's not clear tomorrow, get out there the next day, because each day it's going to be low in the sky. It's going to get more difficult to spot. And Mercury reaches superior conjunction on the 20th of December, so it's not long. So you can see just how fast it's going to move. And Venus, by comparison, it doesn't reach superior conjunction until the 26th of March. So it's going to take a lot longer. So Venus is going to be visible for a good number of weeks yet. But Mercury, be quick, because it's going to go really quickly. Okay, I thought I'd talk a little bit about the winter sky, because Orion is rising fairly early now. And of course, here's Orion in, as you see it, in the evening sky, and the three belt stars are always very distinct there. And of course, if you join it together, that's the rough shape with his shield out and his club raised, fighting off this little fellow over here, Taurus the Bull, of course. So that's Orion the Hunter. And if you use those three belt stars and go up that way, you come to the Hyades star cluster with the red star Aldebaran in Taurus. And then, of course, if you carry that on, you come to the Pleiades star cluster, the Seven Sisters, which is absolutely fantastic cluster of stars. Best seen in binoculars, so use a pair of binoculars to observe those, because if you use a telescope, you're only looking at a small part of it. So binoculars give you the whole thing. But of course, in long exposure photographs like this one I took a few years ago, you can see this nebulosity. And we used to think that that nebulosity was what the stars were made from, but we now know that those stars actually just happen to be moving through a cloud of gas and dust as they move around the Milky Way galaxy. And then that cluster, the Japanese call it Subaru. So if you have a look at the Subaru car, you can see the badge on the Subaru car has stars on it, and that's the Seven Sisters star cluster. And of course, if you take those three belt stars down in the opposite direction, we come to the brightest star in the whole sky, Sirius. And of course, when I go into schools, and I mentioned that in the planetarium, you get them all. Yes, of course, they've heard of Sirius Black. And of course, J.K. Rowling got a lot of the inspiration for the characters' names from the stars. And of course, it's in Canis Major, the Great Dog. And those who know the story of Harry Potter, Sirius Black actually turned into a dog as well. So, you know, you can see she really got that from the stars. And of course, hanging below the belt of Orion in the sword is the Orion Nebula, this huge cloud of gas and dust where stars are being formed, mainly hydrogen gas. Absolutely fantastic when you can get some nice long exposure images. And my most memorable sight of the Orion Nebula was looking through a 22-inch telescope up in Tenerife, and you could see all those faint bits going around the right-hand side there, and the colour was pink. So if anybody says to you, you can't see colour through a telescope, when you get a really good sky, you get a really big telescope, you can see colours. It's great. And then, of course, in the right shoulder of Orion is Betelgeuse, however you want to pronounce it. Of course, huge red star, and kids love this when I show them this. And because if you take that, and this is the orbit of the Earth, this is the orbit of Mars, and this is the orbit of Jupiter, and the sun you can hardly see in the center because it's so small. But if Betelgeuse was where the sun was, it would be absolutely enormous, because it would be that big. It's a big tenuous ball of gas, but it will almost engulf Jupiter's orbit as well. So absolutely amazing star, the red giant star. And they don't call it a red giant star for nothing. But I'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. I'll just have a swig of water. But there's two comets visible over the next couple of months to have a look out for. Don't know if you've been aware of those. The first one's C2020 M3 Atlas and C2020 S3 Erasmus. So they're both visible. Well, Atlas is visible now, but Erasmus will be visible. Well, it is visible, but it's quite difficult, and I'll show you why in a little while. So this is the path of Comet Atlas, coming up in this direction. It was discovered in June, and it's headed north. So, you know, it's come from the south, headed north, and it's about at its brightest now. And it's around about 8th magnitude or so. So here's Orion again, as we saw before, with this bright star Rigel, Betelgeuse and Bellatrix, Taurus the Bull, and Aldebaran, of course, the bright star Nath in the horn of the Bull, and Auriga, the charioteer, and the bright star Capella. So that's the path of the comet as it heads north. So there's where it was on the 31st of October. And the beginning of November, it was just to the left of Rigel. So it has some nice bright stars to be able to find it. 10th and 11th of November, it's to the right of the belt of Orion. And then it's just past Bellatrix here. So, you know, easy to find. It's now moving across between Orion and Taurus. So by the 26th of November, it's going to cross the southern horn of Taurus. And then on the 4th of December, it's going to be close to the bright star Nath up there. And then the 1st of January, it's going to be up near Capella. But by that time, it should have faded quite a bit. So here's the path in a little bit more detail. So there's Orion again and Taurus. So just point out some of the brighter stars. So 3rd and 4th of November. So there's where it's just past Bellatrix. And then the 25th of November, it's going to be just below the southern horn of Taurus. And then continuing the path. So 26th of November, it's going to be crossing that horn. So it's not that far from the Crab Nebula. So there'll be a challenge for people with wide angle instruments to see if they can get the Crab Nebula and the comet in the same field of view as it passes. And then the 4th of December, it's going to be close to that bright star in the northern horn of Taurus. And then continuing the journey into Auriga and past Capella. So 4th of December is where we left it. So mid-December, it's going to be right in the heart of Auriga. It's going to miss some of these wonderful clusters in Auriga, but it's not too far away. So if you've got a wide angle set up, you might be able to capture it near to some of those clusters. And then the 1st of January, it's right near the star Capella, although by then it should have faded quite a bit. And if you have a look at the distances between these lines, these are 5 days, and you can see that the distance here is much longer than it is up here, even though it's the same time span. So you can see here the comet's moving much quicker than it is when it gets to this part of the orbit. So this is when it's closest to the Earth and the Sun, and this is as it's moving its way out. So that's Comet Atlas. And this is Comet Erasmus. So this is the path it's going. And to just identify, 17th of September was when it was found. So it's not been known for that long. And the perihelion is mid-December. So that's when it should be at its brightest. But it's a comet, you know what these things are like. It's around about 8th magnitude at the moment. And the crescent moon is close on the 13th of December. But that's going to be really close to the sun. So I don't think we're going to be able to see that. So just to get your bearings as where the path is, this is Scorpius. So Antares is just below the horizon here. You've got Corvus the Crow just over here. Hydra, everybody knows Hydra, come on. And Crater up to the right there. And then right near the top of that screen, you've got Virgo and the bright star Spica. So the 15th of November, here's where it was. 25th of November, it's just in the top part of Hydra. So at the moment, it's almost in the middle of Corvus. So that's where it is. But it's low down in the southeastern sky just before dawn. And it's not going to get any easier because, as you can see, it's approaching the sun as it approaches perihelion. So it's going to be at perihelion, probably on the other side of the sun. And then it's going to go further down, and then by the 10th of December you can see it's up near the claws of Scorpius, but that's going to be hidden well into the twilight by then. So we've got a limited gap, and there's some very nice pictures being shown of it at the moment. So if you've got a clear southeastern sky, see if you can get out there now and have a look, because it's going to get lower and lower each day from now on. Okay, so here's a view of Erasmus. So there's Venus. So if you can find Venus in the twilight, that's where Erasmus is, and that's on the 22nd of November. So it's moved down from here, and that's looking towards the southwest, and that's about 6:30 in the morning, but it's only just 10 degrees above the horizon, so it's going to be a challenge because it's moving in that direction. So each day it's going to get lower and lower in the southeastern sky just before dawn. But get out there and have a look, see if you can see it. I'm certainly waiting for a clear gap to get out there, but I haven't had one yet. It's a bit of a shame. But of course, I think it's going to be a while before we get another one like Neowise. Of course, that was a comet that really kept us entertained while all this rubbish was going on around us. Okay, 22nd of November, that's when the Lunar X and the Lunar V are visible. And this is what they call a clair-obscur effect. So it's when you see sort of like familiar shapes on the moon caused by the light and shadow play on the surface features. And the ideal time apparently is at about 2:30 in the afternoon. And do you know somebody called Mary McIntyre? Well, she's got a blog spot, and she normally publishes the times of that on her webpage. So this is an image of the Lunar X I took a while ago, and there it is there, and it's made up of the ramparts of the 3 craters called Blanquinus, Lecow and Purback. So Purback, Lecow and Blanquinus, and you've got that cross showing up really nicely. And the Lunar V is in the southern part of Mare Vaporum, and that's close to Rima Hyginus. So here's the area where it is, taken a little while ago, and you can see Rima Hyginus. You can see some of the craters, and this crater here is called Agrippa. I think that sounds like a wrestler myself, but there you go. And the Lunar V is just to the left of Rima Hyginus, and you see it quite clearly on there as well. And they only last a few hours, so there's your challenge. Get out there during the day and see if you can see it at its best. It might still be there when it gets dark, but it won't be as distinct as it will be if you catch it in the afternoon. Towards the end of November, the moon's going to be between the Pleiades and the Hyades. So there's the moon, Pleiades and the Hyades and Aldebaran. So that's about 8:30 in the evening. But of course, the bright light of the moon, nearly full, is going to swamp the stars quite a bit. As we go into December, this is the lunar phases for December. So if you're into your deep sky and comet stuff, it's around the middle of the month that you want to get out there, because that's when the moon's going to be out of the way. Beginning and end of the month, it's going to be really bright, so it's going to swamp all those faint things that your deep sky hunters want to catch. But if you're into the moon, I'll talk about that in a little while. If you're into the moon, then you know, it's going to be around, but it will disturb your deep sky stuff at the beginning and end of the month. By the 1st of December, Jupiter and Saturn are now getting very cozy. We're talking about, you know, social distancing. They're not having any of it this year. They're going to get closer and closer together. So this is the 1st of December, looking towards the south at about 5:45 in the evening. You see Jupiter and Saturn. They're now getting a lot closer together than they were when I showed them a little while ago. The 5th of December, the moon, lovely gibbous moon there, passes just above M44, the Praecipe star cluster. This is a wonderful open cluster. Again, binoculars show it a lot better. So it's going to be quite a challenge for people to get an image of that with the moon close by, because the moon's so bright and the cluster's so faint. But I'm sure we can build a composite image to be able to show that. And of course, here's Gemini, the twins, holding hands together here. And then you've got Cancer in between there with the cluster nicely there, and to the left you've got Leo down there with the sickle of Leo as well. And then middle of December we've got the Geminid meteor shower, and I've fond memories of the Geminid meteor showers, because the Leonids a few years ago, back in 1999, were absolutely stunning. Unfortunately, they weren't very good this year, although there were a few, and I think the prediction was about 5 per hour. But the Geminid meteor shower this year, here's Gemini again, showing the twins holding hands side by side, and this is where the meteors appear to come from. So that's called the radiant. That's where the meteors appear to come from. If you draw a line back from where the meteor appears, and if it intersects that spot, you know that's part of that meteor shower. If it points in a different direction completely, it's not part of the shower. But they reckon there's going to be about 100 per hour. And they use this measurement of a zenithal hourly rate. But you'll never see 100 an hour, because a zenithal hourly rate would be the number of meteors you'll see if that radiant was directly over your head at the zenith. Of course, it's not going to be at the zenith when the meteor shower is active. So I don't think you're going to see 100 per hour, but this is probably the strongest shower of the year at the moment, Geminids. And it's when the Earth goes through the path of the comet and intersects this dust and gas that's left in the orbit of the comet. And of course, it's also a new moon on the 14th of the month as well, so the moon's not going to interfere with observing the Geminis either. So got great conditions to see some nice views. And I'm just looking at my wide angle camera. It's completely orange now. So I'm hoping, I've just recently set this up. This is my wide angle sky camera, which I've just set up using my old planetary camera that I took those images of Venus with. So here it is in a case with a little dome. And there it is a little bit closer. And you can see just camera pointing at the sky. It's not a full sky camera. I'm sure my neighbours wonder what on earth it is on the side of my little shed, but there you go. But this is the view that I get through the scope most of the time. But this was tonight, just before this was about 10 minutes before I started. I just grabbed a screenshot and you can see there was clouds, but at the moment I'm looking in my other screen and it's completely orange at the moment, so the clouds have taken over completely. So you get this idea of the field of view. Here's Cassiopeia here, the W shape. Can you see my cursor, Dave?
Yes, we can.
Oh, you can see my cursor. Right, okay. Yeah, so that's Cassiopeia here, and then up here you've got Cygnus. So that's the Northern Cross, Cygnus, and the wings stretched out. And then down here, you've got Pegasus. So that's a square of Pegasus just here. And of course, Andromeda running away as well. But no, it's completely orange out there now, looking on my other screen. So yeah, we're not going to get some live views, I'm afraid. But when we do get a clear sky, this is the sort of thing I've started to get now. I've sort of got it set up sort of properly. So here's Cassiopeia quite nicely. Here's Cygnus. And you can, on a good night, actually see the Milky Way stretching across there as well. So that's quite good. So, you know, it gives you a sense of the sort of field of view. So that's what I'm hoping to capture some meteors with when the Geminids are active. This is Polaris, by the way. And then just to point out some constellation, there's the W or M of Cassiopeia, depending on which way round you are and the time of year. And then over here is the Northern Cross of Cygnus, of course. And then if we take those away and we select Deneb, which is the brightest star in Cygnus, Vega, which is in Lyra, and this one down here in Altair, which just comes onto the field of view of the camera, which is Altair in Aquila. And of course, those three make up the summer triangle. Although it's called the summer triangle, we see it well into autumn and well into winter. So it's easily visible at the moment. So that's something to look out for as well. Okay, so 21st of December, we've got Jupiter and Saturn. By this time, their social distancing has gone completely to pot. They're in conjunction. They're really close to one another. The moon's not that far away either, just over to the left here. But down here, you'll see a really bright star in the southwest. It's going to be really low, so you do need to have a really low horizon to be able to see it over there in the southwest. So Jupiter and Saturn, really, really close together. You can hardly split them with the naked eye. And if we zoom into that and use binoculars or a telescope, you can see the rings of Saturn just about, and you can see Jupiter here. So that's how close they're going to be when Jupiter passes it, because Jupiter's moving much faster than Saturn. It's actually overtaking it as it moves around the solar system. So from next year, Jupiter's going to be higher up than Saturn has been over the past number of years. So that's good. So we're looking forward to getting much better images of Jupiter as that makes its way north on the ecliptic. So that's a view in a wide field view. So that should be really, really nice to be able to see that. And these are going to be a challenge, a bit like Mars's moons, Phobos and Deimos, Io, Europa, Ganymede and Callisto in order of distance from Jupiter. And then if you really, really got a good sky, you might be able to see Titan as well. But some of the other satellites around Jupiter and Saturn, you're not going to see those at all. And I did see something in online recently, because there's so many satellites surrounding both Jupiter and Saturn. At the moment, the satellites are actually overlapping one another because they're so far out from both planets. So as they're getting closer, those satellites are actually moving amongst each other as seen from Earth. So that's quite an interesting fact. And then the 28th of December, we got an opportunity to see Mars Orientale, which is an absolutely fantastic impact feature on the surface of the moon. This is an image taken of Luke Jerram's Museum of the Moon, which I've seen a few times. And if you haven't seen it, when you can, get out and see it, because it's absolutely amazing. It's incredible. But this is an image of Mare Orientale. So it's a huge impact basin on the limb of the moon. So we don't see it very often. We only see it edge on, which is a real shame. But every now and again, we get to see it. So here's an image I took a while ago, and you can see, so this little bit here is the same as this bit here. And this dark crater over here is the same one here, Grimaldi there. And this line running across here is this part of the ramparts of Mare Orientale. So, but you don't see it very often in great detail. But what happens is, because the Earth and the moon don't move quite in sync, the moon wobbles slightly backwards and forwards. So sometimes we see a little bit around the edge of the moon, and sometimes we don't. So you have to wait until it's at its best libration for that particular feature. So here's another one, so you can see how much in this second image is actually moved much further onto the limb. And you can see a little bit more. Here's another image that came out much better. My wife always says, why do you keep going out and taking images of the same thing? Well, you can see it changes, but also you go out one night and you get a cracker like that. You get a really good night where the features stand out so much more, and then that's a much better picture than the ones you've got before. And then a few weeks ago, we also had another time when it came in, and this time you could actually see even further into the basin. So we can actually see right into the impact part, right in the center there. Although it's very foreshortened, but you can see much more in that particular image. So that was taken on the 28th of October. But the best time is going to be around about the 27th or the 28th, but unfortunately at that time that's going to be still on the night side of the moon. So it's going to be a couple of days until full moon on the 30th, when it should just started to move back in a little bit. So go out there on the 30th of December and have a look at that as well. Although the best time's the 28th, you're not going to see it. So get out there on the 30th, right towards the end of the year, and see if you can see a little bit further into Mare Orientale than you could before. So 26th and 27th of December, the moon's close to the Pleiades and the Hyades again. Although strong gibbous moon, so it's going to block out a lot of the fainter stars. And then the next night is a little bit further over. And then I thought I'd just end this by talking about Dirac Nebula. of course, the ultimate challenge here with Betelgeuse up here is to be the first to spot Betelgeuse going supernova, because we've had a lot of excitement this year about Betelgeuse because it's been fading from view and then brightening again and fading again. So a lot of people have been speculating that it is going to go supernova. Yes, it will go supernova, but when it's going to go supernova, who can tell? But the one challenge I'm going to throw down to people is to look at the Orion Nebula. Of course, we look into the Orion Nebula, and those labels should have disappeared, sorry folks, and we see the trapezium. This is this small star cluster in the center, which is mainly 4 stars. And if we look at that, you can see the 4 stars of the trapezium, but there's lots of faint stars around them. So if you've got about a 8 or 10 inch telescope, you can see some of the fainter stars. Here's a map of the trapezium. So you can see the brightest star is called C. A bit fainter star is called A. I don't understand why they've done that. What wouldn't you call the brightest star A? Anyway, so this is Theta Orionis, is the name of the multiple star that's in the trapezium, and C is actually magnitude 5.13, so it's a naked eye star. So D, which is the second brightest, is plus 6.7, and A, that's actually magnitude 6.72 to 7.65, because the Orion Nebula has got lots and lots of variable stars in there, and that's one of them. And B down here, that's about 8th magnitude to 8.65 magnitude. So again, another variable star. But get out there and see if you can see some of those. But these ones are the challenging ones, E and F, because they're around about 11th magnitude. And I have caught those on the odd occasion when the conditions have been really right. But you do have to really observe them. And it's these 2 stars here. They're about 11th magnitude, so see if you can pick those 2 up with about a 10 inch telescope, because they're worth hunting out. Oh, and then I've done that already, sorry, yeah, I've got that slightly out of order. Okay, so I think that's getting near to the end. So I've got a sky diary that's available online on TeamUp, star-gazing.co.uk/diary. And here it is. I've just almost finished putting all the details of all the events that are meant to be happening in the sky next year. And you can go onto the web page, and if you download the TeamUp app, you can actually carry this around with you, so it'll be updated automatically. You don't have to log into the web page every time. So if you go to star-gazing.co.uk/diary, then you can access that diary there. And then Dave mentioned earlier, I run in the Virtual Astronomy Club. It's on the 1st and the 3rd Tuesday of every month at 7 p.m. and that's virtual-astro-club.com. Everyone's welcome. And this Tuesday coming, we've got a practical session where people are asking us all sorts of practical things on how to do image processing, taking images, how PhD2 works, and somebody's also going to show us where they get their information for all the space missions that are going ahead on that as well. And it's a really sociable event, so great fun. Everyone's welcome. So I think that's about it. So I think we've got some time for questions as well.
Oh, brilliant there, Dave. Thanks very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I've just unmuted myself. I was going to say, thanks very much, Dave. Really fascinating. What a wide spectrum that you cover. And a lot of those images are your own, which is, just amazing. Basically, I was going to ask, this year, with COVID lockdown, obviously we can't do the things that we want to do. We can't do all these meetups. The sky hasn't been really great, has it? Right through. We've had the bad cloud and that and rain. But in those moments of good seeing and good clear skies, what's the most interesting object that you've managed? Because you've done quite a bit, Venus and the comets and obviously the moon as well.
Yeah, this year I think well, the comet was spectacular. It goes back to memories of Hale-Bopp all those years ago. But the one that really struck me this year was when I was having a pop at Mercury. So I was just using my EvoStar refractor, so EvoStar 120. So it's not a particularly big, powerful scope. So, you know, we don't have to use big, powerful scopes. I know I used the C11 for most of my Mars imaging and planetary imaging this year. But during the daytime, I was taking all those images of Venus with a 120 EvoStar, which isn't a particularly expensive telescope. And then after I'd finished with Venus one day, I popped it onto Mercury. So I was able to find Mercury in the daytime sky using the computer, and there it was. And I took an image of it. It's a rubbish image, but it's there. You can see the phase of Mercury. But if you look closely and squint your eyes a bit, there's a tiny little bright patch on it. And when I run planetarium program to have a look and zoomed in on Mercury, that's actually the bright crater Kuiper on the surface of Mercury. So that I was just absolutely gobsmacked that you could sit in your garden, take an image of a planet under not particularly brilliant conditions with a telescope most people could afford and see a crater on the surface of Mercury. That just blew me away.
It's absolutely amazing. Again, we've got this equipment available now. Technology is vastly improved in 10, 20 years. So it gives us this opportunity. We've got a question. I think Gary from Salford AS, Gary Ewell, has got a question for you.
Hi, Dave. Fantastic talk. Thanks very much. Some great information in there. Some targets coming up over the winter skies. Question is have you got any tips for setting up your all-sky cam? What cam are you using?
Well, I'm using the one that I use for all the Venus shots, which was a 120 MC camera. It's an old one. I picked that up probably about 5 years ago, second hand.
Yeah.
So, you know, I've been using that for my planetary for a while until I've just upgraded it, and I can never remember the numbers of these cameras until I've had them for years because I'm rubbish at numbers. But yeah, so I got mine from Clear Skies. And it comes as a complete package. You just put your camera in, plug it in, and away you go. So yeah, and I'm using. Well, let me share my screen. I'll show you what it looks like out there at the moment. There you go. That's my view outside at the moment. This is taking an image every 10 seconds at the moment. So if you look on the left-hand side, you can just about see the edges of a couple of buildings.
Yeah.
And then so it's refreshing every 10.6 seconds. It's set there. So yeah, so that's my view at the moment. So I haven't used it in anger yet. So you know, hopefully when the Geminids are at their best, then I'll just set it up overnight and see what happens, if it's clear, of course. Given the conditions we've had lately, maybe not.
You said you could put your camera in my garden.
We've just got the same setup at the observatory, that's all. It's just
okay.
What was the best cam to go in it and what the best software to use, really. I noticed you were using SharpCap then.
Yeah, that's just using SharpCap at the moment. There are a couple of free bits of software that you can use, but is it All Sky or something? But it doesn't recognise my camera. Well, it recognises it, but when you try and run it, it crashes. So obviously my camera, because it's so old, it just doesn't work. So ideally, to be more sensitive, it should be a monochrome camera, which is going to be more sensitive, and of course a bigger chip so you can get more sky in. But now I've upgraded my planetary camera. That's the camera I've got available to do. I can afford to just leave in there to hopefully do some wide angle skies to capture some meteors and just have fun. That's what it's all about, this hobby. Get there and have fun and enjoy it.
Well, we're open to set it up as a live view via our website as well for the members to be able to check in on. So
that'd be good if you can keep in touch then, because I want to know how to do that so you can have it running live streaming to
all the time.
to one of my web pages, that would be great. But I've not really investigated that at the moment.
Into at the
Been
moment.
too busy.
I'll keep you posted once we work it all out.
Excellent. Good.
Yes.
Thanks, Gary. Any further questions from our audience? Okay, nothing at the moment. But one thing I wanted to just talk briefly about, Dave, is that you also publish quite a few books as well, how to process and the solar observing and so on. I think you got about 3 or 4 nice booklets out now.
Oh, look, Dave's waving one at the camera.
Has he? I've only got you on the screen at the moment. Yeah. So yeah, what have you got out? Because you keep bringing new ones out. I want to see Adobe Photoshop processing.
Well, I do have a Photoshop image processing book. That was, I think that was about 3 years ago. I think I bought that out, and then the Affinity Photo Astrophotography image processing book. That's the most recent one. And then I've got one on imaging the moon, so that goes into some of the techniques on DSLR and webcam imaging on the moon. And I've also got another one that's a quick basic introduction to Deep Sky Stacker. So that are 4 books I've got at the moment. I did have one on solar imaging, but since I wrote that original book, my work flow has changed completely. So it needs rewriting.
Things change, don't they?
Yeah.
What about processing software? You mentioned Registacks. There's Astro Stackers as well. For planetary and lunar, which one do you prefer, or do you use both?
It depends on what I'm doing, but mainly the stacking is auto stackert. Always use auto stackert because I found it gave better results than Registacks. But then I'll use Registacks to do the wavelet sharpening afterwards, and also to balance the color, because there's an RGB balance tool in there, because if you do Mars, it just comes out far too red. So if you press this RGB balance, it balances the colors up really, really nicely, and then use the wavelet sharpening to get the features to pop out. But there's also another one called, let me think what it's called now. Hold on, I'll just look at my shortcut down here.
I think with these questions, we put you on the spot, don't we?
Yeah, there's one called Astro Surface as well. And I've started to play with that one too, and that looks really, really good. So it gives you wavelet sharpening and all sorts of other filters and tools to process the images. And depending on your data, sometimes Registacks does a better job, and sometimes Astro Surface does a better job. So it depends on the data you've got, what results you get out of it. But that does show a lot of promise, Astro Surface. So yeah, Astro Surface. So give that a go as well.
Yeah. On your lunar images, do you use any filtering at all? Because I know we can use infrared filters to basically cut through the seeing, infrared passing, I think, if I ever remember right. Do you use anything at all like that?
Yeah, I do use the UVIR cut filter, because what happens is that's not focused at the same point as the rest of the wavelengths, and the camera is sensitive to those, so it will blur the image. So use UVIR cut filter to make sure they don't go through to the chip, and then that helps to sharpen up the image. The other thing is the atmospheric dispersion. That's one of the biggest problems, especially for Jupiter and Saturn. So what that does, that splits the spectrum up, so you get the different wavelengths focused at different points. So you'll have red at the top and blue at the bottom, I think it is. It's not anything to do with chromatic aberration of the telescope. It's just the atmosphere affecting the different wavelengths differently and refracting them to a different level. And that tends to blur your image, so you get an ADC, the atmospheric dispersion corrector, and that is absolutely fantastic, especially for Jupiter and Saturn at the moment, which are lower down in the sky, and so they're affected much more by this atmospheric dispersion than Mars is.
Yeah, so you can actually use that for visual use and where's your imaging.
Yeah, it's a bit more difficult to get it tuned properly if you're using it visually. because when I'm taking my images, because I use a ZWO camera, I use the ASI software to run the camera, and it's got a little button you press for ADC, and when you press that and you've got your planet, you get this a red and blue ring. Let's get my fingers right. You get this red and blue ring, and when you focus, when you're adjusting, they sort of wobble around, and when you get them sort of sitting on top of one another, let's get it right.
Yeah.
When you get those sitting on, it's tuned, and then you can switch that off and then carry on with your imaging, and then you've got as good as you're going to get it for those conditions.
Yeah.
But it's not so easy to do that if you're just using it visually. But you should, you should be able to adjust it, and then you should see it crispen up a little bit as you adjust those.
Yeah, I think the price of these are similar to a decent eyepiece, aren't they? Your average eyepiece, £100, £150, coupled with one of these dispersion filters, it will make a heck of a difference for your imaging. So I think it's a must to have in the box, I think, with your eyepieces. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if you're into planets and imaging, you really need one, especially for Jupiter and Saturn at the moment, which are going to be really low to the horizon for a good number of years yet.
Yeah, we're starting to lose them, unfortunately. I've just got a question here from Martin. He asks, has anyone seen Comet 2020 M3, or Comet Atlas as it's commonly known? He's tried and not had any luck.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of images out there. It is there. I've not seen it visually. I have managed to capture a couple of images of it, but only very quick ones in a quick gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely there, but I think it's possibly starting to fade now. But yeah, it's definitely there, and it's just north of Orion now, heading towards Taurus.
Yeah, because I believe this one passed through M42 through the Orion Nebula, or very close, which is quite a it's a nice little conjunction, isn't it, with the nebulosity there.
It's a little bit to the west of the Orion Nebula, and a little bit west of the belt as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave. If there's any further questions, raise your hands or shout out. Doesn't appear to be so. I'm going to thank Dave. What I'm going to suggest now, Pete, if we go over we have a break, maybe 10-15 minute break, come back at 8 p.m. People can go to the toilet or have a drink of tea or whichever they wish. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, so all our listeners and our guests in the Zoom room, if you'd like to have a little break, come back at 8 p.m. and we'll resume with our interview with Martin Goff. Okay, everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Dave. Much appreciated.
Cheers, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, so those in the Zoom room, you can carry on chatting if you wish. I think you might still be live on the air, so be careful with your language, as always. Or if you just want to have a quick 10-minute break, go make a cup of tea or something. Just catch up. It's a long day, isn't it? A long afternoon. I love the images that Dave was showing. It's just such a wide variety. It's like Mary, she covers such a wide spectrum of the materials that she uses, the subjects that she's recording, and Dave, he's not only Mercury but Venus and all those phases right through from. It's what we'd call a new Venus, isn't it? We have a new moon, but Dave is almost catching that new moon, new Venus, I should say, right through to the full Venus and back to that lovely crescent again. I've had to go visually. When it got very, very close to the sun, I was using a 14-inch Schmidt Cassegrain, and I could feel the heat. It was getting dangerous. And that was a couple of days before. Oh, it was a couple of days before the transit of Venus in 2004. But yeah, you got to be careful. Very dangerous.
These little guidebooks he does, they're remarkably good. For, I mean, is it 70 pages? 70 odd pages. There's a heck of a lot in there. How he crams it in.
They're also excellent quality as well. The price is good. It's A5, so it's nice and compact, but the quality is beautiful as well.
Yeah, UV varnished cover, so it'll last for a while. Quite nice. I've got the one on using Affinity Photo.
Yeah, I've not used that software at all, so I'm not au fait with that one.
That's my plan, was to save £10 a month or whatever it is for Photoshop, and you know, slide over there.
Yeah,
but I use Pict and Sight all the time now anyway, but it'd be nice to have something else just to finalize, tweak things off.
Yeah, I think Dave's hit it on the head there. What we tend to find is that there's quite a few pieces of software. Some of you may have to purchase, some of it's cheap, some of it's expensive, but there's quite a lot of software that you utilize, and you might use little bits from each piece of software. Yeah. And in particular, Astro Stacker it's actually an amazing piece of software for stacking your lunar and planetary images, not so much for your stellar or your galaxies. But it's excellent for doing the lunar planetary. So that is great, and it has the edge, I believe, on Registacks. But Registacks has these wavelets where you can sharpen up your image, and then you utilize something like Photoshop or GIMP. There's other bits of processing software. So there's quite a bit out there that you can utilize A from that and B from that and C from that, and it's all the little bits, isn't it, that you use to get your image. It's knowing the routes to use on each one, which is the best pieces. And the likes of Dave and his books give you that direction. It points you in the right direction and gives you the guidance that you want, I think, to get you underway. Obviously, it takes time as well and patience.
I'd just like to say everybody seems to go for Photoshop, but GIMP is pretty much the same software and it's free.
Yeah.
It's still, it has a lot of the same scripts in there that can be used. So I highly recommend GIMP for anybody out there who's not willing to fork out the £100 that Photoshop and Adobe want for it.
Yeah, I mean, with the schools, going into all the schools and colleges, and with the forks, we have to recommend GIMP because it is free. Because the schools and colleges won't go out and buy a Photoshop license or whatever. So we've got to teach them how to use the Forks telescopes with something that is free. So GIMP is the go-to option we've always used.
Yeah, it's a good platform. There is quite a few other, like I say, lots of different types of imaging soft platforms out there now, though. Most of the companies have their own. Altair will have their own capture software and ZWO. But I think things like APT and SharpCap seem to be leading the way at the moment. I use APT myself, like astrophotography tool, which is absolutely amazing software. A lot of great features.
What about you, Mary? Did you use any particular software for your imaging?
I prefer AutoStacker because Registacks and I have had a long history of not getting along. But like Dave, I use it for sharpening. In terms of processing, I hate Photoshop, but I also love it. So I have CS2 because I'm too stingy to pay for a subscription. I've recently bought Affinity and Dave's book on how to use Affinity, so I'll hopefully be learning that quite soon. Otherwise, I use Lightroom a lot, Lightroom and Faststone Image Viewer, because Faststone is free and it's quite intuitive. And you can do levels and curves with it and stuff like that. So I really like Faststone. Obviously, it's not as sophisticated as things like Photoshop and GIMP and Affinity. But yeah, I hate learning new software, but once I've done it, I'm always really glad. So it's one of those.
It is a learning curve with all of these, I think, and it's having the time available to sit down and learn the process and then find a routine that works and stick with it. Just reading the notes there. Rachel's just saying there she uses Astro Pixel processor for stacking, and the channel extraction, and Photoshop for post-processing. So there's a routine using 2 pieces of software as well. Yeah.
Dave Eagle, I just wanted to say, if you want some advice on streaming and doing interesting things with All Sky stuff, message my husband, because he's got a web page that streams our All Sky camera and our two Raspberry Pi Meteor cameras. And the other thing that he does with all 3 of those is has time-lapse videos that automatically create themselves at the end of a night and then upload to YouTube. And so he doesn't touch it. It just does all of that automatically with some magic Python code. And once he's worked out these routines, he just gives them to people to just run. So he might be able to advise on something that will work with the ASI.
Great. Brilliant. That sounds great. Yeah.
He's the clever one of the two of us. I just do the pretty stuff.
Yeah, but can he paint like you?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've switched virtually all my image processing now over to Affinity Photo. So, you know, that shows how good it is. And for a one-off subscription, I don't think you can fault it, really.
Yeah.
Especially if, like Mary, you're into microscopy as well. The focus stacking is just incredible. It's just an incredible bit of software. It's just
it's magic, isn't it?
It's absolutely
incredible.
Magic.
What about Siri? Martin's saying Siri is free. It's an all-in-one package for deep sky objects, planets. Works on all platforms. There's quite a few options.
While we're here, I'll just can I just say something about the Webb Space Telescope?
Oh yes, please. Yeah.
Because a number of societies around the country have been given some kit.
One of them is, have you used the thermal camera?
No, I've got it here. This is an infrared camera, so it detects infrared. So we've been given that. We've been given a few other bits like a heat pad and all sorts of things to go with it to demonstrate Webb Space Telescope technology with the infrared camera. And we're going to make that available to locals, or I'm certainly going to make it available to other local societies close to me that are within a reasonable distance to be able to get the kit to them if they're in for an outreach event.
What areas are you looking at there, Dave?
Well, I'm in Northamptonshire, so anywhere sort of fairly close to me. I'm already in contact with a few, but you know, if anyone's willing to meet me halfway to swap the kit over, that's fine. I've also got these hexagonal shapes as well, and what they've got, in the pack, they've got the same number as are on the Webb Space Telescope. So you give one to each kid. You've got a little handle on the back, so they've got to hold them in position. Obviously, we can't do that at the moment, but when we do come to that, that's going to be great fun for them to build the Webb Space Telescope. And when it's actually built, it's the same size as one of the segments on the Webb Space Telescope.
Wow.
That's really interesting. So, you know, if anybody, any local societies, you know,
definitely
want to borrow that, we've just had our last training session Thursday evening. So once I've done that, I'm going to get all the kit together, have some instructions put together, and then perhaps hold a Zoom session at some point so we can, you know, get it out to lots of other people so that they can use it as well, because there's not much point in having it if it just sits in someone's house and never gets used.
Of course, if we'd been based in Warrington doing our actual Northwest Astro Fest, we could have had this demonstration, couldn't we? Yeah. That was part of the plan.
Yeah, and just give you a demonstration. Let me share that one.
Oh,
this is me earlier, and then look who's got a very cold nose.
He's got nice hot eyes though. And how come that ear is quite hot compared to the other one?
The ears are quite hot. Well, there's no fur covering the ears, but
just let him know.
So I think we're going to have lots of fun with that. It's good fun.
Yeah, it does open up a lot of opportunities. If you think of, if you turn an electric fire on, you got 1 bar or 2 bar electric fire.
Yeah.
It starts off cold, you can't see it, but the thermal camera's going to pick it up.
Yeah.
As it gets hotter and hotter, it's going to go further into the white.
Lots of possibilities of creating videos and all sorts of things with it, and it's going to be really good fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. And put some online, and then when you go to schools or scouts or wherever, it's a bit more difficult with scouts because they have to learn certain things. But I think they have to learn about a mission, don't they? A space mission or something. So you just learn about the Webb.
Yeah, I'll say the Webb telescope's a lot available. The information's out there, and hopefully it's going to succeed the Hubble, isn't it? I think is that the plan? Although it would be different wavelength.
It's a different wavelength, so it's more infrared than visual. But it should still be good.
But again, with infrared, you can look through the galaxies and look towards the sensors.
That's one of the because I haven't got everything here yet, but you can, like with this heat pad, you can warm up a ball bearings or something, and then put them under a bin bag, and then you hold the and you can actually see them through the bin bag because infrared comes through a bin bag. They're specifically designed apparently so infrared goes through them, so that when things are decaying, the heat doesn't build up too much. There's something of interest, yeah.
Of course, the common use for them is basically to image your house, the roof of your house, and to see if any heat is escaping, or do you need insulation in your loft?
Especially if you've got something in the loft that shouldn't be there.
Well,
that's how they find those out, don't they?
I wouldn't know anything about that. That's dodgy people in Liverpool.
That's you do, David.
Not where I live. In fact, it does go on, doesn't it? Yeah, I think they actually use thermal cameras in the helicopters as they fly over.
Yeah.
So you can see where they got the big hot lamps on.
But
apparently some flowers like them.
The one thing I learned is, why has no animal ever developed infrared vision?
Yes.
You know why?
Go on.
Because remember the picture of the cat? How saturated with infrared would that camera be?
Yeah, I suppose.
They completely saturate it with their own infrared, so they can't use infrared.
Yeah, I think people always assume, some people, I won't say every person, but people assume that bats cannot see. They have no eyesight, or they're visually impaired, but they do have eyesight. But it's certainly not down into the infrared. They have poor eyesight, but they
use
very acute hearing.
echolocation, of course, don't they?
Of course, yeah.
To navigate.
I do like my bats.
And of course, snakes can detect infrared. Though they can't see with it. Some people think they do, but they can't. They can't see with it, but they can detect infrared. And if it's warmer on one side than it is on the other, they know the direction in which they have to go to get the animal.
Nature is fascinating, isn't it, really? When you think of all the different wavelengths. I often think if we could look into the night sky and see the sky just for a day or just for one night, it'd probably be a cloudy night knowing our luck, but if you get a clear night and you could just look in a different wavelength and you could see the Orion, the Barnard loop around Orion. If we could see H alpha, for instance.
Well, as
all those things.
As part of the web drive, I've got lots of full dome video.
Yeah.
That experience, so it actually goes into different wavelengths, the whole sky in those different wavelengths as you go up and down the spectrum.
If you look at my remote controller for the TV, you can see infrared.
Yes,
that's a different.
The camera detects it. I can't, but the camera does.
Yeah, it's a different. I think that's near infrared.
It could be.
Whereas the camera doesn't pick that part of it up. So the camera that I've got won't pick that infrared up from a remote control, but your mobile phone will.
That's right. Mobile phone picks it up, doesn't it? As it flashes.
Mobile phone picks it up because it's sensitive to that.
But this is my laptop.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to go back over to Peter now for our continuation with Martin Goff. Over to you, Pete.
Okay. Earlier on in the week, I managed to catch up with Martin Goff as he was working today. So I caught up with him and we did a little chat. So this is going to be the little chat we had together earlier in the week. I had to wait a while because he had that wonderful thing, Windows 10 on his computer. And just as we went to do the interview, it decided, I'm going to update now. So an hour later, we were still at it. But here we go. Martin Goff from MSG Meteorites here on the Northwest Astro Fest. He's here online. We're having to do this online, obviously, because of COVID situations. Not ideal, is it, Martin, really?
It's not ideal, no. But we obviously want to support Northwest Astro Fest.
Yeah.
We're all missing our meetings and meeting up, and we've got to do what we can. So it is what it is. But yeah, hi to everyone who I would normally be speaking to face to face.
So MSG Meteorites, obviously there's a lot of people going to be tuned in today and logged in and watching that already know you and come to the shows and have a chat with you and hopefully buy loads of stuff off you. But also there's going to be a lot of people who've not seen you before. So can you explain a little bit about MSG Meteorites, what you do and how you actually got into doing this?
I can, yeah. Okay, well, we'll start off with MSG Meteorites. That's me. MSG stands for Martin Samuel Goff. Very boring name. I just had to give it a name, so that's the name of my business. I got into meteorites as a hobby. I've been collecting meteorites for about sort of 15 years now, and the hobby sort of slowly developed into selling and a business. I got into it initially through collecting fossils. I was always interested in dinosaurs as a kid, and used to collect the odd sort of fossil shark's tooth and bit of dinosaur bone. And then one of the places that I bought fossils from happened to have a small Campo meteorite, which is an iron meteorite. I've got an example here. It was my first piece was a little bit smaller, but this was my first meteorite that I bought. And from then, it's not that I forgot about dinosaurs and fossils, but meteorites took over.
Yeah, it's obvious you know, with the phone going there, you're very busy.
It is, like I said, it is what it is. Sadly, yeah, we were squeezing it into our schedule. I'm just about to go off to work in a bit, but yeah, so just forget that. I've let it go.
That's all right. I'm sitting here, open mind in the studio. Don't go off.
I have put my mobile to silent now.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, then the meteorite sort of took over from the fossils, and that was my very first meteorite. And then from then, and it's like I said to all of my customers, I say it's a bit of a slippery slope. When you start, you tend to it's like telescopes for the Astro folk. You know, you start off with one with all the best intentions, and then suddenly you end up with an observatory in the garden with you know, a mount and 10 scopes and eyepieces and, you know, etc. And it's the same with meteorites. You don't need to spend a lot of money, and it's not all about size. You don't need to have the biggest or the best, like I said, and that's the same with any hobby. But you can do it at any level. You can start off with maybe one meteorite of each type. You know, the meteorites are split into stone meteorites and iron meteorites, and then there's various sort of subcategories from there. But you could start off a collection with a small piece of each one. And I say iron, I mean, this is more like the first sort of piece of Campo that I bought. You got something that size. You can move up to something that size, and then equally you can something, that's the same meteorite. So they're all different pieces and different sizes, obviously different prices, and people can sort of buy accordingly. So you don't necessarily need to spend a fortune to be able to enjoy meteorites.
No. So when you're at, I mean, I've seen you at so many shows. I think every show I go to, you're there. So
like a bad smell, Pete. Like a bad smell.
Well, we both are. We're both lurking around, and of course, our other brother's not with us today. But
he's not. No, there are a few photos of the three of us together. I think that but we struggle to see who's where.
Well, I think you're growing the Amish beard as kind of.
It's well, it started off as a Corona beard, and I'm not sure about keeping it, but I thought coming up to Christmas we could all do with a little bit of extra money. So I think, well, I can maybe do the odd Santa act and put in a little bit of.
You could appear as Santa now. So when you're at these shows, what sort of questions do you get asked?
So probably the most common question is how do we know that these are meteorites? Because if we look at a common stone meteorite, this is a stone chondrite found in Northwest Africa, in the deserts of Northwest Africa. It's a weathered chondrite, and it looks pretty much like any other stone you'd find on the ground. So people always say, well, how do you know that that's a meteorite and it's not a piece of gravel that you'd find on your driveway? So the answer to that is that there are various tests that can be done to determine whether something is a meteorite or not. And also, I have to say, it does come with experience, which is one of the reasons why I sort of started out the business, because it does take a little bit of experience in handling different samples to be able to sort of tell whether something is a meteorite and possibly what type it is. Obviously, sometimes to tell what type, or more often than not to tell what type it is, you need to do exact tests, but to determine at least whether it's a terrestrial rock or a meteorite. And that's really when people go on eBay and look to buy online. The term sort of buyer beware is there, because you do have to be careful that what you're actually buying is a meteorite. So there are tests, but like I said, with experience, you can sort of look at something and determine that it is a meteorite. A lot of what happens as a dealer and selling is you need to know your sources. And everything I sell comes with a card. So everything comes with an explanatory ID card, and each piece will come with a little card saying what it is, and it will list the weight and type. And that stays with that specimen, so that's the provenance of it. So that becomes all important then. So if you ever do pass that piece on or sell it, that card stays with it. And it's a little bit like a sort of a passport, but it's got the information about it. And it just shows that it's been, you know, evaluated and sold and authenticated, and it is what it is. Some of the things that determine a stone meteorite is that as meteorites come through the atmosphere, before they hit our atmosphere, they're traveling at huge speed, something, you know, like 150,000 to 400,000 miles an hour. So, you know, huge speeds, cosmic velocities. And obviously as that rock, that piece of asteroid, that chip of the moon comes and hits our atmosphere, it's like a bullet into water. And that atmosphere, our atmosphere, protects us. So that has a drastic slowdown. And what happens is that it actually gets hot enough, the pressure builds up in front of it, and it gets hot enough to melt the outer surface of that meteorite. So as it comes through, the outer surface melts and it gets sort of sloughed away. So it loses mass. That process is called ablation. So as the rock comes through, it can start off, for example, say football sized. And as it comes through the atmosphere, it will get smaller and smaller. And it may well ablate away to nothing. It may not survive atmospheric entry. It may end up this size, or it may end up even smaller. But what that process does when it finally lands on Earth is it leaves like a molten skin, a rind on the outside, and that's called a fusion crust. So what you tend to find is that is a dark black to sort of a brown color. Mostly, it can be other colors, but it's generally darker than the actual rock itself. So that would be one test to see if it's got what looks like this molten skin on the outside. Another test is that that process of ablation, dependent on the material that the meteorite is made from. This is a big one. This is a stone meteorite, but you can see these what are called regmaglyphs, and they're called thumbprints, which looks like they're sort of, you've pushed your thumb into wet clay. And what happens as that comes through and the outer surface melts, it's very turbulent, and the different parts of the meteorite that are made of different materials, some may melt away more than others. So you get these sort of scoops. Doesn't always happen, but that would be an indication that if you have that pattern on the outside of a meteorite, that is a meteorite that's come through the atmosphere. Common one, Campo del Cielo, got pieces of all different sizes and prices, which is just a beautiful iron meteorite, easy to handle. It's probably what most people think meteorites look like, alien looking, silver, molten, good in the hand, really good for outreach. So again, all sizes and prices. Stone meteorites the same, anything from sort of golf ball size to that, through to smaller and obviously much larger pieces. We've also got things like palisite, so stone meteorites, iron meteorites, and in the middle you have stony irons. So this is a particularly large slice. This is a large palisite, and this has translucent olivine crystals inside it. This is obviously quite a big sort of museum piece, but then I've also got much smaller pieces that are equally as beautiful. We've also got tektites. Now, tektites aren't meteorites, but they're formed by a meteorite impact. So it's when a meteorite hits the Earth and the terrestrial material gets melted, thrown up out of the atmosphere, and falls back down to Earth in a partly molten state. So tektites are beautiful, inexpensive, and like I say, everything comes with an information card, but I've got tektites, again, all sorts of sizes and prices. And then I've also got general space things, just things, gifts. I've got mugs, space-themed mugs. I've got astronaut teddies, puzzles, different puzzles, little things like badges, pens. I've even got, I was going to say dishcloths, not dishcloths. What's the word?
Tea towels?
Tea towels, that's the word. Meteorite books. I've got jewelry with meteorites on, at all sorts of different price points. So something for everyone. And all I'd say is, yeah, just go to my website, www.msg-meteorites.co.uk.
Well, there we go. Nice video there from Martin Goff. A lot of you will know Martin Goff and have met him many times at many festivals. And he's always there selling his meteorites and explaining his meteorites and making people jealous when we have to hold his meteorites, because some of the big ones are very, very expensive. So, Dave, what have we got coming up next?
Yeah, question and answers. I just want to ask quickly, what was that piece of music at the end? Absolutely beautiful, very relaxing and very calming. And yeah,
we'll have to ask Martin.
Find out for me. I'd like to. We'll have that on the Astro Radio, perhaps, for
yeah.
one of my requests. Yes, so we're going to go straight into Q&A, and if anyone's got any questions about meteorites, perhaps we can answer them. We have quite a group in our room here, so we've got some experts, we've got some beginners, we've got some new middle road, and quite a broad spectrum, I think, of knowledge. So let's see if we can answer these questions for our listeners out there. So Keith, can you hear me okay? And have you got the questions ready? You have to unmute your mic, Keith, if you can.
Yes, I certainly need to unmute.
There you go. That's how we get used.
I got quite a few questions from all sources. I must admit, my experience of doing outreach events, I always look forward with some trepidation to the questions, because there can be some really challenging ones. But I've picked a few really good ones. The first one, this is from Adrian, who's 8, and he asks, why do we have leap years?
Oh, interesting one, yes.
Now, I thought that was a good question. He's obviously realised that it's something to do with astronomy, but why do we have leap years?
Yeah, I've got to say, in my family, we have 2 birthdays. Well, my father was a leap year, and my niece is also leap year baby as well. And so that's two families and different generations of my family. So yeah, leap year. Every 4 years is a leap year. So what is it? The calendar out of sync. Anybody want to take that one up?
I'll give it a little go.
Come on, Gary. Be brave.
Right, so basically, obviously, the time it takes the Earth to go around the sun, one solar year, is not quite 365 days. When it was first thought about it, we thought it was about 365 and a quarter. Now, a little bit of history on it. I think we're going back to 45 BC, when the decretor Julius Caesar actually decided to come up with the Julian calendar and introduced 365.25 days to the calendar, basically. So we worked out that we had an extra day every 4 years. So hence we became a leap year. We put an extra day into the calendar. It wasn't until they realized, I think it was about around 15 something BC. By that time, they actually added an extra 10 days to the calendar. So I think it was Pope Gregory VIII who came up with the Gregorian calendar, and actually coined the phrase a leap year, and decided that it would be on the 29th of February. I don't know if that gives you a little bit of background on it, or...
Yeah.
Can I come in there? Maurice Rushby here. There's a bit more to it than that. It's not 365.25. It's different from that. And so, you know, the trick question is, when is a leap year not a leap year? And it's when it's a century year.
Yes.
And so when you get to the end of a century, which is divisible by 4, it should be a leap year, but it isn't. You don't add the extra day. That adds that extra little bit of correction, and then every 400 years you make another correction. So it's not a simple thing to overcome. It's a peculiar fraction, and you have to keep making these little adjustments. You know, the year 2000, for example,
was a millennium year, and that wasn't a leap year, even though it was divisible by 4. Whereas 2020 this year is divisible by 4, and it is a leap year. So when we all get to 2100, then it won't be a leap year again. I don't think we need to worry about that.
There's an interesting thing about the calendar where the Greek and I think Russian Orthodox Church disregard the 14 days difference. Is it 14?
I don't know.
But their Christmas Day is on the 6th of January, I think.
They also add the odd second here and there at the end of the year, don't they? Just to make sure the clocks stay true.
Yes, I've heard that before.
And the reason they do this is because what you would end up is December would eventually become summer. So it just keeps all the seasons and the months in sync. So they're always the same.
Would that not be a better time to have Christmas instead of being freezing cold?
Well, they do down south, don't they?
Where the world is upside down.
It's interesting in societies that use the lunar calendar that their equivalent of Christmas moves through the year progressively. So Ramadan moves through the year, and you end up with different holidays at different times of the year.
I remember vaguely a talk that Professor Don Kurtz did to our group at PADAS about time, and I don't remember the details, unfortunately. But he said one of the British kings had reset the calendar because they realised that it was getting wildly out of sync, and the seasons were in danger of shifting. So he reset it in 17th century or 18th century, I can't remember the details, but there were actually riots in the street because people thought they were losing 10 days. Because he said, right, well, it's March the 1st tomorrow, but actually we'll reset the calendar, we'll leave it for 10 days, and then it'll be March the 1st. And people just freaked out. They were I think the bankers were most upset because of the tax year as well. Time.
Yeah, I'm getting quite a few comments coming into the chat room here. I'll just go back to the end of Martin's chat with us. That piece of music was from the Da Vinci Code. It's the theme music from the Da Vinci Code, Hans Zimmer. Tracy's been watching us on YouTube. She's mentioned that to us, and a couple of others. Who else we got? Mike. Yeah. How do I pronounce this? Chevalier de Sangreal. I'm going to try and get away with the pronunciation there, but there we go. Brian has mentioned leap years. Leap years happen because a planet's orbit around the sun, its year, and rotation on its axis, its day, are not perfectly in line. This is true of almost every other planet in our solar system. Mars, for example, has more leap years than regular years. A year on Mars is 668 sols, or Martian days. So there's a couple of things there to think about. That loss of days, what happens if it was your birthday, the day where they say, let's change the calendar? Do you miss out on your birthday? Are you a year younger, or a week younger, or whichever it be, or a week older?
What do you
would you be over 100 when you get your pension?
If you're living on Mercury and the sun rises in the morning, and a short while afterwards it sets again in the same, it goes back down again, and then it rises for a second time, and it goes across the sky for the Mercury day, and then it sets, and then it rises a little bit again, and then sets again. And the reason for that is that Mercury's day is longer than its year. There's a thought.
That would make it difficult, wouldn't it? Okay. Brian says every 4 years we have an extra day added at the end of February, and this is all because of our orbit around the sun and the Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian calendar replaced the Julian calendar around 1582 because it had become out of sync with the equinox and solstice. So, yeah, I think, oh yeah, it just continues there, sorry. Adding an extra day realigns the calendar with the Earth's movements around the sun. It takes 365.24219 days for Earth to orbit the sun. The extra 5 hours, 48 minutes and 46 seconds needs to be accounted for, and that's why we get the extra day. Timeanddate.com clarifies the criteria for a leap year. It goes in quite a bit of detail, so obviously we've covered quite a bit of ground on there.
Do we have any Gregs or Ian in the in tonight?
Say again?
Do we have any Gregs or Ian in tonight? Gregs or Ian?
Any Gregorians? Who knows?
It's quite interesting that when the calendar was changed, the people were not exactly pleased about it because they felt that 14 days were being removed from their life.
Yeah, yeah.
Which of course doesn't happen, but they thought it might.
I suppose it does cause a problem for some people, yeah. But you get a day off work is another matter.
One of the objections was that they had to pay rent for those 14 days when they hadn't had them.
Right. Well, that would be upsetting.
The bankers got upset, yeah, yeah.
Okay, should we move to another question, Keith?
Okay, yeah, I've got another one. Similar vein. This is from somebody called Lynn in Lyme Regis. Why can't I see colour when looking at galaxies and nebula?
Yes.
That's because
I'm just going to throw in rods and cones.
Yeah, I was going to say that's because the rods.
So someone carry on, take that up.
I did mention that.
The rods only see.
I heard Dave mention it earlier on.
Yeah, I did mention that in my talk.
There is an answer to that. It's that your eye has limited sensitivity in the color region. That if you look at the moon, for example, when you start to look at it, it is shades of grey. But if you look at it for long enough, there are signals that start to transmit from the rods into the cones, from the black and white part into the color part. And eventually you start, it takes about 20 or 30 minutes of continuously looking at the moon, but then you start to see the colors in the moon. And the moon is a very colorful place. There's some very interesting paintings that people have done of the moon with its colorations. And I think that's why when you look at the night sky, you see objects generally in black and white, because your eye sensitivity in the color region just isn't sensitive enough to see the colors immediately. But on a near object, relatively near object like the moon, you can eventually stimulate your sight to do that.
Yeah, you've got rods and cones. So the cones are the ones that are responsible for the color information, and most of those are in the center of your eye where you do most of your detailed looking.
Mm-hmm.
But they are less sensitive to light than the rods, and there's more rods located around the edges of your eye. That's why you see things out the corner of your eye really, really easily, because they're really sensitive. And when you're looking through a telescope, if you use averted vision, you look through the eyepiece, but don't look at the object directly, look to one side, and what you're doing, you're then putting that light on the rods rather than the cones, and because they're more sensitive, you're more likely to see the faint object in the field of view, because you're using a more sensitive part of your retina.
Yeah.
Not sure how many turtles look through telescopes or wander about in daylight, but apparently they have 5 cone colors where we only have 3.
Yeah, the trouble is those cones are really not very sensitive. So when you're looking through the telescope, you don't see the colors. But if you've got enough light there, like I did when I was up a mountain with a 22-inch telescope collecting lots of light, I could actually see the pink color in the Orion Nebula, because there was so much light there, it was strong enough to actually trigger the color response in the cones in the eye.
Yeah, I've got to say, when I've looked at the Orion Nebula, that's the one that tends to show colour and nebulosity
They usually look greenish.
Yeah, that's right. I always say it's like
in a
bottle
small
green.
scope, it looks greenish.
Yeah, but that wavelength of light.
Our eyes are more sensitive
Yeah.
to green end of the spectrum.
That's where the spectrum's strongest on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So our eyes have adapted to be more sensitive to green.
I've been lucky to have a view through 30-inch telescopes and 40-inch telescopes. A lot bigger aperture, a lot of light coming in, and that does allow that light level to increase so that your eye can detect some color. So with the Ring Nebula and the Dumbbell Nebula, I've seen hints of red as well as the green, just a hint of blue maybe. But
blue with that.
But most nebulosities or galaxies, they do look, well, what can we say, grey blobs, grey fuzzies as we call them. But you've got to remember what those grey fuzzies are doing.
But
the light is traveling.
You can see planetary color, of course, because the light level is much higher.
That's right, yes. Yeah.
I mean, you can see Mars now out there. We've got a clear sky, and it's clearly reddish.
Yeah, you're quite right, yeah. Okay, should we have another question?
Right, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask a question of my own. But this has been
controversial.
It's been bugging me for a long time, this. I really don't understand it, and I'd be really pleased if somebody can explain it to me. And it's quite a simple question. Why isn't Mercury tidally locked?
That's a damn good question.
Well, why? It annoys me. I mean, it should be, surely. The sun's so big and Mercury's so small and they're so close together. Why is it not tidally locked?
I think that's probably the problem, because it is so small. There isn't enough of it for the sun's gravitation to actually pull a bulge out for it to become tidally locked, because it's far too small. I think that's only a guess, but
look, I don't know the answer to this, but going back to what I just made that off-the-cuff comment about the peculiar situation in Mercury where the sun rises and then after an hour or so it sets again and then it rises again and passes across the sky, because Mercury's day is longer than its year. So it may be that if we always think of things relative to ourselves, we think of the Earth rotating once a day, but yet taking between 64 and 65 days to go around the sun. Whereas Mercury's rotation is in the same order, very close to its rotation around the sun. Now we get the tidal effect because the Earth rotates fairly rapidly compared to its rotation around the sun. Mercury doesn't. Mercury is going round. It's almost like it's not that far away. You know, we look at the moon and we say that the moon, we never see the dark side of the moon because the moon doesn't rotate relative to us. And Mercury is a similar situation to that. So if there were tides, if there were lakes, if there were seas on the moon, then because of the moon's lack of ability to rotate around its axis, then we wouldn't exert a tidal force on the moon. The oceans would stay in the same place, basically. I think that's probably, I don't know that's the answer, but that's what sort of comes to my mind immediately.
I think it's in a 3-2 resonance, which apparently is one form of tidal locking. So the fact that it's in that resonance, and there's another suggestion that over time it may well become locked the way the moon is, just hasn't had long enough.
When you say 3-2, do you mean that Mercury rotates, let's say, 3 times around the sun to 2 times around itself? Is that what you mean?
I've just been looking up, and Mercury's solar days 176 days. I think the 3-2 is as we see it.
Right.
But its orbit is actually 88 days. So it looks as though it's a 2-to-1 solar to sidereal orbit.
Right.
So in a sense, it is locked, and probably it would need to go out of phase for it to get into a 1-to-1 lock, which might be why it's stuck at a 2-to-1 resonance.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. It's its axis rotation is not massively different to its. It's perhaps 2 to 1, but it's not like the Earth, the 364 to 1. You know?
It rotates on its axis 3 times for every 2 revolutions around the sun, according to Yearbook of Google.
Thank goodness for Google. I was just going to add, Brian did add that Mercury is not tidally locked like the moon is because it's in a 3 to 2 resonance with the sun, which means it rotates 3 times for every 2 orbits it makes. So it isn't considered a tidal lock because it means they'd be in a 1 to 1. Okay. We've got a question coming from Sydney. Charles from Sydney, and asks, why are there 2 tides when the moon is causing the tide, and it's only on one side of the Earth at any one time?
Good question.
So it's a good question, and we can get it. I think we can understand why.
Yeah.
Can we explain why?
Oof, yeah.
It's the hard part. With diagrams we can do, but verbally, let's have a go. So as
Can I try?
Go for it.
What happens is the moon pulls the water on our side, the sun pulls the water on its side. What are we talking about? Sun or moon? I've forgotten.
The moon.
The moon pulls the water on its side by gravitational force, and that narrows it down on the right angle, north and south or whatever it is, sides. And that then forces it to spread out on the other side. So it's pulled out on the side nearest to the moon. That forces it to be narrower on the sides at right angles to the moon. And that then forces it to bulge out on the other side behind the Earth. Does that make any sense?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, good.
But obviously we can picture that, can't we? But if someone who doesn't understand,
it narrows on the right angle side.
Yeah, the bulge is getting pulled around, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm using my hands here to explain this. It doesn't work like that.
I think one of the things that's going on is that you've got the attraction of the water to the moon, but there's also an offset that the Earth circles around the moon slightly, and that causes a centrifugal force, which is equal and opposite. So the bulge on the other side of the Earth to the moon is caused by centrifugal force, whereas the bulge on the moon side of the Earth is the attraction of the Earth. I think that's the answer.
Here's a question. Is the higher tide on the opposite side to the moon the same height as the tide on the moon side of the Earth?
Yes. Yes.
So they're both equal. Right, I didn't know that.
I would say so.
What the way the tides vary is the influence of the sun, which causes the neap and spring tides.
Oh, yeah, when you've got the moon and
the sun are on the same side.
Yeah.
But the centrifugal force is always equal and opposite to the attraction of the moon.
And there's local variation in terrain as well, which cause lots of complications.
Then it gets really complicated.
Okay, we're going to move on now to our next segment. We've got a slight change to the program. Initially, we had Paul Money was going to do our talk for us. Unfortunately, Paul's had to pull out, and we've had to just change things slightly. Paul's wife, Lorraine, is taken ill, and consequently, Paul's priorities have got to be at home. And we do appreciate Paul, standing in and supporting us as always. So Peter Williamson is going to be taking that slot, and he'll be discussing his new lecture. Actually, I think he's going to do Herschel to Hawkwind. So for those who have not seen that, it's quite an interesting and astronomical and musical video. So we'll be using that as our fill-in there. Again, Paul and Lorraine, we wish you well, and hopefully we'll catch you very soon, and we'll meet up at some point. Thank you very much for that. Okay, Peter, if you're there, if you'd like to take on to our next segment.
Well, what we'll do now is, because what I was going to do, if Paul was doing the talk, I was going to run a couple of videos related to space and music. But because they're involved in the talk, I won't do that now. So if everybody wants to take just a 5-minute break to go and make a cup of tea and do all the other stuff, I'll load up, because I've got to turn the studio now in from being... I've got to change things. It's a simple word. So if you can give me 5 minutes and then I'll come back. Now, just explain what Herschel Talking's about. The reason, one of the big things I do is trying to promote astronomy and music together, as you know, with Astro Radio and Solar Sphere. And I was a musician for 48 years and then a professional astronomer. So I've combined the two. And then because I started Solar Sphere and Astro Radio, I thought what I'll do, I'll do a talk that it's a bit of fun. It's a bit of sit back and relax, enjoy yourself. And every time I've done this talk, people say it takes them down memory lane a little bit as well. And they learn a little bit as well at the same time. It's how space and music have influenced each other in very, very different ways across the years. So if you come back in 5 minutes, we'll do that one if you like.
Okay, thanks, Pete. So yes, it'd be an interesting talk if you like your music. I've got to say, I've seen it twice before, probably 3 times, and every time I listen to it, I have a smile on my face. I'll try not to let you down. I'll have a big smile on my face as he plays some music, and there's music there that reminds me of my childhood, my teens, and of course, later years into rock music and whatever. So it's quite a little journey that Pete has put together.
Good stuff.
Dave, did we find out if Tracy's online?
She is, yeah. I'm not too sure whether Tracy can hear us at the moment. But,
that's a shame.
yeah, Tracy's image, the Veil Nebula, is image of the...
Yeah, astronomy.
Astronomy now, and what is it? The image of the month, is it?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's really good.
Yeah, I'm not subscribed to Astronomy Now, unfortunately, so I haven't seen it. But hopefully, someone will put a screenshot up and put that on Facebook for us, or other social media means that are available. Blah blah blah.
Well done, Dave. Well done.
That's what we always say.
It won't be me then.
Yeah. My head's back and forth because I've got my mobile phones going. I've got messages coming on Facebook. Thanks to Kath for putting screenshots out there on Facebook for us as well, just to let people know. Excuse me, where we're up to. Yeah, we're doing good. Comment there. We're doing well on time. We're doing our best to keep to the schedule. Sometimes we go a little bit under, a little bit over, but we're doing okay.
What time are we on till, Dave? What time's it running till?
What time do you go to bed? What time have you got to be up?
We're not allowed to tell you that.
Oh dear. Oh. I think we may be live on YouTube at the moment, so I'll be careful there.
We are live on YouTube.
If we tell you,
we get enthusiastic, as you know.
What did you say, Pete?
I said, if we tell you, we've got to kill you.
Oh,
we can't do that.
You've tried that, Pete, already, but you've never.
No, it never works. You just tempt me with gin.
It's the gin.
What time do we go on to, Kath?
Yeah.
Well, basically, we go right through to midnight. That's it in a nutshell. And Peter's got the radio continuing after that for any listeners. Okay. But we got another question and answers panel at 10:30. Martin Goff will be repeated for those who didn't see it earlier on. Of course, we go into Reach Out and Touch Space, which is our usual Saturday evening. That's around the 23:15 mark. And that will go into the big quiz, the big fun quiz that Preston Astronomical Society have put together. And there's some good questions. I've read the questions. I did actually do it, and I think I'd say I got 90% correct. So I won't win it if I was to sit and do it.
Is Andy coming in? Because we might as well if he is.
I guess Andy will pop in, especially for that quiz. But there's no prize. It's just about fun. There's no prize. So it doesn't matter. Andy can win if he wishes.
I'll go to bed then to let him win. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, well, you could sit up in bed and just listen in the background, couldn't you?
I could.
I'll tell you what. I'll donate a prize.
What are you trying to get rid of now, Pete? Come on, not another Anubis record.
No, I got 2021
book, Nigel Hembest's book.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll donate that as a prize, shall we?
Sounds good.
Why not?
Yeah. So
Well,
yeah, at 11:15, we'll drift.
Well, the difficulty, Pete, is people are going to have access to Google and Wikipedia and all the libraries.
If they cheat, I've got a sensor on. I'll send. It's electric shock. If they touch the keyboards, I press this button, I get electric shock.
Well, that's why we said it was just going to be for fun, you know. But if you want to throw a prize in, then we'll just have to put it down to honesty.
Throw prize in for something, but we'll like I say, 11:15, we'll turn it into reach out and touch space, where we'll have some questions. We'll go to a bit of music. We'll go back to questions. We'll go to a bit of music.
Yes.
I'd just like to say I'd like to thank Pete for my prize that I won.
Oh, this was your previous prize.
Yeah, when we
Hi,
did.
Bri.
Well, you can ask me questions and answers if you want. You can ask me questions. Whether you're going to get answers, another matter. But...
Well, it would have been 15 minutes of questions and answers, but
yeah, you can ask me anything you want.
Has anybody got any questions for Pete about anything? Any of this talk?
Pete, rather. What was that track that they played going up on the space shuttle?
Calling Major Tom by Peter Schilling.
Peter Schilling.
He was an unknown artist up until that, a German artist, and he released that, and they picked up on it, and it made him rich.
I've had a question coming from Noel. Who do you think was in that spacesuit? Elon Musk's spacesuit. I guess that's whoever's driving that car. Is it the Stig? Is it?
Yeah, Top Gear. He never unmasked himself, did he? There's many people we'd like to be.
He's known as Starman, isn't he? And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, the Starman.
We never know who it was.
Should have been a Musk himself.
Yeah.
I'll say no more.
I think I know Gary's got he's got a slight thing about the Starlink satellites.
I'm just going to say, Kath, Andy's coming into the room, so there's the quiz gone.
You know what? He told me he wasn't coming in.
He can sniff a quiz from 1,000 miles. You know.
Well, I said, so does that mean can I win the quiz then? And so he's obviously going to appear for that, then, isn't he?
Let's see how it goes.
Throw him out, Dave.
We'll block him. He's let himself. He's got a key to the back door, so we can't kick him out. I just think it's an amazing amount of music that's involved. Just what you've just covered there, Peter, is everything from basically classic music, whether it be Mozart, Beethoven, or whoever, right through to the rock music, right through to pulsars. Actually, the universe singing to us.
Well, it is.
Actually stunning.
Musicians have used the natural sounds for a long, long time, but it's something I've been really into, is sampling the sounds and recreating them on the keyboard, and using those sounds and even recreating the drum patterns from pulsars, because it's actually tighter than a drummer. So, not money-wise, because all drummers are tight money-wise anyway. But actually, musically, you don't even have to quantize it, because if anybody understands about when we make music, when we're getting the drums to be actually perfectly in sequence, we have to quantize them. And you don't even have to quantize a pulsar. Spot on every time. Perfect. You can't get any better. But they're no good at jazz.
Yeah, but jazz, you can ad lib with types of jazz. You ad lib, don't you? So
yeah,
you can just take any sound and just go with it and
play what you want, really.
Yeah, it's just ad lib. It's what music's about, I suppose. It's when it's constructive, isn't it? To get a piece of music, you hear a sound, and then you play around with that sound. I love the fact that you can take a chord and put it upside down and play it backwards and have a different piece of music, but it's still the same original source.
Yeah. I just love the fact in that, we went back to Greek times and we found they found a piece of Greek music called Music of the Heavens, and that using tablature. So tablature, for those that don't understand, it's not musical notes, it's the positions where you put your fingers on the fretboard of the instrument. And we're still using that same technique now. It's not changed. The way of making music hasn't changed at all. So, it's timeless.
What's your favourite bass line, Pete?
Favourite bass line has got to be, if I had to say It's not a complicated one. It's a dead simple one. It's the first ever bass line I ever learned, and that was Day Tripper by the Beatles. Because the Beatles were the band that influenced me. I remember lying on a beach in Ramsgate when I was a little boy, and you can say that I don't know if you can say this on the air now, but I was lying on the beach with a tranny. But these days, in those days, it was a transistor radio. You had a little blue one or a little red one or whatever, and you listened to and I listened to Radio Caroline. But a few years later, I was actually presenting on the same station. But that's where I first heard the Beatles. Their first ever performance on radio in the UK was from Radio Caroline, and I heard that, and I heard the Beatles, and I wanted to be a pop star. I never managed to be a pop star. I managed to be an underground rock person, but never pop star, because I wouldn't be sitting here now. I'd be rich, wouldn't I? And yeah, so that's what I wanted to be. But the best bass line that I think is a bass line in a track called School Days by Stanley Clarke. He's a bass player, jazz rock bass player, and he's phenomenal. And if you listen to School Days, you will understand what I'm on about. It's absolutely fantastic.
I was going to ask our guests in the room, what space music is the earliest recollection that they have? For me, it was Telstar. We talked about this many times, Pete. As a little kid, Telstar would come on the radio, and for those who don't know what a radio is, that's basically a TV without a picture tube, I suppose. Just the sound comes out, audio only. But I used to basically spin around with my arms out, and I was the satellite spinning around. So I must have been aware, even back then, that Telstar was a satellite, and it was a great song as well, a great tune. So yeah, anyone want to reveal what their earliest recollection of a space song is? I did say before with Tony, Great Balls of Fire. That's like Meech's, isn't it?
Fireball XL5 theme tune.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've actually, I don't want to admit to this, but sitting behind me is the box set of Fireball XL5, Stingray, UFO, Lost in Space, Space Patrol, 1950.
Brilliant.
All of them. I've got them all. You can tell where my loyalties lie.
My earliest is probably Northern Lights by Renaissance. I used to love that when I was a kid.
Wow. I feel embarrassed.
The 50s originally.
I feel embarrassed that you're saying that's the earliest one you recall. That was like halfway through my life.
But that was out in the 50s, wasn't it?
The Renaissance was, well, for me, it was later on in the late 70s.
Was it? I was sure that had been released earlier.
No, it was
maybe a cover. I don't know.
Late 70s.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you were a little kid in the 1970s, then you can get away with that. But I wasn't.
Don't ask me why, but I've been assembling a list of astronomy-related tracks, and I've just turned over 900.
Well, you were doing that when I saw you last.
I know, and they keep rolling in. I mean, I'm not concertedly doing it, but every once in a while.
I need that list.
Over 900.
Publish it, Steve.
You are?
Publish it.
Yeah.
Publish it, yeah.
It's got absolutely no use whatsoever at the moment, anyway.
Except to us.
The one thing we were going to do with that talk, Herschel to Hawkwind, we actually were performing it this year, and obviously it's not happened, at Herstmonceux, that used to be the Greenwich Observatory down in Sussex, and we were actually going to perform it in the middle of the observatories, and we were having lasers onto the domes, and we were going to do it with a live band, but it's not happened. But we will be doing it next year.
I just had Noel Rimmer from Liverpool's just texted my friend Noel, I should say. For him, his earliest recollection would be Simon and Garfunkel. Was it Sound of Silence? Hello, Darkness, my old friend.
Yeah.
That's a lovely track. I do like that one. Yeah.
Evening all.
Hello, Andy. So go on, Andy. Your earliest recollection of space type music?
Dave, I'm with you. It has to be Telstar. I remember hearing that on a tranny, so to speak, and definitely, it was such a big hit at the time. And it was a hit because it was such an unusual record.
Yes,
I don't know what instrument they used. I presume it sounded like a stylophone, but it was probably a bit early for the stylophone. But But yeah, it was a very unusual record. I remember that when I was, very young. There
was a fascinating documentary on the BBC about the manager who looked after the Tornadoes, and in particular the lead singer or lead singer on that, and it went into the background of all that. And it's amazing how they put that piece of music together. It was just like the Beatles did, long loops of tape back and forth, and just re-recorded it over and over.
Real music in those days.
It was, yeah. No 8 tracks or no 64 tracks. No, I don't know, soundbox, whatever the hell the software's called these days. I don't know.
Are you familiar with an album called An Electric Storm by the band White Noise?
I'm not, no.
1968. And it was a guy called David Rawhouse. And he worked with Delia Derbyshire, whose name might be familiar to you, who was a big wig in the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. And that album was done completely without the use of synthesizers. And when you listen to it now, you'd think it sounds like a modern recording. The technology was absolutely amazing. So it was amazing what could be done in those old studios.
It was,
but enough time and enough tape.
Yeah, but wasn't it down to imagination?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But one of the comments that came in before, I can't remember exactly who, and I do apologize. But basically, it was if you'd put Bach on the probe that was sent out with all that, with Chuck Berry on all the other bit of music, what would the aliens have made of listening to Bach or Beethoven or Mozart, or would it be the modern music?
I think aliens are they're more rocky.
You didn't think so?
Aliens are more down the rock. They're not so much into classical aliens, I have to say.
No, I don't think
Why would Hawkwind do space rock if aliens were into classical?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you an example. An alien sound comes to Earth on a device that we can crack and we can actually play back so that we understand and hear as it was recorded. And it's alien sounds, it's alien music. If you remember the Jodie Foster film Contact, do you remember when the wow, that wow signal comes in? And it's just a heavy bass. It's like whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. And it comes through. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up because that is a signal from another star system.
Yeah.
I know it's only a film, but to me, that was like alien. I thought, oh my God, can you imagine what it'd be like to be the first person to hear something from another star system, from another galaxy? So I think there may be fear. You would not know what that sound means. I know when you look at the gold disc, the album itself, it decodes exactly. It tells you how to build a record player. You remember record players, Pete?
Got one sitting in the studio.
Got one sitting there, I know, yeah. We've all got them of a certain age group, I shall say. It sounds much better in analog. But it gives you the diagrams how to build one with a stylus.
It doesn't show on there. Please me on vinyl, the original.
I don't think any has actually mentioned the Doctor Who theme tune.
Oh, that's a good spacey one,
I remember being allowed to watch the very first episode. And the reason I was allowed to watch it, because I was, even at my age now, I was young when it came out, was because my dad wanted to listen to what the Radiophonic Workshop had come out. We were much hyped. And that music was just literally out of this world at that time.
But it was the sound effects that they basically recorded sound effects and then stretched them in an analog form as opposed to what we can do today on a computer. But I remember tapping a 1-inch diameter steel wire that was attached to a pylon because of the sound it gave. And I just thought, wow, isn't that an amazing sound? It's not like a guitar string, of course, but it just gave this electric metallic sound. And I've heard that I've heard it actually on the Hawkwind tracks, a very similar sound. And you think that's all you got to do is just get these sounds, record them, and then go into the studio and just change the wave or the frequency and just stretch them, reverse them, turn them upside down, and you've got a completely alien sound. But yeah, Doctor Who, that's an amazing track.
Mind you, episode 3 when the Daleks came up, I was behind the sofa.
Hey, where we all behind the sofa, behind the door, looking through the little crack in the door.
We still go behind the sofa now when you see them. I mean, they're frightening. I mean, they have been updated a little, but they're still frightening.
Am I online here? Can anybody hear me?
Oh, we can do.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know, right? I've got a lot of years on you guys because you're the young generation.
But Tony, you look so young.
Shut up.
Uh-huh.
Look, when I was growing up in the mid-50s, right, there was no television. It was in its very early infancy, and radio was the entertainment. And a great program come on, mid-50s, Journey into Space.
Yeah.
Do you remember it? Right, by Charles Chilton. Now, Charles Chilton used to produce Riders of the Range, The Goose Show, and then he was asked to do a new type of program, Space, because he went from the Wild West to the future. Rockets were being tested, etc. And
Jet Morgan.
Yeah, Jet Morgan, you know it exactly. So what they done, the BBC...
I still got the box set.
Yeah, radio. So the Radiophonic Workshop got together and they made some of the most fantastic space music you want to hear. And they would go to, say, Battersea Power Station and they would get sort of a steam pipe or something going off. This is airlocks or whatever. Exactly. So if you get an opportunity to listen to this series, it's all over the internet. The BBC now, at present day, are still repeating this.
Radio 4 Extra.
That's correct. And I became a very good friend of Charles Chilton. I used to go down to London, meet him. I've got a hell of a lot of stuff and private interviews with him, but give it a chance. Put it in your car, stick it on your computer because you can download the full 3 serials from Journey into Space, The Red Planet, and was it The Battle to Save the Earth, the last one?
Yeah, The Return to one.
That's correct. Absolutely brilliant. And when we used to go to school the next day, we never had homework that night. The teacher would say, what happened next? And we used to have an half-hour slot just discussing Journey to Space with Jet Morgan, Doc.
There's that Alfie Bass, wasn't it?
Alfie Bass, correct.
Great.
And Alfie Bass took over from David Kossoff.
Yeah.
Because David Kossoff, they were both Jewish. David Kossoff went over to make a film with Diana Dawes. A Kid for Two Farthings. And while he was filming that, Alfie Bass come in. The rest is history. Give it a listen. Pete, you will have a fantastic radio program on your solar sphere or whatever, episode after episode for the next 2 years.
I shall do that. I shall look into. I didn't realise. Thanks, Tony.
I'll send you a link to it. You'll get the full episode.
Tony.
Yes, who's that?
Forgive me for asking, but I think I might be older than you.
Let's have a fight.
Do you remember? Yeah, let's have a fight.
How old are you?
Hey, come on, lads, calm down, calm down.
Do you remember when I used to go ride down to the Chippy on my bike, and I had a transistor radio, a little tiny transistor radio.
A real tranny, not the modern stuff.
No, the little tranny, yeah.
Yeah.
And we had to wait till 7 o'clock until Luxembourg came on.
Oh, Lucky, yes.
Luxembourg 208.
Yeah, no, Lucky, not Luxembourg. You must have come from posh areas. We call
what about Caroline, Radio Caroline?
Oh, Caroline was years later.
Oh, that was years
like I just said,
Luxembourg, you couldn't get pop music on BBC.
That's correct.
They had these 3 things called the Home Service, the Light Programme, and something else. I forgot.
Absolutely pop-tastic, mate.
Program. But what we listened to was Radio Luxembourg, and it only came on after the sun went down.
That's correct.
Because the stratosphere or whatever it was that reflected the signal didn't come in until after about 6 or 7 o'clock.
You're right, Dave. Yeah. Can I just bring it back to, you just mentioned the stratosphere. Can I bring it back to astronomy?
Yeah.
I used to listen to Luxembourg. Listen to Luxembourg on a...
Listen, let me finish this magic part, Dave.
Sorry, Tom.
Go on.
I used to listen to Luxembourg, a little chatty, because we were supposed to be in school the next day, but we'd listen to it under the covers so it wasn't too loud, you know, but my mum knew anyway. But the thing I noticed was that it would fade in and out, and it was on AM. It was no, it would fade in and out. It's usually when your favourite track was on, it would just come and it would go. And years later, I found that was due to the ionosphere, which, as you just said, the stratosphere. And basically, depending on what solar activity was going on, as the sun sets, the ionosphere, F1 layer, F2 layer, it changes. And that means you can go further. That's right. You could listen to it across the world. But it would come and it would go, and you'd be every couple of minutes it'd be coming and going and fading. But for decades I thought, what the heck's going on with my radio? You know, shall I throw it away and get another one? But really,
Dave, how old are you?
It was there. Me, I'm 21 or something. So the ionosphere's just changed.
How old are you now?
I'm 63.
Oh, you're young. What
63.
About
I'll be 63.
Hey, me, I'm 78.
Jesus, really?
Get out of it, Tony. I've known you for 40 years, so
I'm 79 in about 4 weeks.
Wow, fucking fine, pal.
You gotta do it. Come on, guys.
Tony, I want a bottle of whatever you're drinking. We've turned into all our yesterdays here. I do apologise to everybody else.
Sorry. I've just had 2 heart operations.
Oh shit!
9 weeks.
Yeah.
And you got to keep going. Think positive.
Of course you have, mate.
That's the secret.
Anthony,
you got
are you Manchester Astronomical Society?
Sorry, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you from way back.
Of course we do.
Yeah.
But just
I'm a mere 73 and
you're a chick.
1 month.
Oh, you're a chick. You know what the secret is? Very simple. Very simple. Irish blood, drinking Guinness, and or. But you know what the end is? Dave, Gavin, Radio Luxembourg, as Dave said, you've got it under the bed covers, you're listening, and it's coming in, it's going out, and it went as follows. And here we are from last week's number 3, down 2, and up 1 to number 2 is blah, blah, blah. And just as you got to this week's top of the charts, the bloody thing faded out.
That's it. And at that point, so I'm going to fade us out because we're going to go into some videos now with Peter Williams.
Wow, really?
We can chat all day. Let's get back to the pubs.
We're going to have the question and answer stroke quiz in a little bit. So just to give everybody a little break, I'll put a couple of astronomical videos on for us to watch. One's some discoveries from the Solar Parker probe, and one, I can't even remember what the other one is. I think how big is the Milky Way? So sit back and enjoy. I just make sure I share it properly. I need to make sure I've got the sound. Hold on. Here we go. Right, off we go.
Traveling through the sun's blazing hot atmosphere, NASA's Parker Solar Probe has sent back a complex, close-up view of our star. The spacecraft confirmed that our picture of the sun from Earth is deceptively simple. Parker is the closest spacecraft to the sun, meaning we now have never-before-seen details about the solar wind and solar energetic particles. Solar energetic particles are high-energy particles that can endanger both astronauts and satellites in space. The solar wind is the continuous outflow of particles and magnetic field from the sun. Both speed out, filling up space, and affecting space weather throughout our solar system. For the first time ever, we were able to go to the source of the solar wind and solar particles. Here are 5 features Parker saw. We've long known that space is full of cosmic dust. We can even see the dust from Earth because it reflects sunlight. Parker saw evidence that the dust stops at an estimated 3.5 million miles from the sun. As the dust gets closer, the sun vaporizes it, creating a dust-free zone surrounding the star. At Earth, it appears that the magnetic field lines flow evenly out from the sun, but Parker saw them behave in a surprising way. The magnetic field lines flip in a whip-like motion, turning 180 degrees around in a matter of seconds. These switchbacks came in clusters and were timed with fast-moving clumps of plasma in the solar wind. Scientists have long wondered if the solar wind is generated as a continuous flow or in spurts. We now see evidence that the solar wind has rough, irregular texture. The plasma within it also seems to lack an orderly sense of direction. Some clumps of solar material fire out into space, while others fall back toward the sun. These clumps may be distorting the magnetic field, causing the switchbacks. They may also be an indicator of what the solar wind looks like in its early stages after its birth on the sun. Parker found a transition point in the solar wind. The corona is the sun's faint, outermost layer that transitions to the solar wind. Before Parker, scientists knew that the corona rotates with the visible surface below it, but they didn't know how, or where, the solar wind switched to flowing straight by the time it reaches Earth. Parker has finally spotted signs of this transition, and the changeover happened significantly farther out than expected. Although the sun has been very quiet over the first 2 orbits, Parker observed several tiny bursts of solar energetic particles. While these events have been seen before, never ones this small. The fast-moving particles from these modest bursts spread out as they move from the sun, making them undetectable from Earth. Without Parker's front row seat, we would never know that the sun is regularly producing these small-scale events. Fast-moving particles are a source of dangerous radiation. The more we learn about these eruptions, the better we can protect our technology and astronauts. Parker still has more work to do, but it's already helping us see our star in a whole new light.
A couple of little videos there. Now I'm going to be leaving the room for a little while and coming back in because I've got to swap things about now, ready to go back on with the radio show. So I shall make Dave the full host. There he is. He's a full host now. And you'll have to let my other persona into the room, Dave. Just a couple of little videos there. Now I'm going to be leaving the room for a little while and coming back in because I've got to swap things about now, ready to go back on with the radio show. So I shall make Dave the full host. There he is. He's a full host now. And you'll have to let my other persona into the room, Dave.
When will that be, please? When you come in again, I think.
I'll be leaving the room for a little while and coming back in because I've got to swap things about now, ready to go back on with the radio show. So I shall make Dave the full host. There he is. He's a full host now.
Right. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what was happening there because Peter went out, I think, and then it went on a loop, and that was like the 3rd time. We listened to Peter there.
I
Not to
thought
worry.
that as well.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure what was happening. As some of you who do the radio side of things, you're probably more used to these things than some of us. Sometimes you get feedback and you hear your own voice, maybe a second delay or 2 seconds delay. Sometimes you get 3 or 4 of yourself. So it can be quite disconcerting at times, and it doesn't do your head any good. But I thought that was happening for that moment, but I just muted Peter, so I must keep a look, make sure I let him back in the room. So I'm just trying to remember where we're up to. We've had our videos there. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it up to now. It's been going well. We try to keep on track as best that we can. Somehow we've managed to do that. It's a shame Paul couldn't make it for us, but obviously priorities are at home there. And of course, thanks go out to Pete for standing in for us. Astro Radio, Peter, Astro Radio are hosting the whole thing for us today. And again, thanks have got to go to Peter and the team behind the scenes. Of course, the team behind Northwest Astrofest as well. There's a committee who've been putting all this together for the last couple of months, and it's gone really well, I think. And of course, our guest speakers as well, Mary and Peter, Paul, of course, and Dave Eagle. I've got to ask if our listeners out there, if you bear in mind that Astro Radio is done by a team of volunteers, it's all done free. No one gets any wages out of it. So there is a donation button on Astro Radio. And if you'd like to click on that and pay via whatever bank card or PayPal, just a small donation would go down a long way, as it does cost to run. And we do it for the fun, the outreach, and spreading the word, and also having a good time as well. I've got to be honest, it is good fun. So I think we're now ready to go into our next set of questions and answers. Now, Mary has volunteered to give us a demonstration on how to measure the lunar shadows. So from Mary's talk earlier on, one of the things that she did was the sketches of the lunar craters, and she's saying if you can measure the actual height of a crater or the crater wall by determining its shadow length. It's not as accurate as the photograph, but nevertheless, it does give you a good figure. I know Mary did do this and come out with reasonable results. So we've got to try and work out how we share this screen over to you, Mary.
Okay, I've got it in a presentation, so it's only a couple of slides, but I made a complete hash of trying to explain it earlier and made it sound far worse than it actually is. So that formula that I was talking about, basically opposite is tan of the angle multiplied by adjacent. So what the holy haystacks does that mean? O is the one opposite the angle, so that's the height of the side of the crater wall, equals the tangent of the sun angle multiplied by the shadow length. Now obviously this is from a photograph. So the way, just to give this scale, this is a superimposed map of the UK over this crater trio. So it gives you a bit of an idea of just how big this is. So the diameter of the crater is 154 kilometers. So what I did is basically measured these shadow lengths. And the way that I did that is to get the picture of the sketch, or you can use the original photo, measure the shadow length, look up the sun angle, which is very well known, and that will give you, by using height is the tan of that angle times the shadow length, so it is only a 3-part equation, and that will give you the height of this. But obviously, and you can do the same for the shorter shadow, but you need to know what kind of area you've got going on here. So we know that the diameter is 154,000 meters or 154 kilometers. So what I did is I used my mouse to zoom this onto my screen, so that when I literally held a ruler onto my laptop screen, that measured 10 centimeters, so 0.1 meters, because the equation has to be in meters. So with that being 10 centimeters, I measured the length of this shadow and it came out as 7 centimeters. So that's 0.07 meters. So we just scale that up. If you divide the actual size by the shadow length, it will give you your shadow length there in centimeters. It will actually give you a shadow length of 107.8 kilometers. So that's how you know the length of the shadow to put into that equation. Now, the sun angle was 2.6 degrees when this picture was taken, and I used the Lunar Terminator visualization tool to get that angle. you convert that into radians because this equation needs to be like radians are an angle relative to pi. So you need to convert it to that, but you can do that in Excel. So basically, the crater diameter was 154 kilometers. We measured this shadow to be 107.8 kilometers. So it's a very long shadow. Calculating it using this and just doing it all in Excel with the tangent button, we end up with a height of 4.895 kilometers, which seems really high, but this is a huge crater, as you saw from the map. And basically, when I did that calculation again with the 61 kilometer shadow length, at that point, the sun was 3 point something, I can't remember now, 3 point something anyway, but it came out at 4.1 kilometers. So the actual published height of the crater is 2.4, but as I mentioned before, that is an average. You can see from the sketch that this is running downhill, so it's not a perfectly flat surface. We know that it's unlikely this is a perfect right angle, plus the published crater depth is not allowing for what is clearly a jagged edge that's at different heights. So the fact that it is within the right order of magnitude made me very happy, and the fact that these two figures were so close together, given that it was a sketch, actually came out okay. So that's the process that I followed. You need to have some frame of reference to know what kind of distance you have covered in your picture, and if that is a diameter of a crater, it's a lot easier because you have an actual crater wall to measure it from. So that's how I went about doing it. And yeah, I just did it all in Excel, and I did that with the photograph and with the sketch, and I got a better result with the sketch than I did with the photograph. So I don't understand that, because the sketch is done from the photograph. But so that's the way that you would go about doing it if any of you wanted to try that. So I can send anybody the calculations on Excel if you want to look in more detail. So yeah, sorry, that wasn't fun pictures and nice music. It was heavy, but hopefully it made more sense than when I tried to explain it before.
That's good. That I remember being a GCSE project, to work out the height of the mountains on the moon.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is. A quarter of a million miles away, you can actually determine how high these things are. Very close as well.
Cassini did it with Saturn's rings, if you remember, because we always thought Saturn's rings were a couple of stories high, but they found regions that were as tall as the Rockies, and they did that by measuring the shadows taken at a low sun angle, which we don't get the chance of looking at from Earth. So space probes have done exactly this. They did the same thing with the ice rafts on Europa and measured those to be like 200-meter tall solid ice drops, which we didn't think were there, because when you see Europa as a whole, it looks fairly flat, but it just isn't.
It's just the opposite. Yeah, excellent. Could you make Peter a host again, Mary? I believe you've got to do that from your side of things.
Pete Williamson.
Pete Williamson, yeah.
Make host. Okay, that should have worked.
We'll still find out when he comes back in.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, yes.
Good. That's all right, because I lost. I've had to swap Zoom now onto the other system because I've had to load up the radio studio again, ready for later. So I've had to swap it all over, but I couldn't do that without disappearing. And then if I disappeared as a host, then you would have all disappeared as well.
Right. Yeah.
So we got there in the end. So I'm on a different camera now.
Still look the same. Someone actually commented before about your smile, and the question mark, is that a smile I see with Peter?
Wind.
Wind, is it? That's okay.
Wind.
Okay. Are we ready for some more questions?
Yeah.
Okay. And then following this, we'll be heading towards our fun quiz, won't we?
Yeah.
I think we're penciled in for 11:15 thereabout for the fun quiz. We'll see how time works out with that. Try and keep as close as we can. And I think we may have a prize as well, Peter. Is that correct?
Yeah, hold on. I'll get it.
Let's see what you got. 2021 stargazing.
Yeah, I got a few pictures in it, so.
Oh, well, that's good. Because I thought the first prize was going to be an Anubis single. Second prize was going to be a Anubis album.
They've all sold out.
And the third prize was going to be the Anubis box set.
They've all sold out. Sorry.
Oh, okay. We'll let it go there. We'll have to stick with that as a prize then. And even if it's in Japan, are we going to send it over?
Yep.
Okay, then. let's have some questions then from Keith. Are you there, Keith?
Yes. Okay. Hi. Yeah. Some more general questions that I've been gathering. This is quite a good one. Somebody called Di. Would you recommend binoculars for a beginner?
It's got to be a yes, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Every time.
I think a lot of beginners automatically go and get the biggest telescope they can afford, don't they? When really, yeah, starting with binoculars is definitely the way to go. Definitely the way to go.
It's not the answer people generally want to hear, but it's definitely the right one.
No, they want something.
Okay, so what can you see with a pair of binoculars? Let's say a pair of 7x50 or 10x50, 7 times magnification with a 50mm diameter lens. What could you see with that? Everyone want to go? Obviously, we got the moon. What can you see on the moon with a pair of binoculars?
You're going to see Copernicus quite well, aren't you, for a start? And Tycho, Plato.
Well, we always say the full moon is the worst time to look at the moon because it's all fully illuminated. But at the same time, you can work out where all the bright craters are, those ray craters, Tycho, Copernicus, Aristarchus. You can see all the formations. You can see the seas or the Maria. So you get to work out the areas of the moon where these objects are. So when you do get that first quarter or last quarter moon, you can actually see, Copernicus with 10x50 binoculars. Again, with Jupiter, you can see the moons of Jupiter, and if you watch hour by hour or night by night, you will see that the moons have actually moved. They're dancing around Jupiter, aren't they, as they orbit? So you can see Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. It's not bad with a pair of 10x50s or 7x50s. Saturn. Well, Saturn, you can see it's not a star-like object. It's got a slight elliptical shape to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can see that it's I mean, Jupiter's good, but
you can also see quite a lot of the brighter galaxies as well, although they're not going to have a lot of structure with that size. If you learn the sky, you'll figure out where those things are, and it'll be just a grey smudge. But the Andromeda galaxy looks phenomenal in binoculars like that because it's quite a big object. The Trapezium galaxy is a bit fainter, so that would be more of a challenge. But there are plenty of galaxies you will see as a grey smudge.
That's it, yeah.
Really help you learn the sky.
It does definitely help you learn your way around, because it's difficult with a telescope to do that because you're only seeing such a narrow angle. So
yeah, and it quite often inverts it as well, which messes with my head so badly. I just can't do it.
Another thing
on that subject. Sorry, go on, carry on.
I was going to say another thing which you've missed out. We're talking about a beginner, and we recommend a pair of binoculars, but also a star atlas. You know, if you're going somewhere in a car, you would never dream of going if you don't know where you're going without the road map. So I would also recommend a good star atlas.
And Steve Tonkin's binocular book as well is fantastic.
Yeah, but star atlas will cover lunar, planetary, and star fields. But it's a reference. Yeah.
Mary, you were saying about inverted images. One of the best things I bought, and it was one of the cheapest, is a mirror map of the moon. Because I was absolutely hopeless. By the time I'd worked out in my mind where I was actually looking and found it on the real map, it was usually raining. So I bought this mirror map. I think it was £7 or something. And of course, it's exactly what you see. Brilliant. Best £7 I've ever spent.
For those who like the computer version of a moon map, there's virtual moon atlases or virtual lunar atlas. And with that, you can zoom into the craters. You can actually see what the moon is tonight or tomorrow night. You just change the date on it. You can invert it, north-south, south-north. You can do east-west, east-west, west-east, whichever. And you can get your view through your telescope. So yeah, you can identify what craters are where. It's a bit strange getting your head around to something that's upside down, isn't it? But
Andy's holding something up there.
What have you got there, Andy?
This is also very useful. This is a planisphere for my latitude. big planners.
Oh, yes.
These are very, very useful for beginners as well. Well, I remember I found it useful when I was starting out. So Philips is the well-known brand of planispheres.
There you go.
Really on the planisphere front, are you, Dave?
That's the Philips. Yes, I've trubbed your planosphere, sir, with a Philips planosphere.
We've got planisphere wars now.
Oh, that's it. Never mind Star Wars.
Nobody's got an LP.
Very early Philips one.
I've got an album cover around mine.
Yeah, but get back to the binoculars, because binoculars can come in small size, like the opera glasses, if you remember opera glasses, to the average handheld 7x50s. When you start going bigger than that, they get heavy. So when you start getting 20x60s or 20x80, you're increasing the magnification to 20, from 10 to 20, and then everything that you look at is going to be shaken or moving at 20 times magnification, isn't it? So it becomes difficult. So you need then to put them on a tripod, or I think Steve Tonkin's in his books and on his website, he will actually show you ideas. And one idea is to have a broom, or a brush as we call it in Liverpool, a brush upside down, and you lean against the brush. So it's like a monopod, and that just stabilizes your viewing. It allows you to see a bit clearer, and the stars aren't bouncing about.
See the big one at the Astronomy Centre there. I've got binocular envy.
Yes. Well, I've got to say, there's our friend Peter Drew. Hi, Pete.
Oh, there you go.
There he goes.
Got something of yours, Peter.
Hi, Pete. Good to see you, friend.
Andy.
Peter, back in the day, would build things like 8-inch binoculars, Newtonian telescopes strapped together, and use them as binoculars. Absolutely amazing to view through those bright objects, and you get that 3D surreal view that you can get.
I think Gary's getting carried away there.
What's Gary do? What have you got there, Gary?
Something of Peter's.
Oh, right.
I don't know if he recognises it. Like.
Well, I remember Astro systems back in the day.
Right.
Yes, and especially around Halley, the time of Halley, when all those little 4-inch telescopes got made, and they're still out there somewhere, but they're real good optics. I think it was Dave Hines, if I remember right. I'm sure Peter can tell us.
Hines optics in it, apparently.
Yeah, good stuff. So yeah, binoculars. I think the consensus is there. Yeah, buy a pair of binoculars. There's quality binoculars, there's cheap binoculars, there's very, very expensive binoculars. Where you start is wherever your pocket is.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Again, I'd strongly recommend Steve Tonkin, his website or his books. You can get them on Amazon, and a great guide, good information in there, and good advice as well.
May I make a comment?
Please, Dave. Yeah.
The ones in my hand are a pair of 10x50 Opticrons, and I was in a bird sanctuary in Norfolk, and I was looking in the shop there, and I asked the guy what binoculars he recommended, and he showed me 3 different types: lights, Swarovski, and these. And he said, "Which ones do you think are the best?" And I said, "I can't tell the difference." And he said, "Neither can I." Now, the difference in price was, these were 300 and something. The Lycra ones were about 500 or 600. The Swarovskis were about 1,000. And neither he nor I could tell the difference. So the Opticrons won. 10x50s, waterproof, nitrogen sealed, wonderful things. I've had them for several years now.
Good stuff. Got some stuff there, look.
I was having difficulty unmuting myself then. I was just saying people tend to go to on sale. How can I put this? Online, certain websites where you can buy lots of goods. Would you recommend going to online, or would you suggest perhaps going to the actual Astro shops where they sell the goods and can show you how they use them and what the quality ones are, and give you the advice from an amateur astronomer, maybe.
I
wasn't going to say eBay. Simple. I didn't want to say eBay, but there we go. I've coughed it. eBay. Yes.
I haven't used them, but those chaps at Rover Valley seem good guys.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll certainly give those a look.
Yeah, same myself. They've got a good selection. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's lots of astronomy companies out there that will sell, and I tend to go to the ones that I trust, who have got a good history and a good after-sales service as well. Now, I think I'm going to be a little bit biased and say Rother Valley do tick all those boxes, and it's one of the reasons. But there are other stores out there that will do the same. So plenty of their choice.
Has always been good with me.
Yeah. But certainly, I prefer to go to an astronomical dealer who sells the equipment that we want to use, as opposed to just buying it off eBay or Amazon or other online sources. Yeah. Should we move on to another question?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'll ask a question of mine, and then we can go back to the other questions if we've got time. And my question is: weather stations, are they any good?
Yes.
Yes.
Comments, please.
Well, they're good if you know what to do with the
right.
the results. You know, if you're getting a pressure reading for the atmospheric pressure, it's a number, millibar or whatever it's going to be, and that's okay. And it may have a graph, and the graph may be going up or it may be going down. But what does that mean? We're talking as an astronomer, but we mentioned before, if you're going sailing or mountain climbing or mountain walking, you need to know what the weather's going to be doing, because it could turn in 20 minutes. That weather can change. If you're on the mountains, weather can change in 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So as an astronomer, you need to know, is it worth me driving 20, 30 miles to a dark sky site? Is it going to be clear when I get there? So if you can understand the barometric pressures or what the wind directions are doing, I think it's important. So Mary, do you actually have one of these?
We do, and my husband has set up another page whereby you can go to our weather station and pull up charts for the last however long you want to look back for, and it'll produce bar graphs and line graphs for all of that stuff. And it's just really interesting for kind of data collection and looking at how trends in weather have changed in the last 7 years. And there's a definite increase in maximum temperature that we've been seeing climbing up every summer. There's been changes in the lowest temperature, and it's just really interesting to just look at the graphs. I'm not a meteorologist, I don't understand what any of it really means, but it's really good. And because I'm a BBC weather watcher, which is really good fun, and one of the reasons that they set that up is because the big meteorology stations are spread out quite widely and don't take into account local geography and the effect that has on weather. So it can change the pressure, it can change the chance of fog, but there isn't anywhere collecting data in the in-between bits. So they wanted people to be on weather watchers so that people were recording that in lots of different locations outside of those main weather stations, and then they are going to be using that data to help them with forecasting models and getting it more accurate. So we had the weather station anyway, so I just became one of the beta testers for weather watchers before it came out. And it's just really good fun, and you can put your pictures up there, take a photograph of the weather, include all the data, and sometimes your picture gets shown on the evening news. And that's not why I put stuff there. I put it there because I want to help with the data collection, but it's another kind of pro-am collaboration thing that astronomers can get involved with. We're very fortunate to have many of those.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing if you've got an observatory. I think it's a good thing to have set up, because you could become the weather sensor for your area. Certainly via the internet, you can actually log on to other observatories and see what the weather is doing, or the barometric pressures, they're up or down.
And Mark also built us a sky quality meter, so we can tell what sky rating we have on each night as well, which is useful as an astronomer. That's actually more useful than a weather station in many ways, because it's showing you how good your sky is at any one time, and just on a good night how good your Bortle scale actually is for where you are. So he built that using bare bones parts that he got cheap online, that works really well too.
Yeah, of course. I think there's plenty out there on the internet on how to set these projects up as well. I think is it Raspberry Pi or whatever you can use now to record the data. A versatile computer for the size and the price. It's an amazing piece of kit that can do many things.
And it's fun watching the little things spinning around as well.
What was that called? I remember from school.
It's got a proper name, but I don't know what it is.
Is this the wind speed? An anemometer, is it?
That's the one.
That's the one. I remember in school making one. And obviously this is some of us of a certain age will remember rubber balls, tennis balls and whatever. If you cut them in half, you got 2 rubber cups. So the idea was that you got a stick with a cross on it and a nail going through the center so the cross could rotate, and then you put the cups on the 4 vanes, and then you could count how many times it went round in a minute, and that'd be our wind speed.
Wow.
When you're in the junior school, it's quite exciting, you know. I'm sure Michael Fish started somewhere. Okay, should we go on to our next question?
Yep, this is quite an interesting question from somebody called Mary. She asks, is it true that Neptune was discovered by maths and not by observation?
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Who's going to pick that up, Andy?
No. I don't know the exact details. I tend to stay away from maths. So,
Very wise.
Okay, what was the reason why? It was.
I remember
perturbations on
teaching my kids at school about. I can't remember the details now because I've not been teaching for 15 years or more. But we did write a school newspaper about Neptune being discovered by maths. And it was a calculation that suggested something, that the gravitational whatever suggested something was near in a certain part of the orbit. And the prediction proved to be true. And I seem to remember that a German observatory checked the facts and found that it was true. But you can tell that I'm a bit old and I can't remember how we did it now. But we wrote a magazine mentioning it. We were the second in the school newspapers award.
Well, it's certainly true that there was a perturbation in the orbit of either Jupiter or Saturn. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's right, something like that.
Which meant something was tugging on it. Some fairly large object was tugging on the outer planets, not just gravitation, not just Saturn, but Jupiter as well. And they worked because of the degree of perturbation of their orbits. They worked out mathematically where this object was going to be. I think that was the story anyway, and it turned out to be more or less correct. They also, of course, thought the same thing with Neptune, that there was something pulling on Neptune, and they later obviously discovered Pluto. But it turns out that calculation was completely erroneous, and the fact that Pluto was in the right part of the sky, as indicated by the calculations, was pure coincidence. It was pure luck, because Pluto is not big enough to have a noticeable gravitational effect on Neptune.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, there we are. I explained it. No matter.
Okay, well, I think that explained it more or less, yeah.
So the next question is Planet 9. I mean, is that the same sort of maths that's leading people to look for Planet 9? Is it a disturbance in the outer?
No, it's actually the orbits of five at the moment Kuiper belt objects.
Yeah.
That they group together in their orbits at a particular point in the sky, as if something is indeed pulling them that way. But many people looking at the data have said this is selective selection of data. That actually you can get a completely different result depending on how you sample the data. So this hype about the Planet 9 very much looks as if it's a bit of selective interpretation of the data, it's human nature. People see what they want to see in data. You know, and scientists are not immune from this at all. You know, people say, "Oh, I've got an idea. There might be a planet. Oh, look, there's the evidence for it." But now it's been a bit peer reviewed, and the evidence is beginning to look rather shaky for it. So, but we will see. We will see.
There was a theory it could have been something that wasn't a single body, that it could have been another kind of belt of smaller objects that had a total overall mass that would have matched with the mass.
Oh, I hadn't
so I
heard
remember
that one.
reading
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
Yeah, it could, well, it could. Who knows? I mean, this thing is going to be.
As I've not read anything recently about it.
Right. This thing, if it's there, it's going to be so faint because the distance of it, it takes 2,000 Earth years to go around the sun. That's how far away it is. And it's going to be impossible, virtually impossible to detect visually. So I don't know how this is ever going to be resolved, to be quite honest. So this one will run and run, as they say.
As far as I'm concerned, without starting a riot, we already have a Planet 9.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, right. Sorry, come on.
Let's have a vote. Have we got 9 planets in our solar system? Or are we going to save us 8? I'm going to go for 9. Let's go for Pluto.
9.
Hey.
Definitely a 9.
We've got to add about 15 or 16 others, don't we?
Well, that's the problem.
All in favour of Planet 9, Pluto.
Historically,
what about all the others the same size as
Make my day.
I'm not going to keep going to all that.
Silent. There are 8 planets in our solar system, full stop.
All because it hasn't cleared its path. You can't argue it hasn't cleared its path, and that's the Earth hasn't cleared its path. We still go through meteor storms every year. We go through how many meteor showers do we have every year? That's still in our path. We haven't cleared it yet. So there's one argument that they can't argue over.
Yeah.
Well, that means we're not a planet then.
We're not a planet, no, but we're bigger than some other planets and smaller than
I'm
others.
beginning to think we're a lunatic asylum, not a planet.
Well, I can't argue over that one.
How many people think that there might be a substantial planet outside our regular system that could be causing these effects?
Can you say that question again, please? I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll say that. We know that Pluto was our planet, but recently, outside the zone of Pluto and several other minor planets, there seems to be the possibility that something bigger, more like a normal planet, is having some effects on the solar system. Who has heard of that or think
definitely heard of it?
Yeah, I've heard of it. This is beyond the Kuiper belt.
Yeah, right.
So
Yeah.
Is there some indication that something is affecting the Kuiper belt? You know, those objects in their orbits, as in
Because
we thought
the
with Uranus.
The strange thing is that the orbits there are of several planets or protoplanets or small planets are going at a different direction from the main system.
That's right. They're at a different inclination. There's a group of about 6 or 7, I think, that are at a distinct inclination to the plane of the ecliptic, and that's what triggered about 6 or 7 years ago, wasn't it? The idea of either a Planet 9. I think there's also a Planet X. I think there's 2 sort of parallel theories of 2 possible objects. And there's resonances in those orbits as well.
I agree with that, Steve. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Is it possible?
Not taking sides.
Is it possible it's shepherding the Kuiper belt?
Yeah.
So between you got the outer planets of our solar system, Kuiper belt, and then there's something big out there, and maybe that's keeping them in a clean orbit, maybe.
Yeah, I think the premise was that those sort of things couldn't have happened by chance. The alignment, the inclination, and the resonances. It's unlikely to. That's what the premise was. That maybe there was something out there that had caused it, but they've no idea where it is.
Don't you think with the modern equipment we have, if there had been or was something there, it would have been discovered by now?
Well, we think it might have been.
might have been
discovered.
But
okay,
But yeah,
but
yeah, but not visually. Not visually.
If there is something, James Webb will probably catch it, won't it? Once it's
well,
up
there you
there.
go. Infrared, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
Mm.
It's gonna be a very tiny target on the sky, though. That's the problem, and very dim. So,
But when they were looking for Pluto, they had an idea where it should be, and it was a heck of a search. But it was lying amongst the stars of the Milky Way. So as we look at from Earth, it's out there amongst that, all those faint stars. So it was there, just moving very, very slowly as it does in its orbit. It took a long time to actually reveal itself. So maybe it's up that in that direction.
we're a bunch of astronomers here. Can I ask a simple question? Has anybody of you ever seen Pluto through a telescope?
Yes.
Oh, go on, who's that?
Dave Galvin.
Dave Galvin. Hi, Dave.
Hi. Yeah, 14-inch telescope. It wasn't super duper bright, but it was there. And my friend Rob Johnson, he had the 14-inch Newtonian, and we knew where it should be, using sentence circles, if I remember right, because we didn't have the go-to at the time. And yeah, he pinpointed it. He'd taken photographs of it using hybrid film as well, I should say. It imaged it over the weeks, so we knew the field of view where it should be, and we identified it. So yeah, I can honestly say I've seen that. I've seen Mars, Phobos and Deimos. By occulting Mars, we managed to pick out the moons of Mars as well.
Wow, that's good.
Well, and that is visually.
That's
so.
I've seen Neptune and Uranus with my 8-inch Celestron.
Yes, yeah.
But
I've seen them.
Nothing better than that.
I've seen Uranus and Neptune both through the telescopes. I've seen Uranus visually from the Mount Tidy in the Canary Isles. So that was good. And it wasn't possible that we may have thought that we could see. I'm going to say thought that we could see Neptune because it was 7th magnitude. So you know, it's when you get a dark sky and your eyes are dark adapted. You know, you're on that verge of on that edge of the possibilities, but technically maybe not. But wishful thinking. The problem with astronomy is if you think you can see it, the chances are you will see it. I saw Kohoutek, Comet Kohoutek back in the 70s. I thought I could see a little blob with a little tail over in the west. Now, much later in my years, I know for a fact I didn't see it because it was just not like that at all. You know, when you see a comet and you know it's a comet, you got it. It's when you think
the really bright comet that can be seen almost everywhere. I can't remember now.
What year? Which year?
I don't remember what year, but I remember being in
right.
in
Hale-Bopp, Hayataki.
I don't think it was Hale-Bopp, but I remember somebody in Middleton speaking to me, and I said, "Look at that up there," and they said, "What the hell's that?" And I said, "It's a comet, something or other."
But it looked like a comet.
It was a comet. It was.
There was a 29p Holmes back about
Holmes,
12 years ago. That was quite a big blob.
That's right.
Yeah. This had to be about 40 years ago.
Oh well, okay.
No, but in my lifetime, I've only seen 3 textbook comets. So I was born in 1958. So between then and now, I've only ever seen 3 textbook where that tail was huge across the sky. And that was Hale-Bopp, Hayataki, and Neowise, of course, as well.
And Comet McNaught had a
McNaught as well, yeah. But when I say textbook,
not from the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, when you say the textbook, it's that what you see in the old books with their tail across the sky. Maybe a bit of artistic license.
Comet West was good. Comet
West. I don't recall Comet West.
Comet West.
70s.
That
early.
I saw in Middleton when I pointed it out to the people.
What's Gary? Gary's having a laugh there. What are you laughing at, Gary?
Well, I was saying hello to Tracy. She's
oh, there's Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy. Welcome.
Can we say congratulations on your Vale Nebula in astronomy now? Into the month. Absolutely stunning.
Thank you. Don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. I'm not sure what's working or what isn't.
We don't know. We've been on there about 7 hours or something like that. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
None of us are working.
We're all,
I've been watching on
We're all
YouTube,
flagging
so
on.
I've
But
seen
we're
what's
doing
been
well.
going on. I thought I'd be brave and jump on and just say hello to everybody.
I was just saying, I'm now into my 13th hour now, sitting in this chair.
You got to stand up now and stretch your legs like being on an aircraft.
I've got to start the radio show in 5 minutes, which you will all be part of. So
that's how we'll be live on the radio.
Wow!
With our big audience out there as well. So I'm just trying to think where we're up to now, Peter, because we've been chatting there for a good while. We were doing questions and answers.
Do whatever. I'm going to go live with the radio, and then I'll come back and to you lot.
Yeah.
And I'll put you
Well,
live
okay.
on the radio.
We'll
What
carry
are
on
you
chatting.
doing?
When you come back in, you can reach out.
Well, I ain't going anywhere. I'm here.
I know. At some point, you're going to pretend to go out. You know, you're just a little postage stamp on my screen. You know, I'm looking for the Queen's head on that picture. I can't see it.
If we're following script, we are supposed to be in a 15-minute break at the moment.
I know, but we sort of lost that a little bit earlier.
And the quiz was supposed to start at 15:15.
Well, it will. That's the quiz is live on the radio. So
12 minutes past the hour at the moment.
In between some music, and that's the strange thing. You won't hear the music, but the people listen to the radio will. But there you go.
So what are you going to do, Peter? You're going to go over to 15 minutes past.
I'm going to go live in 2-3 minutes, but I'll do the introduction and the first track so you can carry on clacking.
Clacking. Is that what we call it? Is that the astronomical term? Clacking. Yeah. To clack, I clacked, we clacked, they clacked, we will clack.
A clackage.
We clacked.
A clackage of astronomy.
The technical term.
So, one more question to get you clacking.
Go on, let's clack away.
You know, and bearing in mind the comment selective interpretation of data that somebody came up with before. Life on Venus.
Oh, penguins. Andy.
Penguins are back in the
Right.
Andy's this one.
Yeah. Well, you may not know that we at Astro Radio have sort of adopted the penguins of Venus as our mascot. And why not? And but 3 reports in the last week or so have indicated that the reported measurements of phosphine were in fact in error. There is phosphine, they think, but it's much, much lower quantities than had been reported by Jane Greaves and her team. However, the jury's still out, and there seems to be indication of phosphine in Pioneer 10 data. I think it was Pioneer 10, one of the pioneers, back from the 70s. There seems to be a phosphine signal buried in the data there. Whether it's actually there, I think we're going to have to await the arrival of spacecraft that have got instruments that can properly detect it. Until then, I think it's going to be conjecture. But Jane Greaves has come back and said, no, you know, we may have made a few errors in the quantity, but the phosphine is definitely still there. And on the other hand, the team at ALMA, the millimeter, sub-millimeter radio telescope in Chile, have looked at the data again, and they've said, yeah, we're not sure about this either, actually. So who knows? Who knows? It'll be a bit of backwards and forwards, I think, until it's resolved. But I think we're going to have to wait till the spacecraft gets there to measure it properly. There you are.
That answers that then. Are the penguins on Venus? Walking around with their umbrellas to protect them from their sulfuric acid.
They can't be penguins on Venus. It's too hot.
It's
in the atmosphere.
They could be floating in the clouds.
Yeah,
in the atmosphere of the cloud layer. Yeah.
They're penguins with effectively one of swim bladders to guide them through the thick atmosphere.
Well, life will adapt accordingly, as you know.
Life will find a way.
Certainly will.
So did Mark have his hand up there?
He did.
Yeah, I did. Tracy,
hi, Mark.
Let's have a look at this image. I've not seen it yet.
You had to buy astronomy now. Unmute, Tracy.
Yeah, might be helpful, wouldn't it, if I unmuted? Yeah, I won't be. It should be on Facebook, actually, Mark. I think I put it up there a couple of weeks ago, but I'll repost it again. But I haven't seen it in Astronomy Now myself. everyone else has seen it before I have, so I need to go and get a copy.
You do.
Nice one.
Really good.
I actually got sent some
pages.
data from Dave Wills in Pixel Skies the other day for me to play with in narrowband, and that's come out stunning.
It's always interesting when you start doing processing with narrowband. Even for me, that's a total sort of new ball game, really. I'm never quite up to speed really with my processing, and it's one area that I could really focus on. Narrowband's a whole new ball game now, starting to learn how to sort of manipulate that data. So see how that pans out in the future for me, really, because that's my next stage in sort of astrophotography, really, is going down that narrowband route. But see how it goes.
Well, it's something to do during lockdown, isn't it, to be honest?
I've got plenty to do, but
Tracy, we don't have lockdown, do we?
no.
It'd be nice to have a bit of lockdown, but we're not getting any. Never mind, there's always next year. We can have a holiday, maybe. We're going to go live very shortly when Peter comes back. Have you got your pens and papers ready for our quiz?
Oh, hang on, give me a sec.
Get your pen and paper. Andy, you're banned from this. You and your army of penguins in the background there.
Yes, listen, I wasn't going to attend tonight, but the only reason I have is because Kath sort of insinuated she might win the quiz tonight, and I couldn't have that. So
was a joke.
You do know it's the person who comes second is the winner.
What about the person that comes 20 something? That'll be me.
Oh, they can come first as well. Yeah.
Hey, Kath, I'll be about 24th behind you, love.
Oh, bless you.
I'll be
stick
last.
together. I doubt it, Mary.
I'm hopeless at quizzes.
Oh,
it's just a fun quiz. It's questions from all different levels. Some from very simple stuff right through to the not so simple stuff.
We have a Harry Potter round. I'll be all right then.
Now that'd be an idea, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Lord of the Rings round.
Yeah.
Name three.
Yeah.
Well, if you listen to the chats earlier on, name three characters out of Lord of the Rings that have got stars named after them.
Don't you mean Harry Potter?
Sorry, Harry Potter. Yeah, that was just to throw you. I'm tired, you know.
Well,
Sirius, Bellatrix, and the other one.
What was the other one? Come on.
Bellatrix, Sirius.
Sirius, hang on, there's
what was Bellatrix or something?
Bellatrix is a star in the Rhine.
Sirius. Wasn't there a female character that was named Bellatrix or something like that? Or
yeah, Bellatrix.
Wasn't it 2 mass 1397948D7?
Yeah.
That was
the
the audience
child at the back of the class.
That was the audience figure. I can't remember what the third one was, to be honest. I'm sure there was.
Oh,
it might have only been 2, to be honest. I can't remember.
I'm racking my brains now. I'm going through the character. Oh dear. Yeah. I'll go to sleep for a minute.
Give it up, Kath. It's not worth it. Give it up.
No. Stop trying to put me off, Andy.
Bit of a psychological battle going on here.
There is.
Andy Barron.
Tracy, I've got your image if you don't mind me sharing it.
Yeah, go for it.
No
go on.
Everybody wants to see it so much.
I bet you'd say that to all the girls.
Hang on. See what we can do here. Somebody let me share my screen a moment.
Let me just bump.
So it's Regulus is one of them.
I just held
Good
the
evening
book.
and welcome to Reach Out and
We're
Touch
going.
Space. This is Pete here on Astro Radio. Pete at astroradio.earth, facebook.com/group/Astro Radio Earth will get you in touch. Yeah, we're coming to the end of the Northwest Astro Fest Day, and we've got this kind of impromptu Reach Out and Touch Space here on Astro Radio. Just want to say hi to Tien in Japan, Stefan down in the Russian Federation, Serge in India, Michael down there in New Zealand. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. We started off there with Earth Rocker by Clutch. We're going to go over to the gaggle of astronomers. I think it's a gaggle or a whatever. Hi, guys. You're all on the radio now. So away you go.
Hi, Pete.
Where have we got to?
What is it? What is the official term for a collection of amateur astronomers?
Alcoholism.
Clacking.
Cluster.
A cluster. Now it's got to be a cluster, hasn't it?
Cluster. I think a cluster of
I've run out of gin.
A nebulosity.
Confusion.
A confusion.
According to me,
That'd be a quiz.
A galaxy.
according to myself and Dave Ogden, it's a vineyard.
A vineyard of astronomers. I like that one.
A perturbation.
So are you going to be running a little bit of a quiz now, are you?
Say again, Pete.
You're going to be running a little bit of a quiz.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a fun quiz. There's only 30 questions in it, so don't panic.
30?
Only 30, yeah. It's just a simple one, you know. Okay. Some easy ones, some not so easy ones. But it's all about fun, Andy. There's no competition here.
Oh, I know that. I know.
Although there may be a prize, depending on who wins.
I just had to hang on to my crown. I just had to hang on to my crown, you understand?
Gillian,
sorry, Andy, you're breaking up, Andy. You're breaking up. Over.
Jill in Dublin wants to know if she can take part. Of course, she can take part.
Of course,
Jill,
you can.
And so does Michael in New Zealand, and so does Rob down at the Antarctic Research Station. Of course, you can take part. You can take part anytime.
If all our listeners and viewers just gonna have a pen and paper handy, we'll read the questions out as we go. Yeah, everyone join in.
It's a globular cluster.
Very good.
Oh, I like that.
Very good.
I like that.
Yeah, some of the oldest stars maybe in the globular cluster.
Well, we'll do 5 questions and we'll go over to another track and then we'll do another 5.
Okay, so Keith, have you got your questions ready?
Okay, here we go. Firstly, I must thank John Hooper, the chairman of Preston and District Astronomical Society, for supplying these questions. A couple of hints. There's 36 questions altogether, and there's at least one answer for every letter of the alphabet. Right. The questions are not in alphabetical order.
Can you repeat that? There's one answer to who?
There's 36 questions, and there's at least one answer for every letter of the alphabet.
So one is quasar and the other is zodiac. And
the rest hasn't started yet.
So there's 26 letters in the alphabet, and you get...
Yes, that's why it's at least one answer. Can somebody help him?
I've just had a message from Tien in Japan. Tien in Japan wants to know what language is Keith speaking.
It's English.
Keith is speaking Northern English, Lancashire English.
It's Ubin Alganubi.
And it is one of the oldest English languages, isn't it?
Absolutely. Are you ready for the first question, World?
Yes, we are. Please speak slowly.
Okay, let's start at the very beginning.
Hey.
It's a very good place to start. What happened? Let's start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. What happened?
Got it. Yeah.
He's got one. Yeah.
So, I didn't realise I was on. Sorry.
Is this from The Sound of Music?
No.
That's at the very beginning.
That's the song.
You can put that, but you'll not win the prize.
Oh.
The good stuff always starts with.
Okay. Number 2. Wherever you are, directly overhead is called the what?
God.
Wherever you are, directly overhead is called the what? And question 3, the opposite is called the...
Yes.
It's cooking on gas now. Question 4. He discovered the universe is expanding.
That's the thing, isn't it?
And question 5, before the record break, the common name for M-type stars. M-type stars. M for Michael.
Mary.
M for Mary, but that's not the answer.
Mary stars.
Is it the other feminine name?
Maureen.
No.
What do you mean no? I know somebody called that.
But it's on telly.
Okay, folks, we're going to come back to the chat in a minute, and we're going to carry on with the Cause and Bono and When Stars Go Blue. You can swear now.
Draco was a character
on
I was trying to
Google now.
remember.
What?
Draco. I've just got a text message with that on.
Draco, of
Took me a while.
Pete,
Yeah.
can you just make my screen shareable a minute?
Yeah. Where are you?
Kath, there was Regulus as well.
Oh yes, Regulus, yeah. And is Remus one? Is Remus something to do with the night? No, maybe not.
Don't know about that one. Draco, yeah, that was yeah.
Draco is, yeah, Regulus.
That's a constellation, not a star.
Okay, Gary.
Fantastic.
Boom, 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 boom. Right, there we go. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Oh
wow, that
Very nice.
Lovely.
Is that Tracy's?
Is that yours, Tracy?
Yes.
It is.
That's good.
Lovely Tracy. Well, lovely Tracy as well. But
Lovely Tracy.
What filters did you use, Tracy, on this narrowband or?
That was taken with the Optilong L-Extreme filter.
Right.
It's the
Cracking
second
colour.
time that I'd used it. It's a really, really, really good filter. I'm enjoying using it. Actually, I've also took an image as well with the Crescent Nebula. But with this, absolutely, it just popped out totally once I started to take exposures with it. This image is 8 hours of data captured over 2 nights. So I was sort of dedicated to sort of keep going at it really, because I had a couple of clear nights.
Yeah.
So I was trying to sort of make the most of it, and sort of pays off dividends really, the more sort of time that you can put into one target. It really does start to pull out some of that detail. And I mean, going from years ago when I'd first sort of had a go at this, my first attempt at it with my digital SLR was pretty naff. So to go from that to this now, it's probably one of my favourite images now at the moment. So,
what camera were you using there, Tracy?
so this was with a ZWO 183 colour. So it is a dedicated camera for Astro. So previously I used to do a lot of my imaging with digital SLRs. I have moved over to a dedicated cooled camera now, and that in itself also makes a big difference. I've got a 183 mono as well that I do use with a filter wheel, but just for testing out this filter, I just switched over onto the colour camera just to see how it ran. And one of the things is with colour cameras, you can get more sort of imaging time really for the limited clear nights that we get. If you start going into narrowband or RGB imaging, you do have to sort of take into account that you have to collect data for each of those sort of filter sets. But yeah, I can talk about that another time. Let's not sort of distract from the quiz too much.
That's lovely, it's an absolute beauty.
Is that your WO telescope, Tracy?
Yes, that's William Optics 81 GT.
Yeah.
I was using on that.
Wide angle is great, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, the chip on the 183 is quite small, really, but there's the ZWO 071, I think it is. That's got the.
Where do you go when you're lonely?
Sort of the crop sensor side.
Sorry for interrupting. We're going to go back again in a moment.
Over to the chat area now for the next 5 questions. Off you go.
Hey, the next 5 questions. The next one is Neptune's largest moon. Neptune's largest moon. Question 7, the largest constellation. And question 8, the smallest constellation. Question 9, observatory in Wisconsin, owned by the University of Chicago, has the largest refracting telescope. Observatory in Wisconsin, owned by the University of Chicago, has the largest refracting telescope. You'll kick yourself. And question 10, the sudden brightening of an area on the sun. The sudden brightening of an area on the sun.
Now, come on, folks. Those aren't too difficult, are they? You can get them. You can do it. You can do it. Okay. Muse, Knights of Sidonia.
Googling.
Say things like that when we can't hear it.
Hey, I know. It's when Simon Holbeach is in, he has headphone with one thing, and he listens to the radio on the one and listens to the Zoom on the other.
Simon was in before. I don't know whether he's still here.
I didn't see him. Has he been in?
He has been in.
Oh.
How many people have we had? Can we tell? Can we tell how many people have been on YouTube?
Yeah, we've had on average on YouTube, we've averaged between 40 and 50.
Right.
On this, I think we've gone between sort of about between most of the day 40 and 50 on Zoom.
Yeah.
So, and on the radio, we've averaged between. At one point we dropped down to 180,000.
Yeah. Not bad. Yeah.
No, not bad.
Of
course, half the world's just woke up, so they've been joining us for that quiz.
We've got a lot of connections from America, as the States are in at the moment. So,
does anybody need to go over any of the questions? A reread of any of them?
Can we have the answers?
Not yet, Andrew. Unless you want to read your answers out.
Yeah, you've got 3
Can we go over number 7, please?
Number 7.
Two fat ladies.
The largest constellation. The largest constellation.
And how many constellations do we have? 88.
88.
So one of the 88 constellations.
Which is the one that goes on and on?
I'll tell you, I know. It's that one with all them stars in it.
That's the one.
That's the one, isn't it?
The big long one. Yeah.
Why was there only used to be 44?
Well, stars or constellations?
Constellations.
Don't know. Only half of them were visible.
Yeah, they haven't been to the southern hemisphere yet.
The southern hemisphere, basically. We just hadn't travelled.
It was 44 in the Almagest, wasn't it? By Ptolemy.
Yeah. But he was fairly far south, so he would have seen a lot of the. Anyway.
The one thing I have not seen is Orion upside down. I've only been at the lowest latitude I've been is 12 degrees north of the equator.
Stand on your head, Dave.
Well, I did think of doing that. I'll just get the planetarium out, stellarium. But it's not the same. It's not the same.
We were in New Zealand a couple of years ago, and it was definitely odd. That book, Turn Right at Orion, is very different.
But you have to turn left at Orion on that one. All right. Is that inverted?
It's
already
ironic.
jealous for you, Dave.
It's ironic. The furthest north I've ever been is Manchester to watch the football.
Well, once you get past Manchester, you can't see the night sky after that. It's daylight. Or football. Yeah, football stops at Liverpool, so Tony doesn't agree.
No, that's the world, though.
The world. That is the centre of the world.
I kind of agree with you.
I honestly don't follow football, so I really shouldn't comment.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
You should know the answer. Go on.
You mentioned Radio Caroline earlier.
Yeah,
Could you actually receive Caroline from Liverpool?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
No, that's amazing.
Radio
I
Caroline.
the opinion that its transmitter wouldn't have got as far as Liverpool, but that's
yeah, I don't know. We used to listen to it, yeah.
Luxembourg. Longwave. I think Longwave's got a longer.
Yeah.
It was medium wave.
I can't remember. Was it Sony medium wave? Was it?
Yeah, Sony medium wave. Yeah.
That's short wave. That's medium wave.
I remember listening to it the night that they had the. Well, I think it happened frequently. When they used to have storms on the ship, and when the DJ was talking, you could hear things crashing about in the cabin behind him, and they never lost their cool once.
There's some good actual video footage or film footage of them as well.
Oh, is there?
On board, yeah. I think it's out there on YouTube. Yeah.
Did you listen to Radio Mi Amigo as well? That was.
I don't know that one.
That was another pirate ship in the North Sea.
I used to listen to a lot of shortwave radio back in the 70s.
Knights of Sidonia there. Muse, this is Pete. This is Astro Radio. This is Reach Out and Touch Space. Pete at astroradio.earth, facebook.com/group/Astro Radio Earth. If you want to get in touch, you can do so. We'd love you to do so. We would, honestly, we'd love you to do so. Black Holes and Revelations, that album that Knights of Sidonia was from. Black Holes and it's too late. I've been done in the seat too long. And that was released in 2006 when I was young. Yeah, when I was young. Anyway, we're going to go back over to the chat area now. And I suggest now we have 10 questions.
Okay. 10
Let's
questions.
go.
Okay. Question 11. Alpha Scorpio. Alpha Scorpio.
Can I add a correction? It should be Alpha Scorpius.
Oh, well done, Dave.
A question we've had in from the public is, what is the difference between astrology and astronomy?
Shut up.
The difference is Scorpio and Scorpius. That's the difference. Sorry, question master's always right.
Good
My
show.
apologies.
Question 12. Often responsible for bursts of gamma rays. Often responsible for bursts of gamma rays.
Everything.
Yeah.
Question 13. The correct name for stars twinkling. The correct name for stars twinkling. Question 14. The largest Jovian moon. The largest Jovian moon. Question 15. Two of the Milky Way's largest satellite galaxies. Two of the Milky Way's largest satellite galaxies. Question 16. What constellation is Polaris in? What constellation is Polaris in? Question 17. The outermost part of the solar system where most comets originate. The outermost part of the solar system where most comets originate. Question 18. Areas of radiation within Earth's magnetosphere. Areas of radiation within Earth's magnetosphere. And question 19, when one celestial object overshadows another. When one celestial object overshadows another. Question 21, believed to make up around 85% of the mass of the universe.
Is that not question 20?
Yeah. Sorry, question 20.
Oh, sorry.
Keith.
Sorry. Yeah, question 20. It's been a long day. Question 20, the third largest and closest of the Jovian moons. The third largest and closest of the Jovian moons. You can be looking question 21 up.
So is that closest to Jupiter?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, we're going to come back for the next 10 questions straight after this. It's Bauhaus's version of Ziggy Stardust.
Are you there, Pete? Are you there? Can we talk, sir? Can we talk?
Yeah. I think it might have to be Alpha Scorpii, actually, Scorpii, with a double I at the end.
Yeah.
Rather than a...
I just like I always had drummed into me. You should never say Scorpio. Constellation of Scorpio. It's
You're right.
It's the constellation Scorpius, the Scorpion.
It's good to have people questioning the person who questions the question master.
It's not meant to be bad mannered at all, ladies and gentlemen. It's just one of my pet things, you know. If I didn't say it and Rob Johnson's out there listening, he would have me. Yeah. I would never live it down.
We are pedanti.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What's the difference between astronomy and astrology? One of them's a real thing.
Patrick Moore was once very famous. Patrick Moore was once very famous for sneering at somebody who asked the difference.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I always say if someone says, "Oh, you're the astrologer," I always say calling an astronomer an astrologer is like calling a paediatrician a paedophile.
Oh dear. Ouch.
Patrick Moore actually said that astrology only proves one thing, that there's one born every minute.
Yeah, but that's probably true of most astronomy equipment retailers.
It's always handy to have in your pocket, whether you're man or woman, a red handkerchief with some black dots on it. And if anybody says to you, "Are you an astrologer?" you take it out, you say, "Yes, can I give you a reading?"
I get almost daily messages to my Facebook page asking for readings. I should just start charging to do it.
Yeah.
Make stuff
Write
up.
anything, Mary. Just write anything. You'll make a fortune.
That's it. Make a fortune.
You can't be wrong. You can't be wrong.
Exactly.
But every day in the daily paper, there's always the astrological charts for the day. And the only way they can be correct, and you've got to think out of the box, if you put for every star sign, and everybody's going to read their star sign, and you just put, "Today, you are going to die." They will, they will never know, but you'll be true all the way every
Did you
time.
Stardust there, Bauhaus version. This is Astro Radio. You can get us across the internet, Eutelsat across Europe, FM in varying countries and AM in varying countries. Depends where you are, but you can get us all around the globe. You can't get rid of us. We're here. Pete@astroradio.earth if you want to get in touch. We're going to go over now for the next 10 questions. Keith?
Okay, next 10 questions. Question 21, some of you may have already heard. Believed to make up around 85% of the mass of the universe. Believed to make up around 85% of the mass of the universe. Question 22, the largest planet of the solar system. Question 23, temperature scale, same as Celsius, but starts at absolute zero. So a temperature scale, the same as Celsius, but starts at absolute zero. Question 24, we can see 59% of the moon's surface. This is called what? We can see 59% of the moon's surface. This is called what? Question 25, the angular displacement of an object when viewed from two different points in space. The angular displacement of an object when viewed from two different points in space. Question 26, very hot, highly luminous, massive evolved stars blowing off huge amounts of gas. Very hot, highly luminous, massive evolved stars blowing off huge amounts of gas. Question 27. Electromagnetic radiation, 0.01 nanometers to 10 nanometers. So EM radiation, 0.01 nanometers to 10 nanometers. 28, built a radial telescope and discovered the first pulsar in 1967. Built a radial telescope and discovered the first pulsar in 1967. And question 29, what do we call the relative brightness of a solar system object reflecting sunlight? What do we call the relative brightness of a solar system object reflecting sunlight? It's all
Question
gone.
30. Do question 30.
Well, question 30, that will leave 5.
Yeah.
Question 30, the catalogue of deep sky objects devised by Patrick Moore. The catalogue of deep sky objects devised by Patrick Moore.
Right, we're going to have another track now, and this track is Disturbed and Sounds of Silence.
Interesting.
So that leaves us with 6 questions now, Keith.
I've gone off the boil.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
How are you doing, Kath?
Wonderfully. Well, I've written answers, but you know.
I think the idea is to write the right ones. I may be wrong on that. I'm a bit rusty on quizzes.
Oh, well, you never know. They might be right.
I think the idea behind it is just have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Don't take it too serious.
No.
And don't mock those who don't get as many as yourself.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
That's okay, Kath, because I'll be down there with you. Don't worry, love.
It's all right. We'll be all right together.
We'll all dance. We were dancing before, Kath.
We were.
We were rocking and rolling.
That's why we can't think of the answers, because we've jiggled everything about. It's all got a bit muddled.
That's a good excuse.
I must have missed that.
Yes.
You did. You missed the dancing. That was good.
Oh.
I was thinking at one point, and I looked at my screen, and I thought it showed that I wasn't muted, and I couldn't see the mute. I was like, oh my goodness, if ever I'm not muted, but I was. It was okay.
Well, I was singing at one point, and I thought, oh, am I? Is me mic off?
Yeah, I did the same.
Yeah.
You get tired, you forget to press the button, don't you? But hey, whatever. Yeah, no.
Hey, Kath.
I was thinking at one point, and then I decided I wasn't.
Hello.
Kath, are you not slurping tonight?
I have been. I've got to stop.
On the crafty.
I've run out.
Oh no!
I've had a couple of gins.
Mary, you got 2 minutes, quick.
I can't.
Kath, if you ever get the chance to try the Holyrood Distillery Blood Orange Gin, it is just absolutely divine. Just neat. It's gorgeous. I got it for Christmas last year, and I'm just finishing it now.
Holyrood
Distillery. It's in Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, okay. I do like the blood orange gins, as you know from what we consumed. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to put mixer in this one. It's too nice to put mixer in. It's just gorgeous.
Oh gosh.
Kath, did you do a screenshot of the quiz going on? Have you done one?
Oh, no, I haven't, because I've been too busy trying to. Well, the questions were coming so fast, I would never have had time.
He's a tyrant, says that, Keith.
I'll have to take one now of us and pretend that we're all answering the questions.
That's okay. All look down.
Look intelligent.
Yeah, hang on.
For anyone who likes a full-bodied good red wine, get yourself down to a Tesco Express and find a wine called Jamshed.
Jamshed.
Sounds
good.
Right, I'll put that one on. We're all looking intelligent.
Good.
Kath, can you share it on your own page?
Was that Gary?
Saying to Kath, is she sharing them to her own page?
I think so, yeah. But if you could share them, if you could,
yeah, that's what I was going to
forward them on. Yeah, I had to go trying to cut and paste into into mine, and it wouldn't let me paste them for some reason.
What, my photos, wasn't it? Okay.
No, when I was doing screenshots and then trying to do as my post. That's why I ended up putting them on yours as well. I thought, well, at least they're on there, aren't they?
I put one post on the Northwest page. I can put them all onto there afterwards.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it?
You want to put one? That's all right.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, what was question 13? Because I can't read my writing.
No.
I nearly read the answer out then.
Oh, go on, read the answer.
Question 13 was the correct name for stars twinkling.
Oh, so I know that one.
Sound of Silence from Disturbed, the Disturbed version. Absolutely amazing. Okay, we're going to go over for the last 5 questions.
I'll do the picture in a minute. Oh dear.
Okay.
Okay, the last 6 questions. Question 31, Alpha Libra. Alpha Libra. Question 32, the sun is classified as this type of star. The sun is classified as this type of star. Question 33, a particle of light is called a something. A particle of light is called a something. Question 34, discovered the laws of planetary motion. Discovered the laws of planetary motion.
So 33?
33 is a particle of light is called a what?
I missed 32.
Just a quick one, Keith. When you're looking for names, is it just first names, second names, or the whole name?
Second name.
Right.
I just made that up. I can't remember. I can't remember his first name.
What question was that, Gary?
Well, I'm guessing it was 34.
I would think so.
Oh, who discovered the laws of planetary motion? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, question 35. The second largest moon of Uranus. The second largest moon of Uranus. The second largest moon of Uranus. And finally, question 36. Solar eclipses follow this cycle. Solar eclipses follow this cycle.
Okay, we're going to come back for the answers very shortly. In the meantime, we'll go and kiss a go-goat.
Yeah, good one, Gary. I couldn't remember his first name anyway.
That's just with it being letters of the alphabet as well. I wasn't too sure.
Yeah.
I give up worrying about that bit. There's no prize for getting the A, B to Z, is there?
I'm just trying to work out which one I've got left.
You'll get double points for both names.
Well, there's 2 Zs.
2 Zs?
2 Zs?
There's 2 Zs. Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
There's star names, there is.
And one of them I can't pronounce.
All right, I couldn't spell it.
No, don't look at my spelling.
Nobody will know.
No one's looking at my spelling.
Hey, Gary, if you get 2 points for 2 names, I surely should get 4 points for the 4 names I've got for one answer.
Oh, well, we can all do that one.
Question number 12 could have at least 3 answers. But at the end of the day...
Well, there's a couple of answers for these. I am a bit...
Well, it's whatever question it's whatever answer Keith has down is what goes.
Yeah.
Even if it's wrong.
Well,
isn't that right, Keith?
Just remember, every letter of the alphabet is represented. So that probably is going to help you with the answer.
I give up on that.
Yeah. What was 36 again? I think I just blanked that question out.
Solar eclipses follow this cycle.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, I need to lie down.
My head's really hurting now. Oh, dear.
I don't know if there's a place to put.
It's another Greek.
Got a nice screenshot, but I don't know where to put it.
I'll just remind you all that John Hooper, the chairman of Preston and District Astronomical Society, produced this quiz. So if you want to argue the toss with any of the answers, please contact John Hooper.
Very much a cop out. I shall rely on it.
I'm not looking forward to reading that.
Keep it down, Keith.
Trying to practice that one. The lad in Japan will have no chance when I read that out.
Just tell them it's a global star system.
That was Ghost and Kiss the Go-Goat. A lot of it going on in Llandudno during the lockdown, I can tell you. Kissing Go-Goat. They were everywhere. They were all over Llandudno. So we're going to go back over to the chat area and we're going to listen now to Keith as he gives out the answers.
I'll do it slowly, Keith. Don't rush into that.
Yes, I'll go nice and slowly. And
nice and slowly.
Trusting everybody to mark their own.
Yeah, let's
okay.
Have fun.
So, number 1, the Big Bang. Number 2, the Zenith. Number 3, the Nadir.
So 3 begin with T.
The Nadir. Nadir. Sorry, Nadir. 4, Edwin Hubble. No extra marks for 2 names. It's just 5, Red Dwarf.
Say again.
Red Dwarfs.
Oh, sorry, Red Dwarf. Don't.
Told you it had been on telly.
So you said telly program, bit of a clue.
Right.
Number 6, Triton. Number 7, Hydra. Number 8, Crux.
Australis.
Number 9, Yerkes. Number 10, Flare. Number 11, Antares.
Oh, God.
Number 12, Quasars. Number 13, Scintillation. Number 14, Ganymede. Number 15, the Magellanic Clouds. 16, Ursa Minor. 17, the Oort Cloud. 18, the Van Allen Belts. 19, Eclipse. 20, Io. 21, Dark Matter. 22, Jupiter. 23, Kelvin. 24, Libration. 25, Parallax. 26, Wolf Riot Stars. 27, X-rays. 28, Jocelyn Bell Burnell. 29, Albedo. 30, the Caldwell Catalogue. 31, Zubin El Ganubi. Do not ask me to spell that. Zubin El Ganubi. 32 is G-type, a yellow dwarf. G-type or yellow dwarf. 33, Photon. 34, Kepler.
Johans.
35, Oberon. And finally, 36, Saros.
Right.
Thank you
Count
very
them up.
much. Did anybody get 36?
Hang on, can we count them up first, Keith? Come on now.
Even I didn't get 36. I'm
1,
reading
2,
them
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Go
9,
to one
10.
more track, and this one is for Tony, who's in the quiz at the moment. This is for Tony. It's Johnny Kidd and the Pirates shaking all over.
Oh, dear.
Good on you. Whee. Good on you.
23.
33.
I can't hear it.
34.
Is there a wooden spoon prize?
Yeah, 34, Keith.
Oh, done me by one.
Sorry, mate.
I got 28.
I got 29.
Oh.
25.
Some very silly mistakes on my part there.
We've got 27.
El Ganubi. I've never heard of that one.
The Zebin El Ganubi and Zebin El Shimali.
I dropped my pen at question number 12, but I already had 10, and I said Zubin El Ganubi before the quiz started. Do I get a double bonus?
You should get a point for that, Mark, yeah. The very fact that you can pronounce it, you get a point, I think.
It's a shipping star, for God's sake. You should know it.
Character on Star Wars.
It's that wine Mark's drinking makes you pronounce anything right.
No, Zubin El Ganubi is a shipping star. We use it in watching the sky to navigate.
Ah.
If I'd ever had kids, I'd call my firstborn son Zebin El Ganubi.
Do you know that the school call-out register?
Imagine that. What about as his mum come and get you dinner?
And the second born will be Plagioclase feldspar, because it's just awesome.
I know.
There's a reason nature has made me infertile.
Just imagine the teacher calling out the register.
No, Mary, you'd have to give yourself a double-barreled name as well.
Oh, absolutely.
What would it be?
McSpice-entire.
That's a good Scottish name. McSpice.
McSpice-entire. Yeah,
Hey,
Mark
look.
calls me Lightning McSpice.
Shaking all over there for Tony. Okay, we're going to go back over and find out who has won the quiz.
I got 20. Me and Terry got 21.
Respectable scores.
Yeah, very good scores. Very
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Right, let's see who's got the
Go around the room.
Go around the room, and Dave can go around the room using his wherever everybody's laid out in celebrity.
Okay, I assume I've got everybody on my screen. Does always display everybody. We got 23 in the room. But what I'll do is I'll go down the column, I think.
Yeah.
Do it that way. Just bear with me 1 second. Ding, 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 with participants. We have 23 in the room. So did you take part, Peter, or not?
I've been doing other things.
That's okay. I've been doing other things as well, but I took part. Just want to say.
Oh, yeah, so was I.
Yeah, we're all doing other things. Okay. So I'll read mine out last. I'm actually on top of my list, funny, strange enough. Okay, Gary Ewell, how many points?
33 out of 36.
33 out of I've got Steve as co-host. I haven't got any surnames on this, of course.
29, but should have tried harder.
Andy.
Even I didn't get 33, and I was reading the bloody things.
Sorry. Who have we got next? Sorry, Keith.
I got some silly ones wrong as well.
I think I got some silly ones.
Yeah.
Keith, have you got your scores, or have you not done it? No, you had the answers. You can't do it. He's not answering me. You should say no, Dave. I can't do it.
Sorry, Dave, did you call my name? I got 29, and I did try harder.
I'm going down the list as we move here. Gary, we've done. Steve, we've done. Keith, we've done because he's a quiz master. Mark Chalmers.
What I got was I dropped my pen and paper at question 12. I had 9, but you've got to give me double bonus points for doing Zubin Elgin. Before the quiz even started. Come on.
Scooby Doo, wasn't it? Yeah.
Scooby Dooby. I reckon I win just for that.
Okay. I don't know whether Nicola's on microphone or not.
Yeah.
But Nicola.
24. Not
24.
good.
That's a good, good average there. Good. Tracy.
I got 24 as well. I'm really upset.
Andy.
29.
29. Good score. Mr. Cross, or Tony. 25. Kath Adams.
27.
27. Good score.
Score.
Yeah,
respectable. Dave Harvey.
Hang on, I'm having a recount. 23 in the room, 23 on the board.
That's good. It's all about fun. It's not about the winning. Or is it? Dave Ogden, sorry. Dave, have you read yours out, Dave? Dave Ogden.
Dave Ogden. I was half asleep.
That's okay. No problem there, Dave.
Because of.
Yes. You're obviously on medicine there.
It's this the alcoholism of astronomers, isn't it?
I'm losing track of who we've read out. Dave Harvey. Did we do Dave Harvey?
Yeah.
Okay. Duncan.
I got all the right answers, not in the right order.
That's, I think some of us agree with you on that.
Yeah. I wrote Ursa Major for everything, knowing it would come up eventually.
And unfortunately, it was Ursa Minor that came up.
Yeah.
John T.
18. I should try harder.
Keith. I've got Keith with a lowercase Keith and a Keith uppercase Keith.
Who's which?
And they just moved around on me. Things moved around, so we just keep going with. Mary, what did you get, Mary?
28.
28. We got Mike.
Where's Mary?
Mike.
His mic's off.
Oh, Mike's mic is off.
He's not. He's there. His mic's on, but he's talking, and he's not coming out.
Okay, we'll move forward.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, we go.
24.
29. Daz got his mic on. Mic switched on, off.
23.
23.
Oh.
Duncan.
You've done Duncan.
What it says there, they're moving around as I'm looking. They keep moving around. So. Yeah, well, we may have done the questions again. I don't know. Karen G. Because not everybody's going to be with the mic unmuted, are they?
Mike says he got 19.
Okay. Nicola Robertson, sorry.
Where were we?
24.
24, good score. Peter Hesse, is it, or Hess?
No.
Got, okay, Terry and Vicky Bennett. Oh, well, we're getting a little tiny postage
21.
Stuff.
I think she's just signed 21.
21.
We're getting sign language here. Thank you, Vicky. I think we've got everything in the room there. Everyone in the room.
Liz Owen got 27.
Okay.
And we're not going to win, but just thought it ought to be recognised.
No,
I can't catch everyone on the list, you see. So.
Tien in Japan.
Let's just listen to Pete. Sorry, Pete.
Tien in Japan got 22. Jill in Dublin got 25. Stefan, just outside of Moscow, got 21. The guy, Rob, down at the Antarctic Research Station, said the line dropped.
What a surprise.
I was at 33 when the line dropped. I said, no, and then he said, no, I wasn't really. Serge in India got 30. And Mark in California got 22.
Okay. So that leaves me to say that I got 34. So,
not having that.
Barry,
let's see your score sheet.
I do question the question there, though.
Tiebreaker. Who can tell?
Excuse me, I've just had a call.
Whatever it is.
You may have seen me on the phone there. I had a call.
You okay, Tony?
All right, Tom.
So it came from the States, and it's President Bush's lawyers saying on the recount.
Well, despite the person who lost, they actually won. And we will have a recount. It could take 6 weeks. We don't know. We will do that recount.
Congratulations, Dave. Well done.
Only just.
Well done.
Well done, mate.
Anyway, it was fun. Quite a good quiz, Dan. Thank you to Preston AS.
And thank you for everybody tuning in to Reach Out and Touch Space tonight. We'll be back next week. Going to leave you with Pink Floyd and High Hopes.
Oh, wow. Good track.
Good track for the year.
Yeah.
No.
That's cool.
Okay, folks.
Right.
It's a wrap.
Thank you very much. I just reading that Mike got 19 as well. His mic was off before, but he's back.